Chapter 293. After the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor left, Lu Ruashi burst into laughter. She had been holding it in for a long time. A look of helplessness appeared on Ning Chen's face. Marquis, the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor looks stupid, Lu Ruashi said with a smile. Ning Chen shook his head and said, "That's because you don't know him. In fact, he's not stupid at all. It can even be said that great wisdom looks stupid. He knows what to say and what to do. If your Marquis didn't stay in the four extremes for 2 years and know more things that he doesn't, it wouldn't be so easy to deceive him." "The Marquis is the best," Lu Ruashi said with certainty. "Well, you don't have to flatter me," Ning Chen smiled and continued. "I'm going to the palace. Bring Chi'er here." "Okay." Lu Ruashi responded softly and immediately turned to walk to the backyard. Chi'er was brought over not long after. The little prince seemed to have put on some weight during the month he was in the Marquis's estate. "Master." When Chi'er saw the person in the hall, he trotted forward and grabbed the former's hand. His happy expression was much more intimate than when they first met. "Let's go. Today is the day you return to the palace." Ning Chen reached out and rubbed the little prince's head and said softly, "Okay." Chi'er nodded vigorously. Ning Chen held the little prince's hand and left the Marquis's estate. They walked all the way to the palace. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Xia Zi saw the arrival of the two and ordered someone to bring the little prince back to the harem. He looked at his good friend in front of him and said with a smile, "It seems that your injuries are almost healed. Yes, by the way, I almost forgot to ask you. What did your Miss Luo say? Did she agree?" Ning Chen asked. "Good friend, don't joke around. Miss Luo saved my life and can't be neglected," Xia Zi emphasized seriously before answering the former's question. As for helping to deal with the four extremes, Miss Luo didn't make a clear statement. She only said that it depends on her mood. "Oh," Ning Chen responded indifferently and said, "It's good that she agreed." Xia Zi was startled and asked in confusion, "When did I say Miss Luo agreed?" "Z, I can tell you very seriously that when a girl says it depends on her mood, it means she agreed," Ning Chen said with a serious expression. Although Xia Zi still had doubts in his heart, he still nodded. "Clever Lord Marquis, it's useless for you to say such things to my royal brother." At this time, a beautiful figure walked in from outside the palace, smiling. "Xinyu, why aren't you resting in the residence? Why did you come out?" Xia Zi frowned and asked with concern. "I've been cooped up for a long time, so I have to come out for some fresh air. Furthermore, I haven't paid my respects to Imperial Mother in a long time. I can't always say that I'm not feeling well because of a cold." Xia Xinyu smiled. Ning Chen took a step forward and extended his hand to feel her pulse. Immediately, he gently nodded his head. It was still all right and there were no signs of worsening. "Marquis, do you know that there is a saying that men and women should not touch each other?" Xia Xinyu smiled and continued, "If others see this, you will probably be charged with the crime of taking liberties with the princess." Ning Chen couldn't help but laugh. Women were indeed animals that couldn't be provoked. Xia Zi didn't bother with his sister's nonsense. Ning Chen wasn't an outsider, and friends couldn't be as formal as they were in the imperial court. "Lord Marquis, royal brother, you can talk about your matters. I'm only here to take a look. I won't disturb you from talking about proper matters." Xia Xinyu casually found a seat and sat down. Although women couldn't participate in politics, who among the two of them could really chase this princess away? Even someone as principled as Xia Zi would do his best to tolerate this terminally ill sister of his. He wasn't willing to go against any of her wishes. Ning Chen didn't care about these broken rules. Even if the Grand Xia produced an empress, he wouldn't care. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor came this morning. Ning Chen explained everything that had happened today and his plan. This matter concerned the balance between the war between the Grand Xia and the four extremities, so he couldn't be careless. After Xia Zi heard about the scheme, he didn't say anything. He only raised a question about the final trap. If the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor discovers that the Disaster King doesn't have that much phoenix blood, won't he be furious and take revenge? Xia Zi was worried. Don't worry, I have my own plans. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor is currently our most precious treasure. How can we turn hostile after using him once? However, I won't tell my friends the specifics for now, replied Ningchen. Lord Marquis, Mother is right. You really are full of evil tricks, interjected Xia Xinyu from the side. Thank you for your praise, Princess. Ningchen didn't move and smiled. Ah, you're too polite. Xia Xinyu lightly smiled. His face was truly invincible. After they finished talking about the Disaster King and the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor, Ning Chen's expression became serious. He asked, Zi, have you found anything about the poisoning? Xia Zi sighed and shook his head. The imperial physicians of the imperial court are mostly proficient in medicine. They aren't proficient in the strange poisons of the world. I've already sent people to the western frontier to look for famous physicians. The Miao people there live with poisonous plants and insects their entire lives. They should know what the poison tomorrow is. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. This matter had come too suddenly and he didn't have many clues. However, to be able to silently poison the Emperor of the Grand Xia was truly a terrifying matter. The people by the side of the previous Grand Xia emperors had all been carefully selected. Moreover, every food in the imperial palace had a special eunuch taste test them, making it even more difficult to poison them. Ning Chen didn't want to express any opinions about this matter. Seeing that it was getting late, he bid farewell. I'll be going back first. Qi stay in the palace for now. I'll have to deal with the Disaster King's matter, and won't be able to leave. Be careful, warned Xia Zi seriously. At this time, Xia Xinyu stood up and said, just in time. I should be going back as well. Let's go together. I'll be honored. Ning Chen deliberately put on a respectful expression. Tactful. Xia Xinyu lightly smiled. The two of them walked out of the palace together. Once they were out of the palace, Ning Chen asked, Princess, do you have something to ask me? I really can't hide anything from you. Xia Xinyu lightly sighed. You had Imperial Brother ask Miss Luo for help. Was your true goal to probe her identity? Yes. Ning Chen nodded, not denying it. He explained, Princess, don't think too much about it. Zi's personality is too kind. I didn't tell him because I didn't want to make things difficult for him. But Luofei's identity is unknown and we have to be on guard against her. I don't mean to blame you. Xia Xinyu said, I know that Imperial Brother isn't suited to sit on the throne. But since things have already gotten to this point, there's no other way. At this point, Xia Xinyu stopped and looked at the person in front of her. With a pleading look on her face, she said, Ning Chen, you're the smartest person among us. Xinyu only begs you. No matter what happens in the future, please help my royal brother. Princess, we're friends. You're treating me like an outsider. Ning Chen revealed a gentle smile. Furthermore, there's no need to tell me something so far away. It's just a trifling 7 extreme physique. There'll always be a way to resolve it. You're now the grand eldest princess. Other than Zi and the Empress, you're the strongest. I'll be counting on your auspicious words. Xia Xinyu smiled sweetly. In that instant, it was like 100 flowers had bloomed, so beautiful that the surrounding people were dazzled. Seeing the smile on her face, Ning Chen gently smiled. Let's go. Don't disturb others. Xia Xinyu glanced at the people not far away and nodded with a smile. Then they continued walking. In the western part of the Grand Xia, in the eternal night god Sek's second temple, Zhong Qianqiu stood quietly. Remnant Wind brought a strangely dressed old woman over and respectfully bowed. Temple Master. How's the investigation going? Just what kind of poison did the Grand Xia's emperor suffer from? Asked Zhong Qianqiu. The old woman's mouth curved slightly. Preliminary investigation shows that it should be the dark luo flower. Zhong Qianxiu frowned. Although he wasn't good at using poison, he had heard of most poisonous flowers and plants. However, he had never heard of the dark luo flower. Seeing the former's expression, the old woman didn't keep him in suspense and explained, "Temple Master, you may not know this, but the dark luo flower is originally used to feed gu insects. It's very precious. The flower itself has very little toxicity. Even if it enters the body, there won't be any abnormalities. However, the dark luo flower has a special characteristic. Once it comes in contact with the pollen of the superior epiphyllum, it will immediately mutate and produce an extremely strong toxicity." The old woman paused for a moment and a strange smile appeared on her face. She continued, "There's one more thing that you may be more interested in." "What is it?" asked Zhong Qianxiu curiously. "We have people among the Grand Xia's imperial physicians. A few days ago, when they were treating King Shoshan, who was the former 6th prince, they deliberately kept an eye on him. After testing, they finally confirmed that this person's blood does indeed contain the poison of the dark luo flower." Hearing this, Zhong Qianxiu's eyes shone brightly. This was truly unusual. He knew about King Shoshan. This former 6th prince of the Grand Xia had a weak body and often coughed up blood. After Xia Mingri succeeded the throne, he gave him the title of King Shoshan in order to wish his brother a speedy recovery. This was something that everyone knew, so it wasn't strange at all. However, the hidden message behind this was what interested him the most. This King Shoshan had a weak body and could be said to be aloof from worldly affairs his entire life. Yet, he was poisoned. This wasn't normal. There was only one reason why he would be poisoned, and that was because of his status as a prince of the Grand Xia. "Poison woman, remnant wind, think of a way to find out if the other princes have been poisoned. Quickly report the results to me," said Zhong Qianxiu. "Yes." The two respectfully accepted the order and left. After the two left, Zhong Qianxiu's eyes flashed with cold light. If his guess was correct, there were perhaps even more ambitious people hiding in the Grand Xia. Moreover, the fox's tail was about to be exposed. Chapter 294. In the imperial harem of Xia, the little prince ran to the entrance of the imperial harem and waited for his master to pick him up. His small body was different from other children. He was less delicate and had more determination. This was the future of Xia. At such a young age, he had taken on the expectations of too many people. Behind Cheer, a beautiful woman walked forward and looked at her son quietly. Her eyes were warm and quiet. "Mother, why hasn't Master come to pick me up?" Cheer raised his head and looked at his mother and asked. "Lord Wu Ho has too many things to do. He might have been delayed by something." "Cheer, don't worry," the woman said gently. "Okay." Cheer nodded his head and stood there waiting. The woman waited at the side. Although the palace maid had just reported that Jiming Marquis would not be coming to pick Cheer up today. But Jiming Marquis had instructed her not to tell Cheer before sunset. The sun gradually set and night gradually came. Cheer's little face finally showed anxiety. He raised his head and looked at his mother. "Mother, why hasn't Master come yet?" Usually at this time, his master would have come to pick him up. Why hasn't he come yet? Lord Wu Ho might not be coming. "Cheer, do you still want to wait?" the woman asked softly. "Yes," Cheer said. Hearing the answer, the woman smiled. Jiming Marquis' teachings were not in vain. At this moment, in front of the two of them, a familiar figure appeared. Cheer's anxious little face immediately lit up with joy and she ran over. Looking at the little prince in front of her, the figure squatted down and said a few words. Then, she waited quietly. Cheer thought for a moment and nodded his head. In the next moment, the white clothes scattered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 1,000 miles away, Ning Chen's face showed a faint smile. His figure flashed past and continued to head east. On the eastern battlefield, The Four Poles army and the troops led by the Duke and Marquis of Xia were in a standoff. The battle between the two territories was different from the previous battles. The number of strong martial artists was increasing day by day. The imperial court and sects of Xia temporarily put aside their animosity and fought against the enemy. Because everyone knew that if they lost this battle, it would not be as simple as a change of dynasty. They would be enslaved. Ning Chen observed the eastern battlefield for a few days and then left for the east. In Ascension Valley, the spatial passageway constantly stirred. Batch after batch of reinforcements were still being transferred over from the four extremities, and then they directly rushed to the battlefield. Not far away, two powerful inborn experts were guarding this crucial space tunnel. Outside the valley, Ning Chen looked ahead, his eyes flickering. If his judgment was correct, the four extremities were likely to be unified, which meant that the masters of the four extremities could mobilize more and more soldiers. It seemed that after getting rid of the Disaster Queen, he had to find a way to deal with the matter of the four extremities reinforcements as soon as possible. For the time being, he didn't have a way to mend the spatial boundary, so he could only destroy the teleportation formation between the four extremities' sacred grounds and the spatial passageway to prevent those below the third tribulation of the Xiantian realm from coming over. This matter seemed simple, but it was actually fraught with difficulties. Before most of the military forces were mobilized, the four extremities realm masters would most likely personally oversee the four extremities' sacred ground to prevent anyone from destroying the formation. Just as Ning Chen was pondering, a figure with a strong aura walked out of the space tunnel. It was another powerful inborn expert. There's really no end to this. A cold light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a bird's cry shook the heavens. Amidst the surging sword will, the great green sparrow sword was unsheathed. The inborn expert who had just stepped out of the spatial passageway immediately felt a terrifying sense of danger. He dodged to the side and dodged the sword light. With a loud bang, the green sparrow sword light slashed the spatial passageway. A powerful shock wave erupted, and those who had not yet been transported over were immediately swallowed by the power of space, disappearing forever. Blood gushed out. In front of the spatial passageway, the blue-clothed inborn expert's right arm flew off from his shoulder. Blood splattered all over the sky, dyeing half of his body red. The two inborn experts guarding the area were shocked. They moved their feet and came to the blue-clothed man's side. Their eyes were fixed on the white figure that had suddenly appeared in front of them, fully alert. "Be careful," Xiangu, who was relatively stronger, warned in a low voice. Xian Mo nodded, his expression extremely solemn. The person in front of them was no stranger to them. Or rather, everyone in the Holy Land was no stranger to him. This was the person that the Domain Lord and the Disaster King clearly wanted to eliminate. Ugh! The blue-clothed inborn expert suddenly groaned in extreme pain. The sword will entered his body and destroyed it easily. Immediately, blood spurted out of his body, and he fell straight to the ground. The two's expressions changed, but they did not dare to save him. They could only watch as the blue-clothed man fell, his blood staining the ground. "It's your turn." Before she finished speaking, the white-clothed figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of the two. Her sword moved, and her will followed. Streams of light flowed, and her killing intent was bone-chilling. Xiangu swung his sword to block, but with a clang, his sword was sent flying and he was forced to retreat several steps. Xian Mo swung his thunder halberd. However, the difference in strength was obvious at this moment. Before his thunder halberd could land, it was caught by a hand and could not move. One of them was at the third tribulation of the Khanate realm, while the other was at the peak of the second tribulation of the Khanate realm. They were already rare experts in the world. However, in front of the great Xia Jiming Marquis, who had fought with the three disasters many times, their foundation and battle strength were too far apart. Heaven's Scroll. Ning Chen activated his body, and was about to kill when a bright sword light came from afar. It was incomparably sharp and frightening. The sword light was so fast that it made Ning Chen's heart tremble. He turned around and pulled back his sword. With a clang, he retreated half a step. "It's you." A familiar figure and a familiar sword. The person in front of him was the strongest of the four extremes besides the master of the four extremes and the king of disasters, Xian Tian. It had been a long time since their last clash, and the situation was completely different. The two looked at each other, their eyes flickering with light. There was seriousness, but also an incomparable battle intent. "The two of you, stand down," said Xian Tian. "Okay." The two who had luckily escaped with their lives suppressed the throbbing in their hearts and retreated to the side. Knowing that the opponent in front of him was not ordinary, Ning Chen's great green sparrow sword moved rhythmically. Sword cries rang out, like the cry of a green sparrow, shaking the world. "I've been waiting for this battle for a long time." The battle intent in Xian Tian's eyes continued to rise. His infatuation with the sword was tied down by gratitude. Today there were no orders or schemes. He could finally fight openly with the sword in his hand. In the next moment Xian Tian's figure flashed. His bright sword shone brilliantly. A sword without fault, pressing towards Ning Chen. Ning Chen swung his sword to block. The two swords clashed directly. In an instant, rays of sword light scattered in all directions. With loud bangs, the mountain rocks in the distance were riddled with holes, collapsing and falling down. It was a draw, but it had already reflected the cultivation of the two swords. It made the challenger's battle intent even stronger. "Good opponent." Xian Tian raised his body again. His sword moved extremely quickly. His strength was displayed to the peak of his life. His bright sword pierced through the air like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, surging over. However, the originally evenly matched battle only heard a clang. As the two swords clashed, the silhouette used the momentum to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the watery light flickered and quickly disappeared. "Until we meet again." The final voice that was left behind echoed in Ascension Valley. Xian Tian was stunned, unable to recover for a moment. 100 miles away, the silhouette materialized and immediately headed west. Half a month later, Ning Chen officially appeared in the Great Xia army. His powerful strength immediately changed the battle situation between the two sides. The Disaster King's injuries had not fully recovered, and with the experience of Ascension Valley, the four extreme realms' originally sufficient battle strength suddenly became weak. In the main hall of the four extreme realms' Holy Land, the master of the four extreme realm listened to the report of the war in the divine prefecture and unconsciously frowned. "Xianji," said the master of the four extreme realm. "Yes, master," said Xianji while kneeling. "Help me arrange a meeting with Zhong Qianqiu," said the master of the four extreme realm. "Yes." Xianji accepted the order and immediately turned to leave. One day later, in the second hall of the Eternal Night sect, Xianji arrived. Looking at the person in front of him, he said calmly, "Hall Master, my lord has something to discuss with you." A cold light flashed in Zhong Qianqiu's eyes. He said, "What does your lord want to discuss?" "Borrow troops." Before he finished speaking, rays of light gathered in the second hall, forming an illusory figure. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding air pressure dropped. Zhong Qianqiu's mouth curved slightly. He said, "You have such a strong person as the Disaster King under you, as well as so many Xiantian experts that others are jealous of. My sect will not make a fool of ourselves." "Hall Master, are you saying that you want to sever the friendship between our alliance?" asked the master of the four extreme realm. "You're being too serious. It's just that the martial monarch has died in battle, and our sect has suffered great losses. We want to help, but we can't," replied Zhong Qianqiu unmoved. The master of the four extreme realms' eyes narrowed, and his killing intent kept jumping. After a while, the cold light gradually disappeared. He said lightly, In that case, I won't force you. Until we meet again. The illusory figure disappeared, and the trembling void returned to normal. Xianji also left without saying a word. Hall Master, why didn't you agree to his request? Asked Remnant Wind, puzzled. The Four Extreme Realm and the Divine Sect had just formed an alliance, and this undoubtedly cut a huge gap between the two sides. There's no need, said Zhong Qianqiu calmly. The Four Extreme Realm seems to be temporarily blocked, but it's actually just an illusion. The Master of the Four Extreme Realm came here just to drag the Divine Sect down with him and let everyone in the world know about the alliance between the Divine Sect and the Four Extreme Realm. Zhong Qianqiu paused and asked, How's the investigation of the Hualuo flower? Are the other princes of the Great Xia poisoned as well? Hall Master, please forgive me. We haven't finished the investigation yet. We only need the blood of a few people. Apart from Shoshan King, we only have the blood of the 11th prince. The specific results will take a day or two to test, said Remnant Wind respectfully. Speed up. We must investigate this matter before the imperial family of the Great Xia finds out, said Zhong Qianqiu. Yes, replied Remnant Wind. At the same time, in the eastern battlefield of the Great Xia, Ning Chen wrote a letter in the commander's tent and immediately sent out an expert in the army to deliver it. Jiming Marquis, if you need any help, just say the word, said a burly man in the tent. Many thanks, Marquis Zhongyong. It's just a small matter. I can handle it, said Ning Chen. Half a day later, a figure holding a golden staff appeared and slowly walked towards the Great Xia army. Another day later, in Qingshuang Valley, a handsome young man in a black and white cloak appeared. Looking at the letter in front of him, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Go back and tell Ningchen that I'll be there on time. Chapter 295. In the far east, Ningchen came. He bowed to Mu Bai and respectfully called him senior. Then, he retreated to the side and did not disturb him. Since Ningchen did not cause any trouble, Mu Bai naturally would not chase him away like last time. He sat at the end of the world without saying anything. Thousands of feet away, Ningchen gathered his qi and activated his blood qi. Immediately, strands of golden phoenix blood seeped out from his heart, bursting with powerful vitality. As the phoenix blood left his body, a strange phenomenon appeared in the world. Golden light shone, and faint cries of the phoenix could be heard. This was the blood of the phoenix heart. It was extremely precious and could not be seen in the human world. Unfortunately, no matter how extraordinary this strange phenomenon was, it was at the end of this barren world. Apart from Mu Bai, there was no one else. Of course, no one could see it. However, there were 3.5 people who were exceptions: the teacher, the Disaster King, the Golden Staff State Master, and the Abbot of Du Yi Temple. The reason why it was only half was because no one knew if the Abbot of Du Yi Temple was still a 3 disasters expert. The teacher would definitely not care about this. The Golden Staff State Master was still an ally for the time being. Even if the Buddha in the human world had recovered to the 3 disasters realm, he was still the slowest of the 3. It did not matter if he could see or not. Moreover, not everyone could recognize the aura of the phoenix blood. Ning Chen's goal was actually very simple. It was to attract the Disaster King. He had purposely waited so long for the Disaster King to recover from his injuries. With the confidence of a 3 disasters expert, as long as he was not seriously injured, there was no place in the world he dared to go. In Peerless City, the Disaster King looked at the golden light that had suddenly appeared in the distance. He took a step forward, his eyes bursting with dazzling light. Phoenix blood, and it was the blood of the phoenix heart that had begun to show signs of atavism. In the world, no one understood the preciousness of phoenix blood better than him, let alone the atavistic phoenix blood. Men, the Disaster King said. Here, a black-clothed man walked over and said respectfully, Go and find out if there have been any rumors of a phoenix appearing in the Divine Prefecture. Also, find out what is 10,000 miles to the east, the Disaster King said in a low voice. Yes, the black-clothed man accepted the order and left. The Calamity King continued to stare at the distant east with a solemn expression. He absolutely could not miss out on the ancestral phoenix blood. The Palace of Immortals had spent tens of thousands of years to figure out how to cultivate the phoenix body, and this ancestral phoenix blood was the key to it. Not long after, the black-clothed man returned and reporting to the Calamity King, "There has been no news about the phoenix in the divine Great Land, and there is only a boundless wasteland thousands of miles to the east. Legend has it that if you continue to travel east, you will reach the end of the world." The end of the world? The Disaster King narrowed his eyes. How could there be an end to the world? It seemed that there were many secrets in the divine Great Land that they didn't know. With that in mind, the Disaster King took a step forward and disappeared. The phoenix ancestral blood was too precious, and could only be chanced upon by luck. No matter if it was the end of the world or the lair of a dragon or a tiger, he had to give it a try. The streak of light flashed past in the blink of an eye, rushing towards the east. At the end of the world, Ning Chun felt the warning from the golden medallion on his body. He immediately withdrew the phoenix blood and used the Chaos Scroll to conceal his aura. "It's finally here." Ning Chen's figure flashed and arrived in front of Mu Bai. He took out the great green sparrow sword from the mahogany box on his back and stabbed it into the ground. "Senior, it's time for you to stretch your muscles." After saying this, Ning Chen took to his heels. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Mu Bai's brows furrowed when he heard those words. He hadn't even understood what was going on when he sensed a powerful aura rushing over from the distance. He couldn't help but let out a cold snort. This brat's guts were growing bigger and bigger. He even dared to scheme against him. The Disaster King appeared and swept his spiritual sense over. However, he could no longer sense the aura of the phoenix blood. At the end of the barren world, there was no life. There was only boundless desolation and a roiling sea of primal chaos. However, there was still one person and one sword. Mu Bai had been sitting at the end of the world for too long. His sword intent had already been completely restrained. On the surface, he looked no different from an ordinary person. The Disaster King was an expert of the three disasters, so he could naturally see a bit more, but not much more. The extra bit he could see was that the cultivation of the person in front of him hovered between the peak of the 9th grade and the Xiantian realm. It was difficult to tell what realm he was at. The aura of the phoenix blood disappeared, leaving behind only one person. The Disaster King carefully sized him up and said, "Where's the phoenix blood? Hand it over." Mu Bai remained silent. "You don't know what's good for you." Although he could sense that the person in front of him was extraordinary, the Disaster King was an expert of the three disasters. How could he be afraid of anyone? He raised his hand to kill and take the item. Clang! There was the sound of metal striking stone. The unsheathed green sparrow sword flew up and blocked this fatal palm strike. In the next moment, the legend of the sword that had been sitting at the end of the world for countless days and nights finally stood up. In an instant, a monstrous sword-intent soared into the sky. It was as if a peerless divine weapon had appeared. The entire world lost its color, leaving only the sharpness of the sword. The Disaster King's expression changed greatly. At this moment, he finally guessed who the person in front of him was. The number 1 swordsman of the divine continent, Mu Bai. Dayan's green sparrow sword was unsheathed. The cry of a bird shook the heavens. The bloodline of the Zine Empire was connected, awakening the spirituality of the sword. The sword intent that connected the heavens and earth suppressed everything. This sword, the strongest sword, opened the heavens for 30,000 zhang. The Disaster King was terrified. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. As the sword intent approached, the flowing light battle armor shattered. The rebirth mirror automatically came to its master's aid, but in an instant it also shattered into pieces. However, this instant saved the Disaster King's life. In that instant of stagnation, the Disaster King's body leaned to the side, avoiding his vitals at the last moment. The sword light pierced through his body, bringing with it dark red flowers of blood. The Disaster King flew out dozens of zhang. Before he landed, he stomped on the air and used the momentum to retreat. Mu Bai did not give chase. With a wave of his hand, the Dayan's green sparrow sword returned to its sheath. Immediately, his sword intent retracted, and he sat down at the end of the world again. 1,000 li away, the Disaster King reappeared. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered several times. Blood continued to gush out of his chest. However, at this moment, a vigorous palm strike came. It was abnormally powerful, like a raging wave crashing against the shore. The Disaster King was shocked. Without time to think, he flipped his palm to block. With a bang, he retreated several steps and spat out another mouthful of blood. The striking golden staff allowed one to recognize the identity of the newcomer. The killing trap that had been prepared for a long time was linked together. Today, they were determined to cut off the strongest arm of the Master of the Four Extremities. Golden Staff Imperial Tutor. The Disaster King immediately guessed who the shriveled old man in front of him was. Without another word, he immediately changed direction and headed north. Whoosh! A snow-colored sword light appeared. It was extremely dazzling. The Disaster King's heart trembled. He hurriedly moved to the side, but he saw the sword chi slash past. His hair fell, and a trace of blood slowly appeared beside his ear. Disaster King, are you satisfied with this result? On the other side, Ning Chen walked over. He looked at the sorry figure in the middle and said coldly, "Treacherous bastard!" Seeing the person in front of him, how could the Disaster King not know that he had fallen into a trap? His face immediately sank. He mocked him while looking for an opportunity to escape. Ning Chen did not waste any words. He clenched his hand, and a pure white sword appeared in his hand. The water rippled, and it instantly appeared in front of the Disaster King. The sword light was cold, and the battle began again. Mu Qianshang and the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor also rushed forward at the same time. The sword and staff interlocked, mercilessly taking his life. The Disaster King fought 1 against 3. His heavily injured body was immediately covered in new wounds. The aftershock entered his body, and blood gushed out of his chest like a fountain, dyeing his clothes red. Damn it! The Disaster King was shocked and angry. He tried his best to break out of the encirclement, but he was powerless. The Golden Staff style was as heavy as Mount Tai. They were all direct attacks. Their intention could not be more obvious. They wanted to exhaust him to death. Mu Qianshang used his sword as a brush, his true essence as ink, and his Dao heart as a painting scroll. Boundless mottled sword intent scattered, turning the surrounding 3,000 feet into a world of black mountains and white water. In the battle, the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor's eyes flashed. This brat's helper was truly extraordinary. His path of the sword was also different from ordinary people. Heavenly Scroll. The battle became more and more intense. Ning Chen did not want to drag it out any longer. He circulated the Heavenly Scroll and pushed his cultivation to the limit. His sword aura crashed down, crashing into the Disaster King. The Disaster King turned his palm to block the attack. At the same time, the ink sword light sword, piercing towards his heart. Without any gap, the Disaster King turned his palm to block again. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly dodged. The golden staff silently appeared and brushed past his left shoulder. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking rang out. It was extremely ear-piercing. The Disaster King's figure immediately became unstable. He staggered and a pure white sword light appeared in front of him again, slashing towards his throat. "You've gone too far." The Disaster King grabbed the remembrance sword and turned his palm over. Unexpectedly, Ning Chen let go of the sword in his hand. The water figure flashed and dodged the palm strike. He raised his hand and pointed his finger, breaking through the chi sea with a sword. Ugh! Blood spurted out. The Disaster King was heavily injured once again. His chi sea was broken and 70% of his cultivation had been crippled. Before he could react, the sword light and the golden staff had arrived once again. Seeing that there was no chance of survival, the Disaster King's eyes flashed with madness. He used the mutual destruction technique. In an instant, the ground collapsed and a sea of flames roared, destroying the world. Karmic fire burning the heavens, 9 heavens falling. The destructive technique's power was shocking and terrifying. When the 3 saw this, their expressions changed. They used the same technique and quickly retreated. The sword light, and the staff arrived at the same time and landed on the Disaster King's body. The next moment, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Between heaven and earth, a huge flame soared into the sky, shocking the world. Disaster King. In the 4 extreme sacred grounds, the 4 extreme realm master's expression suddenly changed. He took a step forward and disappeared. Outside the flame explosion, the 3 people were affected by the aftershock. Their mouths were dyed red and they retreated a dozen steps before stopping. Ning Chen steadied himself and glanced at the huge hole in the battlefield. His eyes narrowed. He had finally succeeded. However, at this moment another change occurred. Within the flame, drops of bright red blood gathered and crazily devoured the flame's energy. A mournful phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor and Mu Qianshang's expression instantly changed. What was going on? The aura that reappeared was vigorous and majestic. It was even stronger than before and was still increasing. We're really unlucky. Ning Chen's expression sank. He had guessed what was going on. A phoenix had been reborn from the ashes. They had really hit the jackpot. Time was of the essence. Ning Chen knew he could not delay any longer. He quickly made a decision and glanced at the 2 people beside him. My cultivation base is not high enough. Please help me. Mu Qianshang and the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor did not know the reason, but they still quickly moved forward. They circulated their cultivation base and poured all their true qi into the former's body. Chapter 296. True essence entered his body and Ning Chen's body broke through the limits of his martial arts. He forcefully activated the life circulation scroll and endless cold air spread out. Everything within 10 miles was frozen, turning into a world of ice and snow. In the ice and snow, the crazily surging flames were immediately hindered and continuously shrunk. The cries of the phoenix became even more shrill, one after another. Among the cries of the phoenix, another will let out an angry roar, wanting to break through the ice and snow. The next moment, the karmic fire and the cold air entered the most intense confrontation. The situation was deadlocked and the 3 people's true qi was rapidly consumed. However, at this critical moment, no one dared to withdraw their true qi. Otherwise, they would suffer a backlash and the consequences would be even more serious. The 9 drops of phoenix blood formed a ring, bobbing up and down continuously. Traces of pale gold rose and in the sea of fire, there was actually a phenomenon of atavism. The pressure on the 3 people suddenly increased. Drops of blood dripped from the corners of their mouths, and they gradually showed signs of exhaustion. In the bloody mist of the phoenix blood, a faintly discernible figure gradually condensed. Although it was just the beginning, it already displayed an extremely strong pressure. This was a true complete nirvana. It was different from Ning Chen, who barely managed to keep his life. Once it succeeded, not only would his martial arts recover, it was very likely that he would advance further and enter a whole new realm. The 3 people were not ordinary people. They could naturally feel the strong pressure from the ring formed by the 9 drops of phoenix blood. If they did not stop it, not only would they fail today's mission, they would also face the craziest counterattack. Quickly think of a way, the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor said in a low voice. No matter what, He did not expect something like this to happen. No one knew what kind of monster would appear after the blood mist condensed. Mu Qianshang did not say anything, but used his actions to express his stance. His demonic eyes lit up with a silver brilliance. Immediately, his martial arts increased by 30% and poured into the person in front of him. "Let's do it." Ning Chen gritted his teeth. With the help of the two people, the 3 scrolls were activated at the same time, and the 3 scrolls' symbiotic technique appeared for the first time. Heaven and earth were born. A strange aura overflowed, far exceeding the limits of the 5 tribulations. Only the 3 disasters could have a preliminary understanding of the origin. The 3 types of aura intersected, reproducing the scene of the origin of the origin. The sky rose and the earth fell, chaos turned into all things. The technique that crossed the boundary instantly sucked the 3 people's true chi dry. An unprecedented power spread out, and the aura of the phoenix blood was immediately suppressed and quickly frozen. The moment it succeeded, the will in the phoenix blood instinctively made a life-saving reaction. It directly charged towards Ning Chen, who was in front of the 3 people. A karmic fire, phoenix blood, and endless chaotic wills drilled into Ning Chen's glabella. His soul sense was directly impacted. A muffled groan came from his throat, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor and Mu Qianshang were also affected. They were sent flying and vomited blood. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor stabilized himself and said in a deep voice, "Brat, you have to give this old man an explanation." Ning Chen endured the pain in his spiritual sense. Just as he was about to speak, a brilliant beam of light streaked through the air. In the blink of an eye, it pierced into the ground with a clang. Dayan's green sparrow sword. The simple and unadorned scabbard covered the sharpness of the sword. The sword returned to the scabbard, and there was nothing unusual about it. However, when Ning Chen saw the sword, he paused and fear flashed in his eyes. "Why don't you go and take it?" Mu Qianshang asked. "He doesn't dare." The Golden Staff Imperial Master was in an extremely bad mood and mocked. Ning Chen looked at the sword. After a while, he sighed softly and walked forward. No matter what, he had to bear the consequences of his own decision. No matter how Senior Mu Bai punished him, he could not escape. Ning Chen extended his hand. Just as he grasped the sword, he heard the cry of a 9th heaven sparrow resound through the world. The sword was 3 inches out of the scabbard and a cold light flashed. A terrifying sword intent spread out, and the 3 people present were all sent flying. Especially Ning Chen, who was the closest to the sword. Blood spurted out from his body. He had schemed against others, and in the end, he had received the punishment he deserved. At the end of the world, Mu Bai felt the sword intent erupting from 1,000 miles behind him. He nodded. Not bad. At least he knew he had to bear the consequences of his own actions. Mu Bai Yu. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor landed on the ground and awkwardly stabilized himself. His expression was furious. He had just said 3 words when he forcefully swallowed the rest of his words. He coldly snorted and no longer spoke. Mu Qianshang went forward and helped Ning Chen up. He asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ning Chen staggered to his feet and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He then looked at the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor not far away and said sincerely, "Senior Golden Staff Imperial Tutor, since the Phoenix blood is not with the Disaster King, it must be somewhere in the Longevity Hall. This junior is willing to accompany Senior on a trip until we find the Phoenix blood. As for the 9 drops, this junior is still unable to take them out. I hope Senior can give me some more time." Hearing this, the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor's eyes flickered with cold light. He weighed the words of the former. After a long while, he coldly said, "This old man will believe you one more time. This is also your last chance. If there are any more accidents, you can prepare for your funeral. Thank you for your forgiveness, Senior Golden Staff Imperial Tutor." Ning Chen smiled tiredly and replied. 10 days later, this old man will go to the imperial city of the Great Xia to find you. I hope you take care of yourself. After saying this, the Disaster King's figure turned into a ray of light and flew towards the northwest. Let's go. Mu Qian Shang did not care about the grudge between the two and said, Ning Chen lightly replied and put the great azure sparrow sword back into the mahogany box behind him before leaving with Mu Qian Shang. Not long after the three left, a multicolored light gathered at the battlefield. The master of the four extreme realms personally arrived and looked at the devastated ground with murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He had still come too late. One day later, Ning Chen returned to the Marquis mansion. On the surface, he looked no different from usual. However, as soon as he returned, he immediately went to the backyard and greeted Ruoshi before closing himself in his study. For 3 whole days, Ning Chen did not leave his room. If not for Ning Shi being able to sense the surging aura in the study, Lu Ruoshi would have already rushed in. The battle was originally going smoothly, but because of the final change, there were some accidents. Fortunately, the Disaster King was unable to successfully reach Nirvana, so there was one less big problem. The only thing that worried him was the 9 drops of phoenix blood that had entered his spiritual sense. The moment the phoenix blood entered his body, he felt that something was not quite right. The phoenix blood contained too many chaotic wills. However, they quickly disappeared and were no longer detectable. The 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were the most mysterious places in the human body. Even Xiantian powerhouses could not fully grasp it. Perhaps only those ancient sages who had survived the 3 disasters could set foot in it. Ning Chen tried a few more times but still found nothing. He could only put this matter aside for the time being and get up to leave. The Golden Staff State Master did not give him much time, so he had to arrange everything as soon as possible. At the end of the misty forest, in front of the netherworld, Ning Chen appeared. He passed through the restriction and walked in step by step. The netherworld was as dark and cold as usual. There was no sound, so quiet that it made one's hair stand on end. He spread out his spiritual sense and searched for a long time, but in the end all he got was a sigh of disappointment. The ghost girl was not there, and she might not even have returned. Ning Chen's heart was full of guilt. This time it was his fault. If he had not taken the ghost girl out of the netherworld, these unforeseen events would not have happened. In the netherworld hall, the purple gold divine sword and the blood-red demon saber floated up and down. A strong aura was faintly discernible. During the 2 days of waiting, Ning Chen tried again, but he was still rejected by the saber and sword. After entering the Xiantian realm, he could clearly feel the extraordinariness of this pair of divine weapons. Unfortunately, treasures had spirits and would choose their own masters. It was useless to force it. 2 days later, Ning Chen left with regret. He did not know when he would return. He hoped that the ghost girl could survive this disaster and recover as soon as possible. In the next 3 days, Ning Chen went to Beimeng. He had promised Mingyu that he would visit her often, but he never did. He rarely went back on his words in his life, but he lied to a little girl again and again. In Beimeng Palace, Mingyu's beautiful big eyes reddened when she saw the person in front of her. Tears were about to fall. Ning Chen's heart ached and he smiled gently. Amethyst dismissed the palace maids in the hall and immediately retreated herself. Mingyu jogged 2 steps and threw herself at him, crying out loud. Although she was the emperor of Beimeng, Mingyu was lonely and had no one to rely on. Her parents died early, and she was brought up by Fan Lingyue. Later, she was kidnapped out of the palace by Ning Chen. Under the threat of Emperor Xia, Fan Lingyue protected her with his life several times and took good care of her. The relationship between the two had long been as close as blood and could not be separated. Now that Fan Lingyue had passed away, Ning Chen was Mingyu's only family in this world. Ning Chen stayed for 3 days. 3 days later, he had to leave again. The disaster of the four extremes had to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only Great Xia, but even Beimeng would not be spared. In the imperial city of Great Xia, Ning Chen returned and went directly to the Heavenly Mandate Palace. The matter of the disaster victims in Prajna City was handled by Prince Hua. The battlefields in the west and east were guarded by Duke Jingwu and several martial marquises of Great Xia. There was no need for him to worry. The only thing he was worried about was his good friend. Zhang Sun, Duke Jingwu, and the Grand Advisor had all seen what had happened in the Forbidden Land. He already knew that after the founding of the nation armament, it was originally a holy land that existed to train the descendants of the royal family. However, because more and more people had died and with the passage of time, it had completely turned into a forbidden land. It had been suppressed by Great Xia's fate for hundreds of years, and the resentment it had accumulated was immeasurable. Unlike him, Ziyi was a kind person by nature. Therefore, even if the aura of resentment entered his body, it did not affect him too much. However, the headmaster had said that becoming a demon was irreversible. How could he not worry? In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Xia Zi was still looking at the stacks of memorials. When he saw Ning Chen arrive, he nodded lightly, indicating for him to wait for a moment. Ning Chen was not in a hurry. He casually found a place to sit down and quietly waited. Not long after, Xia Zi finished looking at the last stack of memorials. He got up and walked down from his throne, smiling tiredly as he said, "Good friend, you've worked hard to get rid of the Disaster King. It's a great merit. Do you want any reward?" "Ha." Ning Chen lightly laughed and replied, "Forget it, I'll owe you for now. I'm here to say goodbye to you. I'm going to the four extremes to find a way to destroy the teleportation formation that they're sending reinforcements to." Xia Zi's smile disappeared, and a trace of worry appeared on his face as he asked, "Will that work?" "It's very likely that the master of the four extremes will personally guard such an important formation. If you want to destroy it, you'll have to directly face that person." "Don't worry, there'll be a way," Ning Chen smiled as he replied. Chapter 297. The two talked for a long time. When they parted, Ning Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "Ziyi, people's hearts are unpredictable. Don't believe them easily. In this world, many people are not worthy of your sincerity. Don't care what they say." Xia Zi responded, "Friend, don't worry. I will do my best to deal with things here. Don't worry." Ning Chen nodded and turned to leave without saying anything. In the Weiyang Palace, Ning Chen respectfully bowed to Zhang Sun and explained the reason. Half an hour later, he said goodbye and left. Qing Ning came out to send him off. There was a rare touch of gentleness on her soft face. She whispered, "Come back soon." Ning Chen stopped and stretched out his arms to hug the woman beside him. The little maid passing by was scared and hurriedly turned her head. "Boy, is your skin itchy again?" Qing Ning gently pushed the person in front of her away and said with tears in her eyes, "Sister Qing Ning looks best when she's angry." Ning Chen chuckled and continued, "I'm leaving. Take care of the Empress and take care of yourself." After speaking, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer and walked away. In the Marquis' mansion, Ruo she brought the white clothes she made. Although the Marquis' mansion didn't lack money to buy clothes, the former top courtesan was still used to doing it herself. "Ruo Shi, these days, the Marquis' mansion will be in your hands. Ning Shi isn't a person who can stay idle. It's not easy for her to take care of herself," Ning Chen said. Lu Ruo she showed a smile on her face. While helping the former put on the clothes, she said, "Marquis, the princess will be sad if you say that." "That's right, brother, how can you say that about your sister?" Ning Shi walked over and pouted. "Oh," Ning Chen smiled and said, "I may not be able to make it back in time for Zi's wedding. I'll leave this matter to you. I heard from the Empress that the future Empress is quite good. When you have time, you and Xin you can visit her together and help Zi check." "Okay." Ning Shi nodded vigorously. As long as she didn't have to go to the palace to learn etiquette, she would do anything. If that Miss Meng and a young man called Luan Fengchen come, you must treat them with courtesy. If there's anything you can't solve, go to the palace to find Z. Ning Chen said. Ning Shi and Ruo Shi nodded. Ning Chen then told the two of them some things that they needed to pay attention to. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly narrowed. It was finally here. A powerful aura descended, accompanied by the sound of the rings on the golden staff colliding with each other. In the current world, the martial monarch had fallen, the principal had sacrificed himself, the Buddha's realm was unknown, and Mu Bai was sitting at the end of the world, no longer appearing in the world. Beimeng Meng's golden staff state master could be said to be the strongest fighting force in the divine continent. Everyone knew about the golden staff imperial tutor's character. He could turn hostile at any time. Ning Chen used the phoenix blood as a bait to get him to help deal with the four extremities. He was walking on the edge of a knife, but he had no other choice. I'm leaving. Take good care of yourselves. Ning Chen smiled warmly at the two of them, then turned and left. Ning Shi and Ruo Shi's eyes flashed with tears. After this farewell, they didn't know when they'd be able to see each other again. In the courtyard, Ning Chen glanced at the golden staff imperial tutor who was walking over and said politely, "Senior Golden Staff, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go." The golden staff imperial tutor didn't say anything. He took a step forward and the two figures disappeared between heaven and earth. In the Ascension Valley, Xian Tian was shocked when he sensed the two powerful auras approaching. Before he could stop them, he was blasted away by one of them and retreated dozens of feet. In the next moment, the two disappeared into the swirling void and went up the passage. Profound Sky looked at the two disappearing figures and clenched his fists. This time it's really troublesome. The four extremities, under the sky, two people appeared. The golden staff imperial tutor looked at the space turbulence in front of him and couldn't help but frown. Senior Golden Staff, this is the only way now. Let's go. Ning Chen said. The golden staff imperial tutor nodded and stepped into the turbulence. The flow of space and time constantly flashed. The two were very careful with every step they took, not wanting to be involved in the turbulence. Outside the turbulence, time passed day by day. The two people in the turbulence never came out. The space turbulence was uncontrollable. If they were lucky, they could pass through it in an hour. If they were unlucky, it could take months. Finally, after a sudden spatial storm, the two of them separated, each looking for a way out. No one knew if Ning Chen had done this intentionally or not. At the very least, the golden staff imperial tutor didn't see anything. Half a month later, Ning Chen walked out, but he was thrown to the south by the turbulence. As for the golden staff imperial tutor, his luck was even worse. He was still trapped in the turbulence, and it seemed that he wouldn't be able to come out for a while. When he arrived at the four extremities realm again, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. After walking for a day or two, Ning Chen discovered that the current four extremities realm was basically under the complete control of the four extremities Holy Lands. Regardless of whether the four great dynasties and the great sects of the world were sincere in their allegiance, at the very least, the master of the four extremities realm had become the true master of a realm in name. Ning Chen discreetly inquired about Senior Yen Wang and Wild, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Ning Chen came to Heavenly Stellar City. He stayed for 5 days, but he didn't rush to the general's family. He patiently waited while understanding the current situation. Heavenly Stellar City was part of the Huolei dynasty. The Huolei dynasty's imperial family had already submitted to the four extremities Holy Land. If the general's family wanted to protect themselves, there was only one choice, and that was to submit. With Jiang Hua's arrogance, this possibility wasn't high. However, nothing was absolute. He still needed to observe first before making a decision. On the 6th day, General Xian and an elder of the general's family went out to handle some matters. Not long after they left, they suddenly trembled and an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. "Don't make a fuss." Ning Chen gently smiled and transmitted his voice. General Xian nodded and continued to follow the ninth elder. When night fell, General Xian impatiently found an excuse to temporarily leave the ninth elder's side. She followed the ninth elder to a secluded place and saw a familiar figure in plain clothes not far away. She finally couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. She ran over and hugged the ninth elder's arm excitedly. "Master, when did you come back?" "Not long. Where are you going?" Ning Chen gently rubbed the little girl's hair. "The capital. The Lihua dynasty and the Hualei dynasty have decided to form a marriage alliance. In a month's time, it will be the wedding day of the Lihua dynasty's eldest princess and His Majesty. Elder brother told me and the ninth elder to leave first with congratulatory gift." "He'll be there soon," General Xian replied. Hearing this, a strange light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. It seemed that the Four Extremities Holy Land was putting more and more pressure on the Four Extremities Holy Land. Although a marriage alliance couldn't guarantee anything, it did give the two dynasties an opportunity to unite. He wanted to see if the Four Extremities Holy Land would make any move. Would they just let it be, or would they try to obstruct it? He couldn't rely on himself to fight against the Four Extremities Holy Land. He needed to find helpers. Jiang Hua was a good choice, but he had to be sure of Jiang Hua's attitude. "Don't tell anyone that you've seen me." "Jiang Hua the same," Ning Chen seriously said. Although General Xian had her doubts, she still obediently nodded. "Go back. Otherwise, your ninth elder will become suspicious. I still have things to do. In a few days, I'll go to Cloud Cry City to find you." "Master, you have to be careful." Jiang Xian nodded and gave some instructions out of concern before leaving first. Ning Chen thought for a moment as he watched Jiang Xian leave. Then, his figure flashed as he rushed towards the northwest. Within the eternal night god Sek's abyss of darkness, Zong Qianqiu was respectfully kneeling on the ground. A powerful darkness aura soon filled the air and a divine voice rang out. "What is it?" "Master, after the martial monarch died, the divine church's power is lacking. I hope Master can allow the third hall to appear. That way, subordinate can focus more on what Master wants me to do," pleaded Zong Qianqiu. The darkness aura was silent for a moment. Then it said, "It's not time yet. Since the first hall's master has died, you can choose someone else to temporarily take control of the army. Whether or not that person is from the Divine Church isn't important." Zong Qianqiu was startled. When he heard this, surprise flashed in his eyes. He respectfully bowed and left. Within the second hall, Remnant Wind reported the results of his investigation. Zong Qianqiu frowned. His guess was correct. Most likely, Xia Rui's princes had all been poisoned. "What about Xia Zi's blood? Have you obtained it?" asked Zong Qianqiu. Remnant Wind shook his head. "No. That person's cultivation base is too high. It's hard to find a chance. Forget it, there's no need to investigate anymore. Go to Wushuang City and say the Divine Church has a great gift for you," said Zong Qianqiu. "Yes." Remnant Wind accepted the order and left. Within the hall, Zong Qianqiu's lips curled into a cold smile. The Disaster King had been schemed against and killed. One could imagine how furious the master of the Four Extreme Realms was toward the Grand Xia. Hopefully, he would be satisfied with this gift. As for the Grand Xia's Jiming Marquis, he truly was a difficult character to deal with. The deaths of the martial monarch and the Disaster King were inextricably linked to him. However, since he had already gone to the Four Extreme Realms, the Divine Church didn't need to worry about him. Boom! Just at this moment, the Divine Church's grand formation violently shook. Zong Qianqiu's expression changed and he quickly rushed out. When he saw the distant blue figure, he couldn't help snorting. That madman! Nether flame could burn the heavens and boil the seas. An even more powerful aura had already passed the third tribulation and entered the fourth. The anomaly of the underworld had displayed a terrifying talent that surpassed all the previous underworld children. He had ascended step by step, shocking the world. However, his temperamental and crazy heart made him a terrifying heretic. No one was willing to provoke him, including the Eternal Night Divine Church. "Underworld child, you've crossed the line," said Zhong Qianqiu coldly. "Crossed the line? In front of the underworld child, there is no such thing as a boundary." The underworld child extended a finger and lightly pointed. Immediately, boundless nether flame pressed down without any reason. Just as Zhong Qianqiu was about to attack, a palm filled with ghostly qi slammed toward the underworld child. "Oh, my dear fellow cultivator, even if you've already entered the Rakshasa Dao, are you still so stubborn?" Chapter 298. Underworld child waved his hand, dispersing the incoming palm energy. He turned around and looked at the red-clothed woman with a playful smile. The ghostly woman's red headband was gone, and her long hair danced in the wind. Her cold and emotionless eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Underworld Child. The ghost desolation art struck down, and Underworld Child was forced back 3 steps. His blood and chi churned inside his body. The ghost lady of the underworld, who had lost her humanity and returned to her Rakshasa nature, had her cultivation level increased again. She had entered the third tribulation of the Khanate realm. However, she was not at a disadvantage when facing the fourth tribulation of the underworld child. The ghost desolation mantra, which was reinforced by divine power, was earth-shaking. In front of the Eternal Night Divine Sect, the 2 prodigies of the underworld displayed their strength and fought with their lives on the line. Terrifying waves of chi spread out, and even the Eternal Night Divine Sect protecting array trembled violently. Ghost desolation art, soul-breaking. Ghost chi rose around the ghost lady. Her bright red lips made her beautiful face look even more demonic. Her slender hands slammed down, and the ground in front of the demonic sect cracked. Rocks flew everywhere. "Hellfire burns the heavens!" Underworld Child flipped his palm, and hellfire surged, clashing with the ghost desolation art. In an instant, a dark aura spread out, and the Eternal Night Divine Sect protecting array shattered. Zhong Qianqiu's expression became serious. He flipped his hand, and 4 dark green talismans flew out, turning into light screens that protected the divine sect behind him. The battle between the 2 prodigies was unprecedentedly fierce. Both sides had the protection of their origin, and the injuries they suffered were quickly healed. When they attacked again, it was an even more powerful attack. One of them went crazy, and the other turned into a Rakshasa. As their figures intersected, the sky collapsed and the ground caved in. Everything within 1,000 feet was devastated. Just as the 2 were fighting, the purple-gold divine sword and blood-red demonic blade in the netherworld kingdom trembled. Under the influence of the hellfire and Rakshasa power, the purple-gold and blood-red light shone brightly. This was the first time in thousands of years that something had happened. Blood splattered in front of the divine sect as the fierce battle reached its climax. The 2 were dyed red, and the ghost origin rose, but it quickly recovered. After another head-on clash, Underworld Child's interest vanished. He shook his head in boredom and left the battlefield. Ghost Woman's figure flashed out, and she quickly chased after the Underworld Child. Zhong Qianqiu frowned as he looked at the territory of the divine sect that had suffered such an unexpected calamity. However, he did not want to provoke these 2 people now. Before the decline of the underworld, it was the most dreaded place in the world. Every generation of underworld children and ghost women were not people to be trifled with. Once 1 or 2 of them broke through to the innate realm, they would eventually step into the 3 disasters and become the lord of the underworld. Although the underworld had declined, the underworld child and ghost girl of this generation were even more prosperous than before. Both of them had broken through to the innate stage, and the speed at which they improved was astonishing. Unless it was the last moment, there was no need to provoke them. According to the current situation, it was inevitable that either Hell King or Ghost King would appear. Although it would be more troublesome to deal with them in the future, the stronger they were, the better it would be for the divine sex plan. In the four extreme Holy Lands, the Lord of the Four Extreme Realm narrowed his eyes when he saw Zhong Qianqiu's report. Xianzhi, your subordinate is present. Xianzhi knelt down respectfully. I'll leave this matter to you. In addition, invite Zhong Qianqiu over for a chat, said the master of the four extreme regions. Yes. Xianzhi stood up and left. In the Imperial Edict Hall, Kong Yu requested an audience. After being summoned, he quickly knelt down and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. Division Head Tai, what is it? Asked Xia Zi. Reporting to Your Majesty, our scouts have sent word that Ghost Girl and Underworld Child have appeared in front of the Eternal Night Divine Sect, said Kong Yu. Xia Zi immediately stood up, a serious look in his eyes. Before his friend had left, he had asked him to continue looking for Ghost Girl. Moreover, Underworld Child was a huge disaster, so he had to pay close attention to him. Tell your subordinates to be on high alert for the next few days. If they discover any traces of those two, immediately report back, said Xia Zi. Yes. Kong Yu bowed respectfully. In the Eternal Night Second Hall, Zhong Qianqiu had been waiting for several days. Finally, the person he had been waiting for arrived. Xianzhi walked over and expressed the four extreme Holy Lands thanks. The two of them feigned civility for an hour. Just before they left, Xianzhi said seriously, Hall Master, my realm's master sincerely invites you to visit the sacred land as a guest. Zhong Qianqiu thought for a moment, then nodded. Help me reply to your realm's master. Tell him that I will definitely go. Xianzhi cupped his fists and turned to leave. Hall Master, this trip might be a trap, reminded Remnant Wind worriedly. It's fine. Zhong Qianqiu shook his head. The Calamity King died in battle, and the four extreme Holy Lands forces haven't been fully mobilized yet. The four extreme Holy Lands masters won't go so far as to offend both the Grand Xia and the Eternal Night Divine Sect. Half a day later, Zhong Qianqiu left the Divine Palace and headed toward Ascension Valley. Within the Sacred Lands Transportation Formation, Zhong Qianqiu appeared. The four extreme Holy Lands masters were personally waiting for him. The Eternal Night Divine Sect and the four extreme Holy Lands masters met. The two of them each had their own thoughts, and their smiles were difficult to understand. Hall Master, welcome to the Sacred Land as a guest, said the four extreme Holy Lands master. You're too courteous. Zhong Qianqiu's lips curved. The door of the Holy Temple opened, and the two of them walked in together. After that, the door closed, leaving only the two of them in the hall. I've heard that the Hall Master's chess skills are extraordinary. Would you be interested in playing a game? Asked the four extreme Holy Lands master. Qianqiu is honored. Zhong Qianqiu gently smiled and waved his right hand. Space rippled, and a faintly discernible chessboard appeared. The chessboard's lines crisscrossed, dividing space into countless small squares. Realm Master, please. Zhong Qianqiu spread out his hands. Since you're a guest, you should naturally go first, said the four extreme Holy Lands master politely. Zhong Qianqiu didn't refuse. White light flickered in his hand, and a piece flew to the top right corner of the chessboard. You're too courteous, said the four extreme Holy Lands master when he saw where Zhong Qianqiu had placed his piece. Both sides placed their pieces quickly, one piece after another. There was almost no time to think. Each time a piece was placed, the chessboard would violently shake, as if it couldn't bear the power of the pieces and would collapse at any moment. Hall Master, the Divine Sect seems to be planning on swallowing the grudge of the martial monarch, said the four extreme Holy Lands master calmly. It's not swallowing the grudge, it's just that we're not strong enough, replied Zhong Qianqiu. A white piece flew out of his hand. The martial monarch died in battle, and the calamity king of my realm also met with misfortune. If we don't work together and let the Grand Xia have a chance to breathe, the next people to die may be the two of us," said the Four Extreme Holy Lands Master indifferently. "Does the Realm Master have any ideas?" asked Zhong Qianqiu slowly. "In the Four Extreme Holy Lands, no matter how powerful a dynasty is, it can't exist for more than 1,000 years. A human dynasty shouldn't exist for so long." The Four Extreme Holy Lands Master didn't rush to answer. Instead, he blocked Zhong Qianqiu's path with a black piece. "You're right, Realm Master. However, the Divine Prefecture's waters are deep. 1,000 years ago, various powers were constantly fighting each other, and the people strongly desired peace. The Grand Xia came into being and seized the opportunity to seize most of the world's karmic luck. With the help of the Confucian school, the current situation was created," replied Zhong Qianqiu. The Four Extreme Holy Lands Master glanced at the black and white pieces on the chessboard. He placed his piece on the sky. "Since the Grand Xia was created by the people's will, then we'll start from there. The common people are the most foolish people in the world. With just a little instigation, they'll lose their stance. In this aspect, the Eternal Night sect should be better than anyone. With the help of the Confucian school, it won't be that simple," replied Zhong Qianqiu. "What if the Confucian school no longer exists?" asked the Four Extreme Holy Lands Master. Zhong Qianqiu's hand paused. He thought for a moment before placing his final piece. "That's exactly what I'm thinking." With that, the game was over. The chessboard was filled with black and white pieces, but there was no clear winner. The two looked at each other and smiled faintly. "I hope this alliance will be the beginning of a formal cooperation between the Four Extreme Holy Lands and the Eternal Night sect," said the Four Extreme Holy Lands Master sincerely. "Qianqiu also thinks so," said Zhong Qianqiu seriously. After that, Zhong Qianqiu left. The Four Extreme Holy Lands Master stared at the chessboard in the air for a long time. Then he waved his hand to disperse the chessboard. Specks of starlight scattered and vanished. In Cloudcry City, the Sudden Thunder Dynasty's emperor was getting married. The entire dynasty was celebrating. The Lihua Dynasty's envoys were passing through the streets. Li Yue was sitting in an incomparably beautiful carriage. She was wearing a wedding dress. The bright red color contrasted with her beautiful face, making her even more beautiful. The people on both sides automatically parted, making a path. A white-robed figure appeared in the crowd. Looking at the woman in the carriage, he narrowed his eyes. This woman had truly made him have a whole new level of respect for her. For the sake of her dynasty's future, she was willing to sacrifice herself like this. In the carriage, Li Yue's expression was calm. There wasn't the slightest bit of unwillingness on her face. However, that charming smile of the past could no longer be seen on her beautiful face. Their gazes didn't meet at all. The carriage pulled the most beautiful woman in the Lihua dynasty and slowly left. At the same time, in the Confucian school's Dragon Garden, not far from the Grand Xia Imperial City, powerful figures descended one after another. They stood in the air, and their powerful auras were abnormally heavy, making it hard for people to breathe. Xian Tian was in the lead, followed by Xingyun, Yu Yangtian, Canfeng, and Hua Zhuang. One was at the fifth tribulation, two were at the third tribulation, and two were at the third tribulation. There were also two divine martial guards who were comparable to the third tribulation. The Four Extreme Holy Lands and the Eternal Night sect had joined hands to completely destroy the Confucian school of Great Xia. They wanted to destroy this 1,000-year-old dynasty once more. Within the heavenly mandate palace of the Grand Xia Imperial City, Xia Zi's expression changed. His feet moved, and he turned into a streak of light that charged toward the Dragon Garden. "Emperor of the Grand Xia, you won't be going anywhere today." Two figures appeared. They were dressed in luxurious blue robes, and their purple fur coats fluttered in the wind. These were Profound Knowledge and Zhong Qianqiu, the two peak magical experts of the Eternal Night cult. Heads, quickly go to the dragon garden to help. Xia Zi's expression sank as he shouted. Within the imperial city, 4 people appeared. Without hesitation, their figures flashed as they rushed toward the dragon garden. In the depths of the dragon garden, in a desolate area, the formation rippled, and 3 stone houses appeared. Chapter 299. Above Grand Xia's imperial city, 2 peak sorcery experts and divine sect blocked the path. Xia Zi was worried about the dragon garden's safety, so he forced his way through alone. After entering the 3rd tribulation, Grand Xia's strength was even greater than before. He spat out a mouthful of silent autumn water, filling the sky with autumn light and killing intent. Oh! Zhong Qianqiu felt that the person in front of him was completely different from before. It wasn't just the increase in strength, but the feeling between the moves. Autumn water flows through yin-yang, heavenly light appears in the sea of clouds. The autumn water light soared into the sky as Xia Zi activated all of his martial arts. Overwhelming righteousness soared into the sky and sliced apart the sea of clouds in the horizon. Sunlight reappeared as his ultimate move stirred up the wind and clouds, forming a huge vortex. The righteous energy and demonic qi were clearly visible. However, Grand Xia's Emperor's benevolent heart wasn't affected by the demonic qi. He used heaven and earth slash, determined to kill this evil person. Heaven and earth black-yellow, heaven and earth borrowing power, limitless seal space. Xianji formed a hand seal and activated a spell. Instantly, an illusory cloud spread out, forming a barrier in front of him. Sword moves and sorcery clashed. Terrifying shockwaves spread out, shattering the barrier in front of Xianji. He retreated a dozen steps, covered in blood. Yin and Yang, 4 divisions, 4 dimensions, falling god's spear. Zhong Qianqiu waved his hand and used a special technique. Wind and clouds gathered, and lightning condensed. A dazzling lightning spear appeared and flew forward. Xia Zi's expression turned cold. He spun his sword and rushed towards the lightning spear. Heaven and earth shook. Xia Zi's lips were dyed red, but he didn't retreat. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Zhong Qianqiu. The Emperor of Grand Xia, the Eternal Night Hall Master, had officially clashed. Death, soul lock. Zhong Qianqiu raised his palm to block the sword. He gathered his true yuan, and with a clang, the air around him dispersed. As expected, in close combat, Zhong Qianqiu could clearly feel the abnormality of Xia Zi's aura. Pitiful sovereign of the Grand Xia, how much longer can you resist? Your heart is covered in dust. A cold look flashed across the corner of Zhong Qianqiu's mouth. As he faced the attack, he used all his strength to activate the ruler's demonic qi. On the other side, Xianji understood. He chanted an incantation, and the light around his body shone brightly. He used a strange technique to catalyze the ruler's demonic state. The aura of righteousness around Xia Zi's body spun rapidly, and a dark demonic aura overflowed from his body. His emperor's long hair broke off his crown and danced wildly in the air, turning white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Imperial brother. At the critical moment, an anxious voice came from the bottom of the battlefield. Xia Zi's body trembled, and he came back to his senses for a brief moment. He immediately suppressed the demonic aura in his body, and the righteous aura around him gained the upper hand once again. He slashed at the 2 people in front of him. Zhong Qianqiu retreated 30 meters, glanced at the woman below and coldly said, "I'll hold him back. You go kill her." Xianji nodded. His silhouette flickered as he rushed down. Attacking a weak girl, how shameless! Right at this moment, a beautiful figure appeared, blocking in front of him. With a flip of her palm, she struck out, colliding head-on with the incoming person. When the 2 palms collided, a loud explosion rang out. Xianji felt his blood flow in reverse, and he vomited blood as he was sent flying. Seeing this woman, Zhong Qianqiu's expression sank, and he warned, "Xianji, come back. You're not her match." Xianzhi also sensed the difference between the two of them. With a stomp of his foot, he returned to the sky. "Big sister Luofei, go help imperial brother," said Xia Xinyu anxiously. "No need. Your imperial brother is much more powerful than you think. In the current situation, your safety is more important," said Luofei calmly. Both inside and outside the imperial palace, Qing Ning and the Grand Tutor were fully focused. While protecting the imperial city, they were also prepared to help at any moment. At the same time, in the Confucian School's Dragon Garden, Xian Tian led 4 Third Tribulation Xiantian experts to descend. The slaughter began, and half of the Dragon Garden was instantly turned into a wasteland. The Confucians suffered a calamity, and the Confucian School's disciples dyed the Dragon Garden in blood. At this critical moment, 3 stone houses that had been hidden in the depths of the Dragon Garden were forced to appear. Powerful auras surged out, and in the next moment, 3 grand auras soared into the sky. One was a 5th Tribulation Xiantian expert, while the other 2 were 4th Tribulation Xiantian experts. The 4 Confucian school heads who had come to reinforce the Dragon Garden immediately knelt and respectfully said, "We respectfully welcome the 3 sovereigns." The appearance of the Confucian school's sovereigns immediately caused many reactions. Xian Tian's group of 5, Zhong Qianqiu's group of 2, Xia Zi, the Grand Tutor, and the others were all shocked. Clearly, no one had guessed that the Confucian school still had such experts in the world. Their sudden appearance shocked everyone. The war had already reached this point, and the Grand Xia had been in the most dangerous of life and death situations several times. If there were such experts, there was no need for them to hide until now. Zhong Qianqiu was extremely intelligent, and he quickly figured out the reason, and a cold smile appeared on his face. The Grand Xia's emperor. It seems the Confucian school of the Grand Xia that cares for the common people has also been corrupted. There's no need to worry. Although Xia Zi also had his suspicions, he could only temporarily suppress them. His sword aura soared into the sky. 3 figures, 1 azure, 1 white, and 1 blue, flew out from the Confucian school's Dragon Garden. Their Confucian robes fluttered, and powerful waves of qi spread out, causing everyone present to feel a heavy pressure. Seeing the change in the situation, Xian Tian led his sword and attacked the strongest of the 3, the azure-robed man. Clang! The weapon sovereign unsheathed his sword, and the 2 swords clashed. Sword light scattered everywhere, filling the sky with killing intent. 4 world-awakening sounds, bright moon soaring sky. The only woman among the 3 sovereigns took out a pipa. She plucked the strings, and a bright moon shone in the sky. In an instant, extremely profound sounds poured out like water ripples, filling the eyes with moonlight. Xian Tian, who had already reached the 5th tribulation, was barely able to resist. However, not far away, Yu Yangtian, Xingyun, and the other 3 were all heavily injured. Their minds trembled violently, and their mouths were dyed red. At this moment, the other white-robed man also moved. With a gentle smile, he slashed out with his magistrate's brush. Xingyun, who was closest to him, immediately vomited blood from his major acupoints and fell straight down. Xingyun. Xian Tian's expression changed. His clear sword swept out, pushing away the sword in front of him. Then, he rushed forward and caught the falling Xingyun. "Your acupoints have been destroyed. Life and death have been decided. Don't waste your energy." The white-robed sovereign's smile did not change, but the words he said made everyone's heart turn cold. "Retreat." Seeing that the situation had fallen into a disadvantage, Xian Tian shouted. His clear sword instantly unleashed 3 moves, forcing the 3 sovereigns back, and left with Xingyun. Yu Yangtian, Hua Zhuang, and Remnant Wind also took the chance to retreat, quickly leaving. The 2 sovereigns wanted to chase after them, but they were stopped by the weapon sovereign. "No need to chase. These people are not easy to deal with." After speaking, the weapon sovereign glanced at the imperial palace. His eyes flickered and he said, "Also, It's time for us to meet the current Emperor Xia. The two sovereigns nodded. This was indeed an important matter. They had been hiding for so long, waiting for a more suitable time to come out. They did not expect that today's events would happen, so they had to show up in advance. No matter what, Emperor Xia was the master of the Xia dynasty, controlling the entire foundation of the Xia dynasty. Even they had to be wary of him, and on the surface they had to bow their heads. In the sky above the imperial palace, Zhong Qianqiu, who was fighting, pushed away the autumn light sword with one palm and retreated 10 feet. After sensing the three auras approaching quickly, a smile that no one could understand appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Xianji, retreat," Zhong Qianqiu called out. Then, his figure faded and disappeared between heaven and earth. Xianji accepted the order. His feet moved, and he turned into a stream of light and left. In the next moment, 3 figures, green, white, and blue, rushed over. They bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Xia Zi looked at the 3 unfamiliar yet familiar people in front of him. His expression was cold, and he said, "Honorable sovereigns, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Below, the Grand Advisor saw that the atmosphere was not good. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the sky. He said, "Your Majesty, let's discuss this in the Heavenly Mandate Palace." Xia Zi said nothing more. Autumn light returned to its scabbard, and he immediately turned and flew down. The 3 sovereigns of the Confucian sect looked at each other and followed him down. The Grand Advisor's expression was serious. Even he did not know that the Confucian sect still had 3 honorable sovereigns alive. If this matter was not handled well, there would be an indelible rift between the Confucian sect and the imperial court. In the Weiyang Palace, Zhang Sun, who had never asked about politics, also looked cold after seeing what happened in the sky. "Qingning, come with me to the Heavenly Mandate Palace." "Yes." Qingning accepted the order and immediately walked toward the Heavenly Mandate Palace with Zhang Sun. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Xia Zi stood quietly in the hall. He looked at the 3 people in front of him, anger flickering in his eyes. At this moment, Zhang Sun arrived. Everyone present was shocked and bowed respectfully. "You guys talk about your matters. I'm just here to take a look." Zhang Sun sat down on a chair and said calmly, "Empress Dowager, according to the law, the imperial harem is not allowed to interfere in politics." The sovereign of the Li clan bowed and stood up with a smile on his face. "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Sun picked up the tea that a palace maid had brought over and said lightly, "If I remember correctly, the 3 honorable sovereigns have passed away a long time ago. The previous emperor seemed to have gone to pay respects to their tombs. Qingning, according to the law of the Great Xia, what should be done?" "Deceiving the emperor is a crime punishable by death," Qingning said coldly. "Li Feng, don't be rude," the sovereign of the Li clan shouted. He immediately bowed respectfully to the most noble woman in the Great Xia and said, "Empress Dowager, please understand. We have our own difficulties in doing this." "I'm all ears," Zhang Sun laughed coldly and said. Yunming City was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. There was a joyous atmosphere everywhere. The young emperor of the Hulei dynasty was getting married, and the person he was marrying was the aunt of the young emperor of the Lihua dynasty. The marriage between the 2 dynasties meant that the 2 strongest dynasties of the 4 extremes had formed an alliance. In the Hulei Palace, Ning Chun changed his identity and sat on the seat that originally belonged to the Hulei city lord. He changed his appearance so that no one could recognize him. The emperor's wedding was the biggest event in the Hulei dynasty in the past decade. The nobles and the nobles all gathered here. The auspicious time arrived, and the bell rang 3 times. At the end of the red carpet in the distance, a beautiful figure slowly appeared. The ceremonial procession and music were in front of her. Dozens of well-dressed officials, eunuchs, and guards surrounded her as she walked toward the main hall. Chapter 300. The atmosphere in the Heavenly Mandate Palace was stagnant. The three Confucian sect sovereigns faced Zhang Xuan's strong attitude and thought about how to deal with this problem. No matter how strong their cultivation was and how influential the Confucian sect was in the imperial court, a ruler would always be a ruler and a subject would always be a subject. As long as the person sitting on the throne was still the royal family of the Xia dynasty, they had to bow their heads. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, when the three of us joined forces to cultivate the secret techniques of the Confucian sect, we accidentally went mad and fell into a state of suspended animation. We were buried in the Confucian mausoleum and only woke up a few days ago. We returned to the Dragon Garden to recuperate. We planned to meet Your Majesty and Empress Dowager when we recovered, but today's incident forced us to come out of seclusion to resist the enemy. The sovereign explained the reason with a respectful expression. His attitude was so sincere that no one could hear anything wrong. Zhang Sun shifted her gaze to the Grand Advisor and said lightly, "Grand Advisor, you are the head of the Confucian sect. What do you think of the highest lord's words?" The Grand Advisor stepped forward and bowed respectfully. He said tactfully, "Empress Dowager, the Confucian sect does have such a technique. If you don't cultivate it well, you may lose your 5 senses and be stripped of your 6 senses." Zhang Sun sneered inwardly. It seemed that once the Confucian sect was involved, even the Grand Advisor, who had always been straightforward, did not dare to answer directly. To the side, Xia Zi quietly watched the actions of the 3 highest lords and the Grand Advisor, but did not say anything. After the disappointment, the anger in his heart gradually subsided. "Since the 3 highest lords are injured, you may leave. I will visit the Dragon Garden in person another day," Xia Zi said calmly. "Thank you, Your Majesty. We will leave now." The 3 Confucian sect sovereigns bowed and turned to leave. "I will also leave." The Grand Advisor sighed inwardly and also left. After the 4 left, only Zhang Sun, Qing Ning, and Xia Zi remained in the Heavenly Mandate Palace. "Let's go." Zhang Sun got up and Qing Ning helped him up. Then they walked to the back of the palace together. As they passed each other, Zhang Sun paused and seriously reminded him, "Zi, don't forget that you are now the Emperor of the Grand Xia first, and then the head disciple of the Confucian sect. You have to be clear about which is more important." "I'll remember Mother's words," Xia Zi said respectfully. Zhang Sun nodded, and without another word, left. The ancestral teachings of the great Xia dynasty that the imperial harem should not interfere in politics were not without reason. This would weaken the authority of the emperor. If the Confucian sect had not been involved in today's matter, she would not have left the Weiyang Palace. She had only come out to remind Zi that as a ruler, he could not be bound by his emotions and affect his decisions. On the way back to Weiyang Palace, Zhang Sun glanced in the direction of the Confucian school's Dragon Garden and sighed softly. He said helplessly, "Why is he not here at this time?" The 3 Confucian sect elders had hidden themselves so deeply, and now that they had revealed themselves, it was hard to say whether this would be a disaster or a blessing. This was especially true for Zi, and it was a great test. Qing Ning supported Zhang Sun and remained silent. Compared to this, she was more worried about the matter of Ning Chen turning into a demon. In today's battle, if the princess hadn't appeared in time, the outcome would have been the most terrifying. That frightening devil Qi should be the Qi of resentment that had been produced in the Forbidden Land for thousands of years. It was so terrifying that it made people feel cold all over. She found it hard to imagine how Xia Zi had managed to suppress such a powerful devil Qi. If it had been anyone else, they would have turned into a demon long ago and been consigned to eternal damnation. What was more troublesome was that although the Empress hadn't mentioned it, she might have already guessed something. 4 extremes, Hulei Dynasty's imperial palace. Liu Wei, dressed in a red wedding dress, slowly walked over under the guidance of the crowd. Every step she took tugged at the hearts of everyone present. Hulei Dynasty's wedding customs were not quite the same as Great Xia's. Instead, they were more similar to northern Meng's imperial court, with fewer rules and regulations and more heroic and carefree. At the end of the red carpet stood Emperor Hulei, dressed in a bright yellow ceremonial robe. His handsome face looked calm and confident, and a powerful force was faintly discernible from his tall and straight body, making the young emperor even more dignified. Hulei dynasty had existed for 500 years and worshipped martial arts. The current emperor was shockingly talented, having entered the Xiantian realm when he was still the crown prince. His strength was unfathomable. Li Yue walked forward, and a little princess of Hulei dynasty presented a red embroidered ball tied with a red cloth. Both of them held one end of the ball, and then they walked toward the imperial family. In the guest seats, everyone was paying attention. This was the most important moment. After bowing to heaven and earth, it meant that the marriage between the two dynasties was officially established. In the seats of the general family, Jiang Xin kept looking left and right, secretly looking for traces of her master. Unfortunately, she couldn't find him even after looking for a long time. Little did she know that Ning Chen was sitting not far away from her, and his expression was calm as he quietly drank the wine in his cup. In the hall, the Empress Dowager of Hulei dynasty's East and West palaces sat on the main seat. Behind her were several princes with extremely high statuses. The minister who was in charge of the ceremony raised his voice, and the final ceremony began. The two newlyweds stepped forward and were about to bow when a sudden change occurred. In the hall, a heavy pressure appeared, and to everyone's shock, 3 powerful auras instantly walked over. The leader was Duke Muyang of Lihua dynasty, who commanded a large number of troops. Beneath his seat, Ning Chen raised his wine cup and looked at him with a strange light in his eyes. Duke Muyang had also reached Xiantian. How strange. Your Highness, the entire Lihua dynasty strongly disagrees with this marriage alliance. Please reconsider, said Duke Muyang. Emperor Hulei's expression turned cold. One Muyang, who gave you the guts to trespass in my imperial palace? Your Highness, please come back with me. Duke Muyang ignored the former's words and looked at the woman in the red wedding dress, speaking seriously. Duke Muyang, it's not up to you to decide what I want to do. Li Yue's expression was ice-cold as she spoke in a deep voice. Hearing that, Duke Muyang's eyes shone. Then I'll have to offend you. As soon as she finished speaking, she flashed past and took a step forward to grab Li Yue, who was wearing the red wedding dress. Impudent! Emperor Hulei was infuriated. His aura erupted, and he sent out a palm filled with killing intent. At this moment, one of the 2 elders who had come with Duke Muyang also moved. His blue robes fluttered as he sent out a palm to meet Emperor Hulei's attack. Seeing that the other side had clearly come prepared, Emperor Hulei laughed in anger. His bright yellow robes fluttered as he clenched his fist and increased his power by 30%. With a loud explosion, the ground beneath the 2 of them collapsed. Everywhere the aftershocks passed, stone pillars broke, tables and chairs were sent flying. The hall that had been filled with joy just a moment ago immediately turned into a mess. The imperial consecrators appeared and used their true yuan to protect the guests. Everyone present was an important official of the dynasty, so they couldn't be injured. Jianghua, why aren't you showing yourself? Roared Emperor Hulei. I thought your majesty could handle it. As Shao Chun spoke, moonlight gathered in the hall, and a handsome figure appeared, creating a change in the battle situation. In the next moment, a white light flashed. It was so fast that even the afterimage couldn't be seen clearly. Duke Muyang sensed a fatal danger approaching and instinctively blocked the attack. But with a loud bang, his body flew out and crashed into the stone pillar, staining the blue stone and white jade with his blood. Pfff. Duke Muyang fell down and spat out a mouthful of blood. He glanced at the other elder and said with a sinister expression, Yuan Zun, kill them. And the elder in linen who hadn't moved nodded. He raised his right hand and a swarm of white insects flew out. Like a dense fog, it enveloped the entire hall. In the next moment, a true disaster appeared. Wherever the white fog passed, those with weaker cultivation were quickly devoured, leaving only their bones behind. The terrifying scene shocked everyone present. Shrill cries echoed in the hall. The two imperial consecrators hurriedly circulated their true qi to protect the nobles present. However, the white insects were more terrifying than they imagined. They could even devour their innate true qi. The two immediately felt the pressure increase and couldn't withstand it. In just a moment, another white fog broke through the seal of their true qi. The three nobles were shocked and turned to run. However, the white fog soon engulfed the three of them. In the blink of an eye, only a pile of white bones was left. The insect tide was endless, constantly devouring the two imperial consecrators' true qi. Once it broke through, the sudden lightning imperial palace would become the grave of all the nobles in the dynasty. On the seat, Ningchen was still calmly drinking his wine. He didn't care at all about what was happening. As long as Jiang Xian was fine, even if everyone else died, it had nothing to do with him. However, this insect tide was truly a disaster. If it reached the divine continent, it would bring about the most terrifying disaster. "Your Highness, come back with me," said Duke Muyang with a sinister smile. It was the same words, but this time there was an additional threat. It was as if Li Yue dared say no, everyone present would have to pay the heaviest price. In the face of such an insult, the sudden lightning imperial palace was infuriated. His killing intent soared. Duke Muyang's actions were unforgivable. On the other side, Jiang Hua also frowned. He looked at the elder in linen robes. He knew nothing about this insect tide. It seemed he couldn't kill this person. He could only capture him alive. Qin Yu cut through the white mist and arrived in front of the elder in an instant. 70% of its power had been unleashed, and 30% of its power had been withdrawn. The elder's expression didn't change at all. He used 2 fingers to shake the divine weapon. Metallic clangs rang out and light scattered. His bronze hands flickered with metallic light, as if they were made of copper. It was unimaginable. A strange look flashed across the eyes of Jiang Hua and Ningchen. There was actually such a strange expert hidden within the 4 extremities. "Save me!" At this moment, the insect tide broke through the restraints once more and charged into the nobles. Miserable cries rang out, and in just a few breaths they were annihilated. "Benevolent Emperor, look at your pitiful subjects. How long do you think they can last?" Duke Muyang laughed maniacally. The sudden lightning imperial palace forced the elder in blue back with a palm strike. Seeing the miserable state of his highness, he clenched his fists so hard that they cracked. However, no matter how furious he was, he had to make a choice in the face of the survival of his dynasty. Chapter 301. Seeing that Emperor Sudden Thunder was about to compromise, Ningchen, who had been drinking quietly, put down his wine cup. He still hadn't figured out the weakness of the white mist insect swarm, so he couldn't let this farce end like this. A cold wind blew past, and a snowflake silently appeared in the hall. It was as if winter had arrived again, and it shocked everyone present. "There's another Khanate expert here." Emperor Sudden Thunder and the 2 imperial consecrators were shocked. They looked around, but couldn't find the attacker. While everyone was surprised, the wind and snow gathered and sword intent lingered around it as it swept towards Duke Muyang. Facing the sudden attack, Yuan Zun and the other elder in blue couldn't help in time. They saw blood spurting out as the snow sword pierced through their bodies. Duke Muyang wanted to resist, but he couldn't. Even though he had entered the Khanate realm, he was still powerless in the face of absolute strength. Blood flowed out from the right side of his chest. The snow sword purposely avoided the vital parts and spared his life. It was an ordinary sword, but it instantly shocked everyone. Strength and stance were immediately clear. Emperor Sudden Thunder's eyes flashed and he said, "Friend, please help me protect my subjects. I'll be eternally grateful." There was no reply in the wind and snow, only falling snowflakes fluttering in the imperial palace. Although he didn't get a guarantee, Emperor Sudden Thunder didn't hesitate anymore. He took a step forward and unleashed all his power. Instantly, lightning surrounded him and pierced everyone's ears. The Elder in Blue immediately felt the pressure increase. He focused on resisting the Emperor's aura. On the other side, Jiang Hua and Yuan Zun's battle had reached a new peak. Their strange cultivation body clashed with the overturning moon blade soul. Duke Muyang was injured by the sword intent and his cultivation body was heavily damaged. His originally handsome face was now extremely ferocious. He reached out to grab Li Yue, unwilling to give up. Under the red silk, killing intent flashed in Li Yue's eyes. She couldn't suppress her anger after being disobeyed by Duke Muyang again. Her delicate hand lit up and she turned her palm to meet the attack. With a bang, the two took 2 steps back. The difference in cultivation was forcefully evened out by the sword just now. After one move, it was a draw. Beneath his seat, Ning Chen did not pay attention to these matters. After making his move, he continued to quietly observe the white fog insect tide in the snowstorm. The devouring power of the white mist was astonishing. Even innate experts could not withstand it. The 2 consecrators of the imperial family had to withstand the aftermath of the battle while dealing with the insect swarm. It was extremely strenuous, and they could not hold on any longer. Suddenly, the 2 members of the royal family, who had exhausted a lot of their strength, were swept by the aftermath of the battle again. The true qi in their bodies stagnated, and a part of the insect tide immediately broke through the restraints and rushed to the seats on the other side. Jiang Xian's face paled, and she shrieked in fright. For a moment, she even forgot to circulate her vital energy to defend herself. Hearing Jiang Xian's shout, Jiang Hua was startled. However, it was already too late for him to do anything. On the opposite side of the table, Ning Chen frowned slightly. Where did this girl throw away all the things he usually taught her? Although he was angry, he could not ignore it. In the next moment, the wind and snow in the sky converged and formed a barrier around Jiang Xian. The swarm of insects was immediately blocked and could not move forward. It was only then that Jiang Xian reacted. At the same time, he let out a sigh of relief and immediately realized that his master was also here. In this world, apart from her brother, the only person who could care about her so much was her master. What are you afraid of? You cultivate the quiet moon art that your master passed down to you. Why should you be afraid of these insects? Ning Chen softly reprimanded her. Hearing his reprimand, Jiang Xian lowered her head in shame, not daring to retort. She had been frightened by the miserable deaths of those people, and had unconsciously begun to panic. In the midst of the battle, the sudden lightning emperor finally relaxed. This mysterious expert really was standing on their side. Jiang Hua, however, had a trace of suspicion. His eyes jumped as if he had thought of something. Do it yourself. Seeing that Jiang Xian had calmed down, Ning Chen decisively dispersed the wind and snow around them, no longer helping to block them. Jiang Xian nodded and began to circulate her cultivation technique. In the next moment, a sparkling white light rose up. The quiet moon art that had not been seen in the world for a long time had reappeared. As soon as the number 1 cultivation technique in the world that was impervious to all techniques appeared, it immediately displayed a shocking ability. As soon as the swarm of insects entered the white light, they rapidly lost their strength and fell down. The original Zun, who was fighting with Jiang Hua, was shocked to see this. This was the first time he had seen a cultivation technique that could restrain such an invincible swarm of insects. Jiang Hua's eyes also flashed with surprise. Although he knew that the cultivation technique that Ning Chen had taught Jiang Xian was not simple, he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. Even Xiantian experts found it difficult to resist the swarm of insects, but in front of this white light, they were like moths to a flame, unable to resist at all. The 3 battlefields were in a stalemate. However, the overall situation was still leaning towards Duke Muyang's side. The two imperial consecrators would not be able to hold on for long, and the only one with the quiet moon art was Jiang Xan. Once the swarm of insects completely broke through, all the nobles and aristocrats would be buried with them. Of course, that was under the premise that Ning Chen didn't interfere. The sudden lightning emperor mistakenly believed that the expert in the dark was standing on their side, but he didn't know that was just his own opinion. Ning Chen looked at the flying insect that had fallen into the wine cup in front of him. He reached out his hand to catch it. A tiny ice crystal condensed and froze the wine in the cup. After a while, he waved his hand again to melt the ice crystal. Then, a shocking scene happened. The frozen flying insect came back to life and flew out again. What a strong life force! Ning Chen frowned. This was not a good thing. Although the quiet moon art could restrain these insects, Jiang Xian's cultivation was too weak. It wouldn't be of much use. In addition, he had seen all the Xiantian consecrators of the Lihua dynasty. There was no such person at all. Thus, it wasn't hard to guess the origin of this person. Everyone in the world knew that the reason why the Lihua dynasty could be ranked first among the four dynasties was because of the existence of the four extreme holy lands behind them. If this strange swarm of insects really came from the four extreme holy lands, the consequences would be very bad. Originally, he had come this time to see how the four extreme holy lands would react to the marriage between the two dynasties, and at the same time to rope in some potential helpers. However, he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Fortunately, he had come this time. Otherwise, if this thing suddenly appeared on the battlefield in the future, he wouldn't even have the time to find a way to deal with it. In the west of the Great Xia, in the Eternal Night sect, in the Second Temple, an illusory figure walked out. A powerful aura appeared, shaking the heavens and earth. The avatars of the four extreme realms descended upon the Eternal Night sect to discuss joining forces to invade the Grand Xia. After talking for a long time, the topic once more turned to the Confucian sect. In the Battle of the Dragon Garden, the Holy Lands and Divine sects had suffered a crushing defeat, and they had even lost a third tribulation Xiantian expert. They had paid a heavy price for their miscalculation. Zhong Qianqiu stood in the temple, looking at the illusory figure floating in the air. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he suggested, "Realm Master, the Confucian sect now has 3 more sovereigns. If they continue to fight, it won't be too appropriate. Why don't we let the Grand Xia and the Confucian sect wear each other down? We can just sit back and reap the benefits." "Please explain," said the four extreme realms. "It's very simple. The Confucian sect's 3 sovereigns have been hiding for so many years. Whatever their intentions are, there's no way the Grand Xia's imperial family won't be afraid of them. The crack between the two sides is already irreparable. The simplest and most effective method is to continue deepening that crack and have the Grand Xia's imperial family and the Confucian sect completely shed all pretense of cordiality," said Zhong Qianqiu calmly. "The Confucian sect and the Grand Xia both know that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. It won't be so easy to make them shed all pretense of cordiality," said the four extreme realms. Zhong Qianqiu's lips curled up. What if the Confucian sect does something unforgivable? Palace Master's meaning is? The four extreme realms frowned. "Realm Master, do you still remember the matter of the Yaluo flower?" Zhong Qianqiu sneered and continued, "There are clearly people in the Grand Xia who have ill intentions. Since the Confucian sect and the Grand Xia's imperial family are at odds, we can use this opportunity to pin Xia Mingri's death on the Confucian sect." The four extreme realms narrowed his eyes and nodded. This method was truly feasible. Although they still hadn't found the culprit, the Confucian sect truly was the prime suspect. This was a good opportunity. No matter what the truth was, as long as the crime of poisoning was proven, there would be no room for reconciliation between the Confucian sect and the Grand Xia's imperial family. "Xianji," said the four extreme realms master. "Subordinate is present." Xianji stepped forward and bowed. "Handle this matter as quickly as possible," ordered the Four Extreme Realms Master. "Yes." Xian Ji respectfully accepted the order. After discussing what needed to be discussed, the Four Extreme Realms Master didn't linger. His avatars gradually scattered, disappearing from the hall in the blink of an eye. Xianji retreated in a low-key manner, not revealing anything strange. Once the two of them left, Zhong Qianxiu thought for a moment before leaving the hall and heading toward the first hall. "Palace Master! Palace Master!" On the road between the two palaces, the patrolling guards of the divine sect bowed and saluted when they saw the newcomers. Then they continued to carry out their task. Zhong Qianxiu didn't stop after passing by the first hall. He directly headed for the Void Temple. Within the Void Temple, within the boundless primal chaos, there was an ancient tome flickering with black light. It was as black as ink, and it was like a black hole that was devouring the light around it. Zhong Qianxiu walked up to the Eternal Night Divine Tome and raised his right hand. The Eternal Night Divine Tome slowly descended. The Eternal Night Divine Tome opened, and a waterfall of black light blossomed, constantly evolving the world and probing karma and opportunities. Since the appearance of the Chaos Volume, the two volumes had affected each other. The Eternal Night Divine Tome's power had been greatly weakened, and the speed of its evolution had slowed down by many times. It had brought a lot of trouble to the Divine Sect. Zhong Qianxiu carefully examined the Eternal Night Divine Tome. When Fan Linghui died, he seemed to have sensed something and led the heavenly tribulation to burn his body, causing the seven extinction physique to disappear from the world. However, according to the Master, the seven extinction physique had been transferred away at the last moment. It should have found a new host by now. It had been more than 3 years since Fan Linghui's death, and the Eternal Night Divine Tome had evolved for 3 years. Now there was finally some progress. "It's actually her?" Seeing the Eternal Night Divine Tome's guidance, Zhong Qianxiu's eyes flashed. If this was the case, then this woman had to be dealt with as soon as possible. However, the troublesome thing was that Luofei was by her side. It wouldn't be so easy to deal with her. Chapter 302. Suddenly Thunder Emperor Palace. Ning Chen waved his hand and collected the frozen white insects. He believed that all things had a counter to each other. There must be something that could restrain the white fog insect tide. It was just that he hadn't found it yet. Inside the palace, the originally joyous wedding venue had now become the most terrifying place in the world. White bones were scattered everywhere and the smell of blood filled the air. The sky was filled with flying insects flapping their wings. Traces of blood mist filled the air and dyed the white fog red. Apart from the Xiantian experts present who could barely protect themselves, the rest of the nobles were pale. Even a 9th-grade martial artist would have no chance of survival once surrounded by this endless white fog. Jiang Xian was kind-hearted and tried her best to protect those around her. Ning Chen didn't care and let the little girl decide for herself. The lustrous white light was impenetrable. Not a single flying insect could pass through it. Fan Linghui's talent was unparalleled. The techniques she created were almost flawless. In some aspects, even the heavenly book couldn't compare. This was the first time the daughter of the general family showed her true strength. Everyone present saw that the general family didn't only have Jiang Hua, but also Jiang Xen. Facing this white fog that was even more terrifying than a monster, Jiang Xian still felt a trace of fear deep in her heart. However, because her master was present, this fear faded a lot. She used all she had learned to prove to her master that she had been cultivating diligently these days. The battle was still going on. The original's hands were like bronze, able to resist a divine weapon. With the help of the insect tide, even someone as strong as Jiang Hua couldn't win in a short time. On the other side, the battle between the sudden Thunder Emperor and the blue-robed old man was equally fierce. The blue-robed old man was slightly weaker, but he could still hold on and wouldn't be defeated for the time being. More than half of Duke Muyang's cultivation had been severely injured by Ning Chen's sword, and his injuries were worsening. Seeing that the stalemate wouldn't be broken any time soon, he made a prompt decision. Taking the risk of being heavily injured again, he took Li Yue's palm strike head-on and knocked her out. "Let's go." Duke Muyang picked up the former, glanced at the two of them and transmitted his voice. The original and the blue-robed old man understood at the same time. They flipped their palms and pushed their opponents away. Then, they used the momentum to retreat and quickly left. Under the cover of the white fog insect tide, the three quickly retreated. However, they didn't know that one of the people under them stood up and followed them. The sudden Thunder Emperor and Jiang Hua both saw the appearance of the person who had just left. It was the city lord of Cloudcry City. However, at this moment, everyone knew that this person wasn't the real city lord. Jiang Hua glanced at Jiang Xian's expression and roughly understood the situation. That person should be Ning Chen. He was just wondering how there could be so many mysterious powerhouses in the world. Emperor Hule could not hide his anger. Looking at the miserable situation below, he said coldly, "Prepare to attack the Li Hua dynasty." This was a great humiliation. The Li Fire dynasty's subjects came to the Lightning Emperor Palace to cause a ruckus, killing his important subjects and even bringing away the future empress. He had to make the Li Fire dynasty pay the most painful price. The ministers who were lucky enough to survive felt the terrible anger of the emperor. Their hearts, which had not yet recovered from the fear, rose again. They knelt down and did not dare to oppose. On the way to the Li Hua dynasty, Ning Chen quietly followed behind the three of them. He used the Chaos Scroll to conceal his aura and did not reveal any flaws. He wanted to know where those white bugs came from. If he had the chance, he would destroy them. Among the three of them, Duke Muyang's injuries were the heaviest. After barely managing to return to the Li Hua dynasty, he trapped Li Yue in a secret room and immediately went into seclusion to recover. The blue-robed elder and Yuan Zun did not stay for too long. They rested for half a day before continuing on their journey. Ning Chen followed and chased all the way to a canyon that was surrounded by mountains on all sides before he finally stopped. Layers of mist sealed the entire canyon. At first glance, it looked like ordinary mist, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that the mist was filled with tiny bugs. It was a shocking scene. The entire canyon was filled with white mist, leaving no gaps. Ning Chen frowned. This was the worst possible result. This many bugs were not something that could be eliminated by a single person. He had to find a way to deal with them. This place was already very close to the Four Extreme Holy Land. Ning Chen did not want to alert them, so he left first. Duke Muyang's residence was brightly lit. Guards were patrolling back and forth, carefully guarding against any intruders. When Ning Chen arrived, he disappeared before anyone could even see his figure. In front of the secret room where Duke Muyang was in seclusion, a powerful aura was faintly discernible. A moment later, an even more powerful figure descended. He raised his hand to break the restriction and directly entered. Duke Muyang was disturbed and his heart trembled. He vomited a mouthful of blood as he looked at the person in front of him with shock. "It's you." The figure that had recovered his appearance was so familiar. Duke Muyang did not have any thoughts of facing him head-on and immediately wanted to escape. However, Ning Chen would not give him the chance. In the snowstorm, a snow sword condensed and pierced through his body. This time, he did not avoid his vitals. After the sword intent entered his body, it instantly destroyed his heart meridians. Blood spurted out as the unwilling figure slowly collapsed. After Duke Muyang's death, Ning Chen walked to another stone room not far away. He broke the restriction and took Li Yue away. At the Li Fire Palace, Ning Chen appeared with Li Yue and sent her back. Gratitude and grudges had been repaid in the past. Today's rescue could be considered as the final act of friendship between them. Ning Chen placed Li Yue on the bed. Just as he was about to leave, His right hand was grabbed by the girl who had just woken up. The moonlight shone through. Under the bright red wedding dress, the beautiful girl was as beautiful as a flower. Her skin was smooth and her bones were jade-like. Li Yue was a very smart person. She quickly understood what had happened today. This time, the Lihua Royal Palace and the Hua Royal Palace had completely fallen out. It would be extremely difficult to salvage the situation. As proud as the Hua Royal Palace was, it was impossible for him to endure this humiliation. In terms of strength, although the Lihua Royal Palace was the strongest among the 4 royal palaces in name, that was only because of the existence of the sacred grounds. In reality, the Hua Royal Palace was the absolute strongest. Now that the Lihua Royal Palace had lost its fortune and the young emperor was too young to govern, it was already difficult to deal with the sacred grounds assimilation. With the threat of war, the Li Royal Palace was truly in danger. The sacred grounds did not care about the Lihua Royal Palace's surname. In fact, the Hua Royal Palace's farce was very likely planned by the 4 extreme sacred grounds. She wanted to ally with the Hua Royal Palace to resist the pressure from the sacred grounds, but the 4 extreme sacred grounds clearly did not want to see that result. Li Yue grabbed Ning Chen's hand as if she was grabbing onto her last life-saving straw. No matter what, she couldn't let go. The Li Royal Palace could not be defeated by her generation. Ning Chen stopped and turned to look at her. He said calmly, "Your Highness, I've already done all I can to save you. Don't ask for a yard after taking an inch. Please," Li Yue begged with an anxious look on her face. One wrong step, and it was difficult to turn back. In this world, only betrayal could never be forgiven. Li Yan's choice back then had completely destroyed their friendship and trust. Ning Chen valued relationships, but he was even more heartless. After their enmity, they no longer had anything to do with each other. The only thing left was the most rational question of whether it was worth it or not. "I can help you. But what price can you pay? Or what price can the Lihua Royal Palace pay?" said Ning Chen coldly. Li Yue's eyes were filled with tears. Thinking for a moment, she got up and took off her wedding dress, revealing her undergarments. Her jade-like skin shone with a luster under the moonlight. No matter what her reputation was, no one could deny the beauty of the Lihua Royal Palace's eldest princess. She had lost some of her former sharpness, and now she was more delicate and pitiful. It was hard to refuse. However, Li Yue had chosen the wrong person, and she had chosen the wrong time. Without any emotional ties, Ning Chen was definitely not an easy person to talk to. He knew better than anyone that beautiful women were a source of calamity. "Your Highness, if this is all you can give, then forgive me for not accompanying you any longer. Goodbye." Ning Chen walked away, unwilling to waste any more time. Li Yue immediately panicked. She didn't even bother putting on her clothes. Grabbing him, she pleaded, "Just what do you want?" "Military power." Ning Chen turned around and said coldly. Li Yue's body trembled and she subconsciously let go. Hesitation flashed in her eyes. "Take your time to think about it," Ning Chen said, then turned around and left. This time, Li Yue didn't stop him. This matter concerned the future of the Lihua Royal Palace, so she didn't dare to make a rash decision. "Oh right." When he was about to leave, Ning Chen's footsteps paused, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He reminded, "By the way, Duke Muyang is dead." As soon as he finished speaking, watery light flowed and his clothes scattered. He disappeared. Shock flashed in Li Yue's eyes. Even though she had already guessed it, hearing it with her own ears still made it difficult for her to remain calm. After a long time, Li Yue put on her clothes and forcefully suppressed her emotions. She seriously considered every word Ning Chen had left behind. Duke Muyang's death had both advantages and disadvantages for the Lihua Royal Palace. The advantage was that the imperial family could take back the military power Duke Muyang held. The disadvantage was that the sacred grounds would definitely be furious, and they would be even more dissatisfied with the Li family. Whether the Li royal palace could continue to hold on would largely depend on the sacred ground's bottom line. Once the four extremities sacred ground felt that the Li family was no longer suitable to continue holding power and sent troops to suppress them, everything would be irreversible. The reason she chose to marry Emperor Hule was that she didn't want the Lihua royal palace to be controlled by the sacred grounds forever. No matter what, having more power meant more power. The choice before her was actually very simple. First, she could continue to maintain the status quo and try her best to agree to the sacred grounds' demands while dealing with the sudden Thunder Dynasty's invasion. Second, she could agree to Ning Chen's conditions and exchange her military power for the help of an unfathomable inborn expert. The Lihua royal palace didn't lack Khanate experts, but there were very few who could survive the joint attack of several top experts from the Sacred Grounds and the Eternal Life Hall. Faced with a dilemma, Li Yue hesitated and couldn't make up her mind. At the same time, in the great Xia imperial city, Lord Shoshan, who had been bedridden for many years, suddenly coughed violently. Black blood flowed out of his mouth, and he fainted before he could say a word. Chapter 303. Within King Shoshan's palace, candles were lit throughout the night, and a sorrowful atmosphere filled the air. Several women stood in the outer hall, tears streaming down their faces. Ifei, hold on. Xia Zi stood beside the bed with a throbbing pain in his heart. He flipped his palm and channeled his genuine qi into Lord Shoshan. However, his vitality was fading rapidly, and even a Xiantian expert was powerless to save him. Brother, if possible, Ifei really doesn't want to die. Unfortunately, I really can't hold on this time. Black blood flowed out of King Shoshan's mouth. He grabbed Xia Zi's hand and forced a smile. He had bitterly endured for over 20 years, and today, he had finally reached his end. Ugh! The Emperor was filled with grief. He hated the heartless heavens and hated himself for being so useless. If he couldn't even protect his own flesh and blood, then what was the point of cultivating so bitterly? Brother, I won't be able to see the future of the Grand Xia in the Yellow Springs. I will pray to the heavens again. I hope that brother will have great fortune and create another golden age for the Grand Xia. His final words echoed in his ears. His hands were right in front of him. He tried his best to grab them, but he couldn't. Xia Zi's heart ached, and his aura became chaotic. His black and white hair fluttered in the wind, and a devilish aura circulated, silently corroding the Emperor's mind. Brother, said Xia Xinyu anxiously, give him a proper burial. Xia Zi said hoarsely. Then, he glanced at the figure on the bed one last time before silently leaving. His back view was getting heavier with every step he took, as if 1,000 pounds were pressing down on him. He was no longer as tall and straight as he used to be. The continuous blows made the Emperor's shoulders feel heavier and heavier. No one knew how long this strong Emperor of Great Xia could hold on. In the Confucian sect's Dragon Garden, the three sovereigns frowned when they heard the report from their subordinates. Could it be a coincidence? Sovereign Lu asked with a serious expression. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? Sneered Sovereign Lu. Send someone to investigate. The superior orchid flower isn't common. It can't be a coincidence, said Sovereign Lu. Yes. Sovereign Lu nodded. This matter had to be dealt with seriously. No matter what, they couldn't let the imperial family suspect the Confucian faction. In the imperial edict palace of Great Xia, Xia Zi, who had just returned, sat on the dragon throne. Demonic qi lingered between his eyebrows, and his royal appearance changed slightly. He looked colder and less gentle. Below the main hall, a withered old man wearing strange clothes knelt down and respectfully said, Greetings, Your Majesty. Elder Gu, you may rise, Xia Zi said softly. Thank you, Your Majesty, said old Gu as he stood up. Elder Gu, did you find anything? Xia Zi asked. Your Majesty, according to the Western Borders Gu Code, the poison that the late Emperor was poisoned with should be the Yu Luo flower poison. This flower is originally not a highly poisonous thing, but once it comes into contact with the superior epiphyllum flower powder, it immediately produces a terrifying poison that is incurable, Elder Gu said respectfully. Xia Zi frowned and continued to ask, "Where is King Shoshan?" "It's the same as the late emperor. It's also the Huoluo flower poison," Elder Gu replied. With a loud bang, Xia Zi's true qi erupted. The dragon throne in front of him was directly sent flying and smashed into the main hall, breaking into pieces. Elder Gu was frightened and quickly knelt down, not daring to say another word. A moment later, Xia Zi suppressed the rising killing intent in his heart and waved his right hand. A gentle force swept out and helped the old man up. He said, "Elder Gu, you can leave now. If there is anything else, I will send someone to invite you." "Yes." Elder Gu bowed and quickly left. After the old man left, Xia Zi walked down the main hall and looked at the scattered memorials on the ground. He silently bent down and picked them up. Outside the main hall, eunuchs and palace maids saw the situation inside, but none of them dared to enter. They could only wait anxiously. After an unknown period of time, a voice finally came from inside the main hall. He calmly said, "Come and clean up these things." 3 eunuchs and a palace maid hurriedly entered the main hall and quickly cleaned up the destroyed dragon throne, brush, ink, and broken porcelain. They did not dare to delay for even a moment. While the palace maid was cleaning up, she subconsciously raised her head to look at the emperor in front of her. When she saw him up close, her heart unconsciously trembled, and she quickly lowered her head. She did not know why, but she felt that the emperor had changed a lot. Although there was not much difference in his appearance, the feeling he gave people was not the same as before. After cleaning up, the 4 of them immediately left. They could not hide the fear on their faces. Everyone in the palace knew that His Majesty was a very kind person. He always gave people the impression that he was calm and peaceful, as calm as the autumn water. It was the first time that they had seen him so angry. In the main hall, Xia Zi silently pondered. After a long time, he said, "Come." Present. An imperial dragon guard walked over and respectfully said, "Summon the Grand Secretary for a meeting," Xia Zi ordered. "Yes." The imperial dragon guard accepted the order and quickly left. Not long after, Kong Yu arrived. When he saw Xia Zi waiting in the main hall, he knelt down and respectfully said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Grand Secretary, send people to investigate all the people who have entered King Shoshan's residence in the past 2 days, especially those who have been in charge of King Shoshan's daily life or entered his room. If there is anything suspicious, immediately report it," Xia Zi said. "Yes." Kong Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light as he accepted the order. In the imperial city, the number of people who had the qualifications to enter King Shoshan's residence could be counted on one hand. It was easy to imagine their status. He did not know whether or not they would be able to find the person who had poisoned King Shoshan, but many things that were tacitly understood would definitely be exposed. How to investigate and to what extent was a big problem. "Kong Yu, you were recommended to me by the Jiming Marquis. You should know what to do and what not to do. Don't disappoint me and the Jiming Marquis," Xia Zi warned. Hearing this, Kong Yu panicked and immediately knelt down again. "This humble subject will definitely not disappoint Your Majesty. You can leave." Xia Zi nodded. "Yes." Kong Yu stood up and left with a heavy heart. This was the first time he had felt such pressure in front of His Majesty. This was an opportunity but also a test. The Marquis had clearly promised him the position of Marshal Marquis. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. The prestige of the Grand Xia's Marshal Marquis shook the divine prefecture. It represented the highest glory. This was something that generations of martial marquises had exchanged with their blood and lives over the past 1,000 years. The 2 words Marshal Marquis represented not only power and status, but also a kind of belief. In the past 1,000 years of the Grand Xia, there had always been a Marshal Marquis overseeing a region. Their power was incomparable to anyone else's. The reason why the Grand Xia had been able to survive the northern Meng royal court, the Eternal Night God sect, and the Four Extremes was due to several martial marquises. Heroes were created in troubled times, and the martial Marquis of the Grand Xia was a hero in the hearts of the Grand Xia and even the people of the world. He admitted that he thirsted for power, and he also thirsted for the respect of others. The promise that the Marquis had given him was an irresistible temptation. Apart from this, he also knew that the Marquis was cold and ruthless. If he made a single mistake, the Marquis would definitely ruthlessly eliminate him. To him, there was only one choice, and that was to resolutely walk down his current path. Even if he offended the other ministers in the imperial court, he could not waver. The reason was simple. No matter how ruthless the ministers were, they could not be as ruthless as the Marquis. The tens of thousands of Buddhist disciples in Mijie Mountain, the 4,000 bandits in Yunling's stronghold, and the Gauchan sect that refused to submit not long ago were all warnings that he had to constantly remind himself that no matter what, he could not walk on the opposite side of the Marquis. In the hall, Xia Zi looked at the departing Kong Yu. He used this person for two reasons. One was because of his status as the head of the Tyli department, and the other was because he was obsessed with power, fame, and life. Ning Chen had also reminded him that this person could be used, but he needed to be taught a lesson. Being obsessed with power was not shameful. As long as he could grasp the bottom line, it was enough. The position of Martial Marquis required absolute merit, and no one was an exception. He could give Kong Yu an opportunity, but it was up to him to grasp it. In the Hulei dynasty of the Four Extremes, soldiers were constantly gathering. This time, the strongest dynasty of the four dynasties was truly enraged. They would definitely seek justice for their previous humiliation. The Hulei emperor personally appointed generals, and the two servants of the imperial family were placed in the army. They were placed under the command of Duke Qinghua. The Qinghua branch was the Hulei Empire's most ancient family. The current Duke Qinghua had grown up with the Hulei Emperor and had a very close relationship. However, he had gone to the extreme north a few days ago, so he had not been able to attend the Emperor's wedding. Unlike the other heavenly geniuses, Duke Qinghua had always been very low-key. No one had ever seen him fight, but everyone knew that he was a true Xiantian expert. "Qinghua, if you can't win, there's no need for you to come back," said the Hulei Emperor from the platform. "Your Majesty, if you say that, it'll make things difficult for Qinghua," smiled Duke Qinghua. "There's no need to waste words. I trust in your ability. I'll handle the pressure from the Holy Lands. You can fight without worry. No matter what, you can't lose face for the Hulei dynasty," said the Hulei Emperor. "The Qinghua gang will remember your Majesty's words." Duke Qinghua cupped his fists and then turned to look at the dense mass of soldiers. He calmly said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the bugle horn sounded, and the banners swayed in the wind. The army set off in the northeast direction and embarked on the path of conquest. Not far away, Ning Chen looked at the majestic army that was leaving. His eyes flashed with a glimmer of brilliance. This Emperor's sudden thunder was indeed bold. He didn't even give face to the four extreme Holy Lands. The current situation was different from the past. The four extremes were practically unified. No matter what the other factions thought, they all submitted to the four extremes' Holy Lands on the surface. It was easy to imagine how much pressure the Hulei Emperor would have to bear. In the next moment, her clothes scattered and she vanished. Ning Chen appeared in front of an ordinary-looking residence next to a river in Cloud Cry City. With a single step, he walked in. If his guess was correct, Jiang Hua should have guessed his identity. It was time for him to have a chat with him. Chapter 304. Jiang Hua sat quietly in the pavilion, looking at the lotus pond in front of him as if he was waiting for someone. A familiar figure appeared and walked into the pavilion. "You really came back." Jiang Hua poured a cup of wine and pushed it towards him. I had to come back. Ning Chen picked up the cup and replied. I have worries in my heart, so I can't help you against the sacred land. Jiang Hua didn't beat around the bush and said directly. Brother. Jiang Xian happened to be walking over from nearby. When she heard this, she immediately became anxious. Jiang Hua raised his hand to stop her from continuing and said seriously, Jiang Xian, as your brother, I can promise you anything, but not this. I can't gamble with the life and death of the entire Jiang family. Ning Chen silently drank a mouthful of wine and said calmly, What if we can cut off the path of the Four Extremities Realm Master and make him stay in the divine Great Land forever, unable to return to the Four Extremities Realm? Jiang Hua narrowed his eyes and said, Perhaps the Four Extremities Realm without a Realm Master is the best result. With this promise of yours, I can rest assured. I hope that the next time we meet will be the last time. Ning Chen put down his cup and stood up to look at Jiang Xian outside the pavilion. A gentle look flashed across his face as he said softly, Remember, Jiang Xian will not lose to anyone now, and it will be the same in the future. Take care of yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, his clothes scattered and disappeared. Jiang Xian was anxious and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. In the pavilion, Jiang Hua was silent for a moment, then he stood up and looked at his younger sister. Jiang Xian, you should go and pay your respects to your master. Jiang Xian was startled and didn't understand what he meant. Get ready. I'll take you to the divine Great Land tomorrow. Jiang Hua looked at the Four Extremities Sacred Land in the distance and narrowed his eyes. According to Ning Chen's words, he should be thinking of a way to seal the passage between the two realms. Once he succeeded, the two realms would be completely sealed. Before that, it was Jiang Xian's last chance to pay respects to her master. As her brother, he had to do something for his younger sister. Jiang Xian quickly reacted and her face lit up with joy. She nodded vigorously. She had long wanted to pay respects to her master and see the divine Great Land that her master spoke of, but she never had the chance. Ning Chen appeared 300 li to the west of the Longevity Hall. He waited quietly without making any rash move. 1 day, 2 days. Day after day passed. On the 13th day, the token on his body suddenly trembled, and a powerful will surged into him. He's finally here. Ning Chen looked towards the northwest and took out the golden token. He poured his true qi into it and responded to the summons of the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor. The resonating aura immediately allowed the two of them to sense each other's location. Even if they were 5,000 kilometers apart, they could not stop each other. The speed of the three disasters was astonishing. 4 hours later, the golden staff clanked, golden light gathered, and a withered old man appeared. Senior Golden Staff. Ning Chen cupped his fists and greeted him politely. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor sized up the former and nodded. Kid, you're still a man of your word. You didn't go alone to obtain the phoenix blood. Ning Chen smiled gently and said, How would I dare to promise Senior Golden Staff? The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. Ning Chen nodded and rushed towards the Immortal Palace in the east. Not long after, the two of them arrived in the sky above the Immortal Palace. Their powerful auras suppressed the entire Immortal City. Among the jagged rocks, black crows cawed. The Immortal Palace, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, was facing its greatest danger today. The Disaster King was dead. Who could stop these two top experts? In the Immortal Palace, the 3 Xiantian experts guarding it flew out. The strongest one was dressed in green and had a strong aura. He was among the 4 tribulations. The other 2 were slightly weaker. One was at the 3rd tribulation, while the other was at the 2nd tribulation. They stood behind the middle-aged man in green with serious expressions. Seeing the 3 of them, the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor did not seem to have any intention of attacking. He said, I'll leave this place to you. I'll come and help you when I find the phoenix blood. Senior, please. Ning Chen was not angry. He stepped forward and said. The Golden Staff Imperial Advisor did not say anything else. He took a step forward and passed by the three of them in the blink of an eye, heading towards the palace below. The three of them wanted to give chase but were stopped by a sword. The great Yin's green sparrow sword hummed, not allowing the three of them to take even half a step forward. Ning Chen faced the three of them alone. With one sword, flowing light danced and shone brightly. The three of them felt a strong pressure and did not dare to be careless. They returned to their senses and fought the enemy with all their might. Below the battle, the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor stood in front of the immortal pond and observed for a moment. Then, his golden staff landed on the ground. With a loud explosion, the immortal pond collapsed. The pond water flowed backwards and spilled all over the ground. As the pond water flowed backwards, an extremely weak aura of phoenix blood appeared. Unfortunately, it was too little. Not even a drop of phoenix blood could be condensed. Under the immortal pond, a water prison appeared. The cold air was oppressive. Lines of formation patterns rose and fell. However, the most important place had been burned by the flames and the formation had lost its effect. Seeing this, the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor's eyes flashed. This brat did not lie to him. There really was a phoenix trapped here. After seeing this, the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor turned and walked towards the Immortal Palace to continue searching for the hiding place of the phoenix blood. However, at this moment, under the Immortal Palace, the ground shook. Thousands of black gas spread out. More and more powerful auras awakened and descended upon the world. In the sky, Ning Chen turned the sword in his hand and forced the three of them to retreat. He looked at the surging aura below and narrowed his eyes. This should be the hidden power of the Immortal Palace. The Golden Staff Imperial Advisor, who was about to step into the palace, changed his expression slightly. He waved his golden staff and dispersed the black gas near him. A decaying and heavy aura rose between heaven and earth. In the next moment, 4 men and women in ancient clothes appeared. They glanced at the figures in the sky and in front of the palace and immediately understood the situation. Without saying anything, they attacked and killed. The last power of the Immortal Palace, 2 peak 4 calamities, 1 5 calamities, and 1 half-step 3 calamities, all appeared at this moment of life and death to stop the destruction of the palace. There was no doubt that the 4 of them were powerful. However, they were destined to not see the light and could not live forever. Once they appeared, they could never return. No one could escape the cleansing of time, not even the Immortal Palace that was said to have mastered the secret of immortality. In the face of 4 powerful opponents, the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor did not dare to be careless. He used all his martial arts and condensed his aura to resist the killing moves of the 4. Moths flying into the flame, the best brilliant. The 4 of them only attacked and did not defend. They let the blood splatter. After being sent flying, they turned back again and their killing intent was even stronger. The battle strategy of mutual destruction made the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor extremely uncomfortable. In a moment of carelessness, his right rib was cut by the blade and blood spurted out. In the sky, Ning Chen faced the attacks of the 3 people. It seemed that he was surrounded by danger. However, he was able to resolve the situation safely every time. The absolute suppression of the sword was not something that the 3 of them could touch even if the sharpness was hidden. Compared to Ning Chen's concealment, the situation of the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor below was very bad. Even though he had the advantage in cultivation, the 4 of them did not want to win. They only wanted to go to hell together. In addition, 1 half-step 3 calamities was desperately holding back the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor. The battle was abnormally fierce. Whether it was in the sky or in front of the hall, there were casualties. A peak 4 calamities man's heart was pierced by the golden staff, and he fell into the dust. The Golden Staff Imperial Advisor was still a 3 calamities expert after all. He took a palm head-on and killed one of them. He gradually gained the upper hand. The besieging half-step 3 calamities saw that today's situation was irreversible. They sighed and temporarily retreated from the battle. They flipped their hands and complicated seals were formed. They shone brightly. At this moment, rumbling sounds came from the depths of the Longevity Hall. 3 green cauldrons exploded. Violent waves of air surged. Black aura rushed out and poured into the former's body. The Longevity Hall's aura. Ning Chen's pupils shrank. He was shocked. The aura of the Longevity Hall for tens of thousands of years entered his body. The half-step 3 calamities man instantly broke through the shackles and stepped into the 3 calamities. His aura surged like a tide and shook the world. Go. The Golden Staff Imperial Advisor saw that the situation was not good. He immediately wanted to retreat. However, before he could take a step, he saw a black palm force closing in and blocking his retreat. The old man who had taken a crucial step with the help of the aura of the Longevity Hall's aura was no longer inferior to the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor. It was even slightly stronger. It seemed that he was about to step into the second calamity. The Longevity Hall had existed for tens of thousands of years. Although it was not as powerful as the Great Xia dynasty that ruled over half of the Divine Land, its aura was still much stronger than the Lihua dynasty. The sudden change of the situation put the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor at a disadvantage. He was in danger. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He no longer hid. The wind and clouds on his sword changed. The Golden Staff Imperial Advisor could not die here. Otherwise, his plan would be ruined. The change of the sword made the 3 inborn experts feel the pressure increase. Blood spurted out and they kept retreating. The sword collided with the sword. Light splashed everywhere. A sword met the attack and killing light filled the sky. Suddenly, in the moment of the stalemate, a pure white blade light appeared. The middle-aged man in green was stunned. He did not expect that the blade light would be the last thing he saw. The blade cut the throat without any warning. The remaining 2 were shocked and reacted in panic. However, their strongest companion had died. No matter how much resistance they had, it was useless at this moment. The blade and sword moved together. Blood sprinkled in the sky. In just a few breaths, 2 more figures fell. After dealing with the 3, Ning Chen's figure flashed and appeared in the battle in front of the hall. He blocked the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor with his blade and sword, except for the old man who had stepped into the 3 calamities. "Your opponent is me," Ning Chen said. The blade and sword started fighting again. They were completely different opponents. One was at the 5th calamity while the other was at the peak of the 4th calamity. The 2 were blocked out of the battle. The Golden Staff Imperial Advisor's expression relaxed a little. He focused on dealing with the old man in front of him. He knew very well that this person could not hold on for long. As long as he could hold on for a while, this person would dissipate. Life decree. The golden staff in the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor's hand shook the ground. The golden ring swayed and the golden light rose into the sky. In an instant, the surrounding heaven and earth surged crazily. The 3 calamities attacked with all their strength. The power was shocking. It was completely different from before. The old man did not show any weakness. He moved his feet and a black aura surged. It drowned the surrounding 10 miles and turned it into a dark land. Chapter 305. The 3 disasters clashed with each other. Their terrifying auras collided continuously. The Longevity Hall that had been around for countless years finally collapsed. Seeing that the Longevity Hall was destroyed, a hint of sadness flashed across the man's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he forced himself to calm down. His aura increased by 30%, turning his anger into boundless killing intent. He was determined to kill the person in front of him forever. The 2 extremes collided. The ground cracked and fell apart. Huge rocks were pulled by the 2's vital energy. They rumbled and rose. Soon after, they turned into dust and dissipated between heaven and earth. Not far away, Ning Chen and the other 2 were also affected. The pressure on them doubled. The aura of the 3 disasters was far stronger than that of the 5 disasters. Their auras were fully released. The sun lost its color and the world turned dark. Heaven-shaking moves surged out, roaring and surging. The terrifying collision involved everything within 1,000 feet. Houses collapsed. It was a scene of destruction. The aftermath hit. The man in ancient clothes and the state master with the golden staff took a few steps back at the same time. Their mouths were overflowing with blood. Puff! The state master with the golden staff staggered and vomited another mouthful of blood. After using all his strength, he was actually at a disadvantage. Die! Hatred flashed across the man in ancient clothes' eyes. The black gas around him exploded again. He turned his palm and slapped down. He wanted to send the person in front of him to hell first. At the moment of crisis, a watery light flickered. Afterimages flashed past and instantly rushed into the battle. They raised their swords and sabers and slashed at the former. Ignorant Junior! The man in ancient clothes was furious. He changed the direction of his palm and faced the figure in plain clothes. The saber and sword collided with the palm. With a bang, he was forced back a few steps. Blood splattered in the air. However, this temporary obstruction allowed the state master with the golden staff to recover. He forcefully suppressed the surging blood in his body and faced the enemy again. Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He saw the 2 people behind him attacking with anger. He turned his sword and saber and faced the 2 of them. The cold blades collided again. Killing lights danced in the air, making the battle even more intense. The state master with the golden staff looked gloomy. He was also furious. This was the first time in 100 years that he was forced to this point. He actually needed a junior to save him. The dignity of the 3 disasters could not be disobeyed. The state master with the golden staff held the golden staff in his hand and spun rapidly. Sounds of golden rings colliding rang out. Majestic golden light broke through the darkness and illuminated the world. Law of life, one law of heaven and earth. This extreme move was the move that allowed him to step into the Tao and face the 3 disasters. A strange aura surged. In an instant, the universe froze, and all things prostrated themselves. It was a shocking scene, one that left one alarmed. When the man in traditional clothing saw this, his eyes flashed with determination. He gathered his true essence and longevity chi. With a flip of his palm, he opened the gate of life and death. The road to the underworld was difficult. The man in ancient clothing made up his mind to at least drag the person in front of him down with him. A waterfall of blood mist exploded around him, and the unparalleled power of the flame of hatred gathered in his last move. On the other side, the battle had also entered its most critical moment. Even Ning Chen had a hard time dealing with the joint attack of the 2 ancestors of the Hall of Eternal Life. He unleashed his combat prowess to the extreme. His saber and sword danced in unison, bursting forth with dazzling martial arts. In the next moment, the ultimate move collided with a loud bang, causing the heavens and the earth to suffer a calamity. An area of 30,000 feet was instantly razed to the ground, causing rocks to flutter about while sand filled the air. The 2 people who were sent flying were covered in blood. After landing on the ground, they retreated a few steps. Ha-ha of unresigned laughter rang out between the heavens and the earth. The man in traditional clothing glanced at the Hall of Eternal Life's 10,000 years of foundation that had been destroyed. Although he was extremely unwilling, he could no longer turn the situation around. His severely injured body could no longer resist the invasion of time. His body gradually turned gray, and black gas gushed out from his body. From now on, the Hall of Eternal Life would cease to exist. On the other side, Ning Chen, who was watching the battle, swung his sword to push away the opponent in front of him. At the same time, he took a hit head-on. With a move of his feet, he appeared behind the man in traditional clothing. The flowing light of yearning flowed out of his body. You! The man in traditional clothing trembled. He turned around with difficulty and looked at the young man behind him in disbelief. I won't see you off. Ning Chun activated yearning and sucked all the remaining longevity chi in the man's body into his saber. Instantly, the pure white blade rapidly turned into a frightening ink-black color. In the blink of an eye, the man in traditional clothing's body shattered. Time was merciless, and everything turned to dust. Endless longevity chi condensed into the saber. The black saber's body made people unconsciously feel fearful. Scroll of Life. Ning Chen activated the Scroll of Life. The saber's body was instantly frozen, and the dissipation of longevity chi gradually slowed down. Damn it! The two ancestors of the Hall of Eternal Life were filled with hatred. They were merciless and filled with murderous intent. Ning Chen put away yearning and faced the attack with a single sword. His watery figure stepped out, avoiding the final attack. Now that he had achieved his goal, he no longer faced the attack head-on. The flickering watery light made it difficult for people to capture its shape. The two ancestors of the Hall of Eternal Life were furious, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, the two of them could not escape the punishment of time. Their bodies turned to dust, and they disappeared from the world. Ning Chen stopped and glanced at the two of them. Then, he walked up to the Golden Staff Imperial Master and asked with concern, "Senior Golden Staff, can you still hold on?" "I'm fine." The Golden Staff Imperial Master endured his injuries and replied with a deep voice. He looked at the remains of the Hall of Eternal Life and slowly narrowed his eyes. The ground was riddled with holes. There was not an inch of undamaged land left. All that was left was a mess. It made people sigh. "Where's the phoenix blood you mentioned?" The Golden Staff Imperial Master looked for a long time and asked with a deep voice. Ning Chen looked around and a hint of confusion appeared on his face. After thinking for a while, he said, "Senior, don't worry. The Hall of Eternal Life has made many enemies in the four extremes. Since the phoenix blood is so important, it must be in a place that ordinary people can't think of." The Golden Staff Imperial Master was about to say something when he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. His aura became violent. Ning Chen went up and helped him up. He said with concern, "Senior's injuries are serious. Let's find a place to heal first. We can talk about other things later." The Golden Staff Imperial Master's expression was gloomy, but he did not say anything. This was different from before. This kid had obtained the luck of the Hall of Eternal Life and his strength had increased greatly. It was not a good time to fall out with him. He was in urgent need of time to heal. When he recovered from his injuries, he would definitely settle the score with this kid. Ning Chen acted as if he did not know. He carefully supported the former and walked towards the east. 100 miles away, in an ancient temple that had been abandoned for a long time, Ning Chen appeared with the Golden Staff Imperial Master. He helped the latter to sit in front of the statue and said softly, "Senior Golden Staff, please heal your injuries here first. This junior will go out for a while and will be back soon." The Golden Staff Imperial Master did not say anything. Even if this kid wanted to leave now, he could not stop him. There was no need to waste his energy. Ning Chen left and rushed back in less than half a day. He looked exhausted after a big battle. In his hand were 3 stalks of moonlight grass. The spiritual chi was overwhelming. The Golden Staff Imperial Master felt the former's aura and opened his eyes. He frowned and said, "You fought with someone again?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and did not explain anything. He handed the moonlight grass over. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor took the moonlight grass and frowned even more. This thing was not commonly seen and was very precious. It was very helpful for his injuries. It seemed like this brat fought with others because he was looking for spirit medicine for him. "Kid, this old man will remember your kindness." The Golden Staff Imperial Master no longer thought about it and consumed the moonlight grass. He closed his eyes and used the spirit medicine to heal. Whether this kid was being sincere or not, He had to recover from his injuries first. As for the matter of the phoenix blood, he would carefully consider it once his body recovered. Ning Chen quietly left the temple, a cold light flashing through his eyes. He knew that the Golden Staff Imperial Master was a suspicious person and would not easily trust anyone. It was impossible for him to obtain any more phoenix blood. However, he still needed the Golden Staff Imperial Master's help in dealing with the 4 extreme Holy Lands. These 3 moonlight grass were not given for free. With the Golden Staff Imperial Master's nature, if he wasn't heavily injured today, he would very likely have already turned hostile. 3 moonlight grass were not enough to eliminate his suspicions, but as long as he hesitated, it was enough. Within the Confucian School's Dragon Garden, a blue-robed disciple quickly walked over. He respectfully bowed to the 3 Confucian School sovereigns and said, "Sovereigns, the Minister of Imperial Affairs requests an audience." "Invite him in," said the weapon sovereign from the middle of the main seats. "Yes." The blue-robed disciple immediately turned and left. Not long after, the Minister of Imperial Affairs walked in. He bowed and said, "Greetings, sovereigns." "Minister of Imperial Affairs, didn't you say that there was no need for you to come to the Dragon Garden?" scolded Sovereign Lu. The Minister of Imperial Affairs lowered his head and respectfully said, reporting to sovereigns, "This disciple had no other choice but to come and ask for your help." "Why are you in such a rush?" asked the sovereign. "Sovereign, you might not know this, but the head of the Grand Preceptor has already received His Majesty's orders to investigate everyone who went in and out of King Shoshan's palace 2 days before the incident. Including this disciple, the 3 Confucian School officials are all under suspicion. The Grand Preceptor's people will come at any moment. It's not like you poisoned him. What's the rush?" frowned Sovereign Lu. The Sovereign of Imperial Affairs chuckled and interrupted, "Sovereign Lu, it seems you don't understand what he's worried about. Although he wasn't the one who poisoned him, the Grand Preceptor's investigation isn't limited to just poisoning him." Hearing the Sovereign's words, Sovereign Lu snorted and mocked. Men are insatiably greedy. They never know when to be satisfied. The Minister of Imperial Affairs lowered his head in shame, not daring to retort. "All right, there's no need to argue." The Sovereign of Imperial Affairs stopped Sovereign Lu from continuing. He then looked at the person in front of him and calmly said, "Minister of Imperial Affairs, we already know about this matter. We will seriously consider it. You can leave first." "Yes." The Minister of Imperial Affairs bowed again and left. "Sovereign Li, what do you think?" Sovereign Bing asked after the Minister of Imperial Patronage left. The Sovereign of Imperial Affairs' smile disappeared and he replied, "It's not easy. King Shoshan's matter is clearly someone intentionally trying to drive a wedge between the Confucian School and the Imperial family. Xia Zi is already suspicious of us. Once he truly investigates, it will be troublesome." "Then drag him down as well," said Sovereign Lu coldly. The Sovereign of Imperial Affairs shook his head. "It's not that easy. Xia Zi's strength is not below ours. Even if I personally act, I don't have complete confidence." Chapter 306. In the Heavenly Sky Academy, in the Lingbo Pool, the sleeping figure slowly opened her eyes. Suddenly, the pool water surged and white light gushed out, illuminating the entire academy like it was daytime. Within the wooden house, the teacher looked towards the rear courtyard. His eyes were still cloudy and there was no change. It was good that she had woken up. This woman's talent was rare and would be an indispensable strength in the future. Half a day later, a hidden dragon guard appeared in the imperial decree of Great Xia. He knelt in front of the palace and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, Miss Mu has woken up." On the dragon throne, the emperor with dazzling white hair and a demonic aura finally revealed a trace of tiredness. He had not let down the task his good friend had entrusted him. "There's no need to send people to keep an eye on her. You may leave." "Yes." The hidden dragon guard's figure flashed and disappeared from the palace. At this moment, a young eunuch came in and reported, "Your Majesty, the head of the imperial court requests an audience." "Go in," said Xiaozi calmly. The young eunuch accepted the order and quickly walked out. Not long after, Kong Yu walked into the palace and knelt. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "What is it?" asked Xiaozi. "Your Majesty, the spy that the imperial court sent to the Confucian sect has sent news that the superior Sirius flower has been discovered in the Dragon Garden," said Kong Yu respectfully. Xiaozi was startled. He slammed the table and stood up. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Is the source trustworthy?" Kong Yu respectfully said, "It is. This is a spy that the Marquis arranged to enter the Dragon Garden 2 years ago. Originally, he didn't plan on using it. However, he found out that the Minister of Imperial Affairs and 3 other important officials from the Confucian sect had entered the Marquis residence the day before the Marquis of Shoshan's incident." "How many more spies like this are there?" asked Xiaozi with a frown. Kong Yu hesitated for a moment before speaking the truth. "Your Majesty, there are almost all of the important officials in the court, especially the Confucian officials. Most of them were placed there by the Marquis. However, the Marquis warned that these spies are not to be used unless there is no other choice." At this point, Kong Yu knelt down again. "Your Majesty, this humble subject did not deliberately conceal this matter. However, the Marquis once said that as long as Your Majesty does not take the initiative to ask, this subject will not speak of this matter." Ha! Hearing this, bitterness flashed through Xiaozi's heart. It turned out that Ning Chun had never trusted the Confucian school. It was only because of his relationship with Xiaozi that he didn't go too far. "Find these spies. Gather all the information you've gathered over the years and report it back as soon as possible," Xiaozi ordered with a cold glint in his eyes. Now that things had come to this, they could no longer tolerate it. They had to quickly get rid of the hidden dangers in Great Xia. "Yes." Kong Yu respectfully accepted the order and immediately got up and left the hall. After Kong Yu left, Xiaozi leaned back on his dragon throne. He raised his right hand and massaged his forehead. The exhaustion in his eyes was getting more and more intense. Demonic aura circulated and filled the ruler's body. Awe-inspiring righteousness overflowed and resisted the surging demonic aura with all its might. In the Confucian school's Dragon Garden, the 3 sovereigns of Bing, Lu, and Ceremony looked in the direction of the Imperial Palace's Heavenly Mandate Hall. Their thoughts turned as they weighed the future. The unexpected appearance of the superior Sirius orchid in the Dragon Garden was clearly a result of someone framing the Confucian school. Whether or not Xiaozi knew about this matter, they couldn't be careless. The best way was to prepare for a rainy day. "Sovereign Lu, it's time to let the people of Great Xia see our Majesty's current appearance," said the Sovereign of Bing. "How about we let the people come to the palace and ask for orders?" Sovereign Lu smiled. "Then let the Minister of Imperial Patronage handle it," said the Sovereign of Bing. Sovereign Lu nodded. In the Eternal Night Cult's second Divine Hall, Residual Wind walked in and half knelt. He respectfully reported an important matter. Zhong Qianqiu's eyes flashed with a strange light. He sneered and said, "Since the Confucian school has already taken action, we have to help no matter what. The reincarnation of the underworld king. Ha, this idea is not bad. The Confucian school is thoughtful." Under the Confucian school's lead and the Eternal Night Cult's secret help, rumors and slanders quickly spread throughout Great Xia like tidal wave. The rumors that started from an unknown place became more and more outrageous as they spread. Every word was heart-wrenching and chilling. The current emperor of Great Xia was the reincarnation of the underworld king. He had killed his father and brother, killed loyal people, and was cruel and immoral. In the end, he would bring the entire Great Xia to destruction. The people were terrified. 1 spread to 10, and 10 spread to 100. The lies eventually became the truth, and people had no choice but to believe them. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, under the arrangements of the Minister of Imperial Patronage and several important officials of the Confucian School, several respected elders of the imperial city came to the palace to ask for orders. They came to confirm whether or not the current emperor was the reincarnation of the underworld king, as the rumors said. The white-haired figure on the dragon throne had a calm expression. Although he hadn't changed much, he gave people a feeling of fear. The hearts of the 7 elders trembled. It seemed that the rumors were true. The current emperor was most likely the reincarnation of the underworld king. Elder Bai, I will seriously consider the matter of reducing your taxes. Please rest assured, Xia Zi said calmly. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 7 old men respectfully bowed, and immediately left under the lead of the dragon guards. Outside the palace, countless people gathered, waiting for the result. When they saw the 7 people come out, they immediately rushed forward. The 7 people's expressions were dark. They nodded and said, "The rumors are true." A stone caused 1,000 ripples. The words of the 7 people were like the last straw, crushing the bottom line in the hearts of the people. The atmosphere of fear and anger spread, and anger shook the heavens. Many years of war had caused the people's hearts to be filled with depression. At this moment, it was as if they had found an outlet, and they pushed all the blame onto the underworld king that didn't exist. In the Jiming Marquis manner, Xia Xinyu walked over. Looking at Ning Shi, she asked anxiously, "Is he not back yet?" The situation was gradually getting out of control. The rumors were spreading faster and faster. She really didn't know what to do. No, Ning Shi shook her head and said worriedly. Ever since her brother went to the 4 extremes, there had been no news. She also didn't know when he would return. The date of His Majesty's wedding is getting closer and closer, but the current situation, Ning Shi didn't continue. She had also seen His Majesty's current state. It really wasn't optimistic. It was worrying. I asked Big Sister Luofei. She said that royal brother's heart is firm. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the speed at which the devilish qi spreads won't be too fast. Furthermore, royal brother cultivates in a righteous qi that counters the devilish qi. It can help suppress the devilish qi's corrosion. As she spoke, the worry on Xia Xinyu's face didn't lessen. They believed it, but the people didn't. The current situation was that the Grand Xia's people no longer trusted their emperor. They believed the rumors and believed that the current Grand Xia emperor was the reincarnation of the underworld king. Rumors were fearsome. They had appeared without any warning, and the speed at which they spread was shocking. In less than half a month, it had spread throughout the entire Grand Xia. It was clearly something that had been planned for a long time. Furthermore, the power behind it was unimaginable. The Confucian sect. That was the only answer they could think of. The Grand Xia was ruled by the Confucian sect. The disciples and officials of the Confucian sect were spread throughout the various cities. Only the Confucian sect could spread rumors throughout the entire Grand Xia in such a short time. At the same time, in the Grand Xia's imperial city, 2 unfamiliar figures appeared. They were Jiang Hua and Jiang Xian, who had come from the 4 extremes. What a disappointing dynasty! Jiang Hua shook his head. He glanced at his younger sister and said, "Let's go. There's nothing to see here anymore. After we pay our respects to your master, let's go back." Okay. Jiang Xian nodded. There was a trace of disappointment on her face. The Grand Xia dynasty was far from what her master had said. Such a dynasty wouldn't last for long. The 2 of them left and headed north. The news of the 4 extremes' destruction of the Long Life Temple shocked the world. A terrifying power that had existed for tens of thousands of years had been razed to the ground in a single day. While it shocked people, it also caused them to feel a trace of fear. Not long after, the news of the Disaster King's death also spread. Originally, no one would believe it, but because of the destruction of the Long Life Temple, there was no need to doubt it. If the Disaster King hadn't died, he would have rushed back already. Why hadn't he appeared yet? With the four extremes in trouble, the four great dynasties and many large sects began to doubt whether it was a right decision to obey the four extremes' holy land and send troops to the divine prefecture. Even the disaster king had fallen. How many of the troops they sent to the divine prefecture could return? The four great dynasties and many large sects weren't fools. By now, everyone knew the ambitions of the four extremes. The reason they obeyed was because they feared the power of the four extremes' holy land. On the other hand, they naturally hoped to obtain the benefits they wanted through the invasion. However, the current situation didn't seem to be going as smoothly as they had imagined. They could tolerate the flames of war igniting in the divine prefecture, but they definitely wouldn't allow the flames of war to come back. In the ancient temple, the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor had been recuperating for nearly a month. In the previous battle, his injuries weren't light. Thanks to the 3 moonlight herbs that Ning Chen had found, his injuries were stabilized. During this month, Ning Chen had become even busier. Every day or two, he would go out. Every time he went out, he would only return after 4 or 5 days. When he returned, he was covered in dust and had some spiritual herbs in his hands. The Golden Staff Imperial Advisor saw this but didn't say anything. He couldn't trust this kid just because of this small favor. He still felt that something wasn't right about the phoenix blood. He needed to continue observing before making a judgment. Ning Chen could tell what the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor was thinking, but he still doubted him and brought back the spiritual herbs on time. Humans weren't plants and couldn't be unaffected by external things. The Golden Staff Imperial Advisor didn't notice that his attitude had changed from being ready to fight as soon as his injuries were healed to just observing for a while. In the Lihua dynasty, the Hulei dynasty's army marched straight into the Lihua dynasty. The war had begun. Even though the Holy Land's people had come out to warn him several times, the Hulei emperor stubbornly resisted. He was unmoved, determined to seek justice. The Lihua dynasty fought back with all their might, but in the face of the Hulei dynasty's powerful attacks, they were still forced to retreat. The situation was extremely unfavorable. The Hulei dynasty displayed the true strength of the 4 great dynasties. Under the leadership of Duke Qinghua, the army of 300,000 was unstoppable. In just a month, they had conquered 11 cities of the Lihua dynasty. The name of Duke Qinghua quickly spread throughout the 4 extremes realm, attracting many people's attention. Chapter 307. Duke Qinghua was a title that few outside the Hulei dynasty knew about. He was so low-key that it was a bit too much. However, it was this person who led the 300,000 elite troops of the Hulei dynasty and defeated the Lihua dynasty time and time again. There was already a gap in strength between the 2 dynasties. After Li Yan's death, the power balance between the 2 dynasties had been reshuffled. The transition period between the new and the old had yet to pass, causing the 2 dynasties to tilt even further. The 4 extreme sacred lands' main focus was on the divine land. They didn't want to completely fall out with the Hulei emperor for the time being. This caused the war between the 2 dynasties to be even more intense. The Li dynasty of the Lihua dynasty was in danger. Even with the support of the Empress and Li Yue, how could a young emperor take on such a huge responsibility? There were more and more voices of dissent in the court. Under the pressure of the war, it was harder to control the hearts of the people. The Lihua dynasty couldn't stop the 300,000 elite troops of the Hulei army. The few reverends of the Lihua dynasty couldn't stop Duke Qinghua's Khanate forces either. They were defeated without any suspense. The Lihua dynasty had no chance of winning since the beginning of the war. The Sacred Land didn't really care about the outcome of the war. As long as the rulers of the 2 dynasties were still under the Sacred Land's control, it was enough. The 4 extreme armies selected from the various sects and the 4 dynasties continued to gather in batches. They were then sent to the Sacred Land in batches and sent to the Divine Land. Emperor Sudden Thunder was very cooperative with this part of the army. However many the Holy Land wanted, He would give them without any discount. The Hule Emperor knew very well that this was the four extreme realms' bottom line. As long as they didn't go against the four extreme sacred land, the sacred land wouldn't have any extra energy to interfere in the war between the two dynasties. In the Lihua Palace, Li Yue read the battle reports one after another. Her beautiful face didn't show a single smile. The Hule army was stronger than she had imagined. With the addition of the unstoppable Duke Qinghua, the war was basically one-sided. However, this was under the condition that the Hule dynasty didn't send out all their top forces. She knew very well that the Hule dynasty still had Jianghua, who wasn't any weaker than Duke Qinghua. If he also appeared on the battlefield, the Lihua dynasty's situation would be even worse. Li Yue then thought of Ning Chen's condition. Military power wasn't a small matter. Once it was handed over, the consequences would be unpredictable. However, Lihua really needed a top expert who could contend against Duke Qinghua. Your Highness, have you made up your mind? At this moment, a white figure walked out from the main hall of the imperial palace. It was silent, as if it had appeared out of thin air. It was shocking. Li Yue's pupils shrank subconsciously. The hall of worship was right next to the main hall, so why wasn't there any reaction? There's no need to think about it. Your consecrators won't be able to sense me. Ning Chen was able to tell what the woman was thinking with a single glance. Young Master Ning, it's impossible to hand over the military power. Please change your condition. Yue will try her best to fulfill it. Li Yue was still unwilling to give in easily. As she spoke, she observed the changes in the former's expression. Then there's nothing more to say. See you again. Ning Chen smiled faintly, turned around, and walked out without hesitation. Li Yue bit her lips, hoping that the former would turn around. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. When Ning Chen was about to leave the hall, Li Yue had no choice but to stop him. She sighed and said, "Young master, wait a moment." Ning Chen turned around and looked at the woman in front of him. A trace of emotionless coldness flashed across the corner of his mouth. "Young Master Ning, you really are ruthless." A trace of misery flashed across Li Yue's face. She had thought that she was ruthless enough, but she hadn't expected that the young man in front of her was the one she truly hated the most. No matter how she begged, he didn't care about their past relationship at all. Sometimes she even suspected that this icy cold and emotionless man was the same person as the Ning Chen who had been gentle and a bit shy in front of her back then. Commander's seal. Ning Chen extended his hand. Li Yue turned around and took out half a jade talisman from her clothes. She handed it over and said, "The other half of the commander's seal is in King Xuanhua's hands. I will write a letter to him. I hope young Master Ning can keep your promise." Ning Chen received the other half of the commander's seal that belonged to the Li Hua imperial family and put it away. He had finally obtained what he wanted. "I know what to do." As soon as he finished speaking, his clothes scattered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Yue let out a heavy sigh. She hoped that this decision of hers wouldn't be wrong again. Otherwise, the Li clan really would be unable to protect itself. In an abandoned ancient temple 50 miles away from the Longevity Hall, the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor sensed an approaching aura and suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light shone brightly. After over a month, his injuries from the previous battle had mostly healed. Ning Chen walked over. Seeing the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor, he respectfully bowed as usual and asked, "Senior Golden Staff, how are your injuries? What is it?" The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor frowned. "If Senior's injuries are healed, it'll be best if you set off as soon as possible to find the whereabouts of the Phoenix blood," replied Ning Chen. "You're in a rush?" A strange light flashed through the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor's eyes. "Senior must be joking. No one wants to obtain such a divine item as soon as possible," said Ning Chen matter-of-factly. "There's no rush. I still haven't fully recovered. Let's wait a few more days." As he spoke, The golden staff imperial tutor slowly closed his eyes. Suspicion flashed through his heart. Why was this brat even more anxious than him? Could it be that he was planning on using him to find the phoenix blood before launching a sneak attack while he was still injured? No matter what, it was always better to be careful. Then Senior can rest at ease and recover. Junior won't disturb you any longer, said Ningchen with some regret. The golden staff imperial tutor didn't say anything else. Ningchen left with disappointment. Only when he walked out of the temple did he regain his composure. In the next moment, he headed west. A day later, an azure-robed young master appeared outside the Cherishing Flower Palace. He had come to visit an old friend. When a Xiantian venerate descended upon the Cherishing Flower Palace, even Palace Master Cherishing Flower wasn't willing to slight him. She personally received him. "May I ask who you are?" asked Palace Master Cherishing Flower as she looked at the unfamiliar young man. "I am Wang Qinyuan, the cousin of Wang Yu and Wang Yu. I heard that the two of you were defeated by the Cherishing Flower Palace, so I came to pay you a visit." The azure-robed young master fanned himself with a smile. Palace Master Cherishing Flower frowned. How come she didn't know that Wang Yu and Wang Yu had a cousin? "Dan Ning, call Wang Yu and Wang Yu out," ordered Palace Master Cherishing Flower. "Yes." A woman in a jade-green dress walked out. She bowed and accepted the order before leaving. Not long after, two beautiful women walked into the hall. One was as gentle as water, while the other was as graceful as a spirit. Although their appearances were similar, they each had their own charm. Palace Master Wang Yu and Wang Yu bowed respectfully and said, "Rise." Wang Yu, this young Master Wang Qinyuan claims to be your cousin. Do you have any recollection of him?" asked Palace Master Cherishing Flower seriously. Wang Yu was startled. She glanced at the azure-robed young master and didn't understand. Beside her, Wang Yu also frowned slightly. She and Wang Yu definitely didn't have a cousin. However, as a Xiantian venerable, there was no need for him to casually say such a thing. "Palace Master, my two cousins left home when they were young, so they definitely don't have any recollection of me. Can you give me some time to speak with my two cousins alone?" asked the azure-robed young master with a smile. Since a Xiantian venerable had spoken, Palace Master Cherishing Flower couldn't refuse him directly. She looked at Wang Yu and let them decide for themselves. Wang Yu thought for a moment, then nodded lightly and agreed. The three of them then walked towards the west wing. When they arrived, Wang Yu stopped and said softly, "Young Master Ning, we are honored by your presence. May I know the reason for your visit?" Ning Chen chuckled. With a wave of his hand, light flashed and he returned to his original appearance. "Lady Wang Yu is indeed extraordinarily intelligent. You guessed it so quickly," praised Ning Chen. "It's you!" exclaimed Wang Yu, who had only just regained her senses. "Wang Yu, you are already hopelessly stupid," said Ning Chen with a kind smile. Wang Yu's canine teeth flashed. She bared her fangs and pounced over. However, a hand pressed against her forehead, preventing her from taking even half a step forward. Wang Yu ignored the two of them and asked gently, "Young master, didn't you go back? Why have you come back?" "It's a long story," sighed Ningchen. He took out a luminous pearl that he had prepared beforehand and tossed it to Wang Yu. He smiled and said, "I have something to discuss with your sister. Let's stop fooling around." Wang Yu caught the luminous pearl and immediately smiled happily. She didn't even care about the deep hatred between the two of them. She ran to the side and slowly studied it. Ning Chen told her everything that had happened in the past few days, including the Disaster King and the Palace of Immortality. He didn't hide anything. Wang Yu listened quietly. When Ning Chen finished, she said softly, "Young master, you want me to help you seal the passage between the two realms?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and continued, "Lady Wang Yu should be able to see that as long as the passage between the two realms isn't completely sealed, the war between the four realms and the divine continent will never end. If they continue fighting like this, both sides will suffer in the end. Wang Yu fell silent. This was not an easy choice. If they failed, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of the Realm Master. Even if she wasn't afraid, the cherishing flower palace was. However, Ning Chen's words were also true. The war between the two realms would cause great harm to both the four realms and the divine continent. In just a short year, 2 Xiantian experts and no less than 100 disciples of the Cherishing Flower Palace had been sent to the battlefield of the divine continent by the sacred land. Their fate was unknown. After a long time, Wang Yu raised her head and asked seriously, "Young master, how confident are you?" 70%, said Ning Chen seriously. Just as Wang Yu was about to answer, a woman's voice rang out from outside the west wing. There was some unease in her voice. "Wang Yu, it's bad. The sacred land has sent another order. This time, they want you to go." Ning Chen narrowed his eyes when he heard this. A trace of unease flashed through his heart. What was going on? Chapter 308. No one dared to go against a holy land's decree. She could only go. She had no other choice. "I'll wait for the day you succeed." The forgotten sorrow smiled gently, then walked away with light steps. Yi walked away alone. For some reason, Wang Yu felt empty in her heart, as if something bad was about to happen. She looked at the man beside her and asked worriedly, "Will sister be fine?" "She'll be fine." Ning Chen comforted her. "Your sister has a Dao body. Few people can match her. Don't worry." Wang Yu nodded. She felt a bit better. "I still have other things to do, so I have to leave. Don't reveal my identity." Ning Chen flicked the little girl's forehead and softly instructed her. "Yes." Wang Yu nodded. Reluctance flashed on her face. Her sister had left, so he had to leave as well. Now she was the only one left. Ning Chen could see the loneliness in her expression, but he still left. His watery light scattered and disappeared from her sight. In the southwest of the Lihua dynasty, in front of Duke Qinghua's camp, a young figure slowly walked over. His black hair fluttered in the wind and his aura surged. Within the commander's tent, Duke Qinghua's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand and put away the saber on the table in front of him. The light of the bright moon shone on the ground, reflecting a boundless moonlight. The figure walking over slowly under the moonlight had a calm expression, not showing any killing intent. The sovereign sword in the mahogany box on his back withdrew all his sword intent. "May I ask how I should address you, brother?" asked Duke Qinghua. "Forgotten worldly fate," replied Ning Chen casually. "You're not from the Lihua dynasty." Duke Qinghua immediately saw that this person was not from the Lihua dynasty, nor was he from the Holy Land. He had never seen such an unfamiliar aura before. "I'm just a guest from a foreign land." Ning Chen took the box off his back and placed it on the ground. "Brother, do you really want to fight?" asked Duke Qinghua. "If you retreat, there's naturally no need to fight," replied Ning Chen. "Ha ha!" Duke Qinghua smiled gently and clenched his right hand. White lightning appeared in his hand. His saber flickered with white lightning, causing the surrounding space to shriek. "White lightning scar, please advise me." "Please." Facing the opponent before him, Ning Chen did not hesitate. With a jerk of his right hand, the wooden box opened and the great green sparrow sword flew out. The cry of the sparrow resounded through the heavens and earth. The surging sword intent instantly rippled out, causing dust and sand to dance in the air, obscuring one's vision. In the tent, the 2 honorary elders of the Hule dynasty immediately gave up on the idea of helping when they sensed the powerful sword will. A battle like this was not something they could handle. His opponent's martial prowess was extraordinary, and Ning Chen gave him enough respect. He did not use the remembrance saber that sealed the longevity's luck. With this sword in hand, victory or defeat was up to him. In the next moment, the 2 figures disappeared at the same time. The sword and the saber clashed for the first time. Sand flew everywhere, and killing intent filled the sky. At the beginning of the duel, although there was no deep hatred, Everyone had their own standpoints, and no one held back. The white lightning left behind dazzling flashes of lightning, and the cries of the green sparrow sword of Dayan shook the heavens. The intense duel between the two was beyond common sense and shocked everyone present. The narrow and sharp saber was oppressively sharp. Combined with the white lightning, it became an unstoppable, peerless weapon. Duke Qinghua used the unique movement technique of the azure flower lineage, moving like lightning. He was so fast that no one could see him clearly. The green sparrow sword of Dayan was the edge of the emperor. Sword intent flowed, and with the help of the flowing light shadow body, it also quickly fell apart. Speed clashed against speed. The flowing light from the clash of swords and sabers brushed past Xiao Chen's ears. His hair fell, drifting down silently. Cold-killing saber and extremely fast sword. The two figures quickly separated and came back together. Clanging sounds rang out endlessly. As the saber and sword light intersected, the scattered saber and sword light split the ground, forcing the people behind to retreat again and again. "Who is this person? How can he be so capable?" asked one of the Hule imperial family's honorary elders. "I've never heard of him. This is the first time I've seen someone who can fight with the Duke to such an extent," said another solemnly. White lightning sparks, heaven and earth line. Seeing that his opponent was even more extraordinary than he had imagined, Duke Qinghua's saber changed direction. White lightning flourished and his saber flashed. His figure flashed, and only white lightning could be seen. Ning Chen didn't dare to be careless. His sword spun rapidly, and snowflakes fell from the sky. The green sparrow sword condensed wind and frost, and the sword created a snowstorm. The two extreme moves collided, and the world became hazy. Both sides took 2 steps back, their blood roiling. "With such ability, you shouldn't be unknown." As he spoke, Duke Qinghua's figure moved once more, summoning a body of wind and lightning. White lightning slashed down, shocking the world. Ning Chen smiled faintly, and the green sparrow sword met it head-on. There was a great explosion, and the sword intent and saber light scattered. Everything within a radius of 300 meters was reduced to ruins. This was a clash of foundations after extreme speed. The clash between the two powerhouses formed a huge forbidden zone. Boundless torrents flowed out in all directions, whistling as they rushed forward with unstoppable force. In the intense clash, Duke Qinghua suddenly felt a chill rise around him. His expression changed slightly, and he sent out a palm strike, breaking the deadlock. The white lightning was stained with frost, and the sound of thunder gradually weakened. The peerless foundation in the world couldn't even support a peerless divine weapon, and it was beginning to show signs of being frozen. Duke Qinghua frowned slightly, and his saber shook, dispersing the ice and snow. The person in front of him had a strong foundation, and he had never seen one before. "Please retreat," Ning Chen said once more. "Forgive me for not being able to comply." After speaking, Duke Qinghua's expression became unprecedentedly serious. He knew that he was just testing the waters. What came next was the true battle of life and death. White lightning circled and hissed, and the divine weapon became even sharper with the support of the lightning. The lightning flashed with white light, and it was very dazzling in the night. "Pardon me," Ning Chen said softly, and the green sparrow sword was stained with frost. An extremely cold air spread out, and the scene of winter reappeared in the vast world. Snowflakes drifted down, like white lotuses in the wind, clean and flawless. The moment they fell, the battle began again. The figure disappeared silently, and a wisp of watery light moved, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of him. The green sparrow sword of Dayan cried out for the first time, and the sword intent was completely different. Duke Qinghua waved his saber to meet it, and the sword that met it was unstoppable. With a bang, Duke Qinghua retreated 3 steps, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was the first time he saw blood since the battle started. Ning Chen did not show any mercy, and his figure flashed, and he pressed forward again. His sword moved with great force, and with his unparalleled foundation, he suppressed the lightning and wind saber. Using force to break speed, Duke Qinghua immediately fell into a disadvantage. He lost the initiative, and it was difficult for him to take it back. He walked step by step towards the abyss of defeat. Seeing that the situation was not good, the two imperial consecrators did not care about anything else, and rushed into the battle, wanting to help. No! Duke Qinghua's expression changed, and he wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Ning Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, and his sword aura changed rapidly. He pushed Duke Qinghua away with one palm, and then drew the wind and snow around him, and his sword split open the vast world. Pung! Pung! Blood splattered everywhere. Two figures flew out, covered in blood, and crashed into the ground. The two Xiantian experts did not block a single move. It wasn't that they were weak, but that they had chosen the wrong time. Entering the battle when the swordsman's sword intent was at its strongest was undoubtedly the most unwise thing to do. Ning Chen had heavily injured the two, but at the last moment, he had held back 30% of his power, leaving them alive. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to form too deep of a grudge with the Sudden Thunder dynasty. Sensing that the two of them were still alive, Duke Qinghua's expression became slightly better. He looked back at the man in front of him and said solemnly, "This is the last move. Victory and defeat will be decided by fate." "Please," said Ning Chen. In the final clash, Duke Qinghua no longer held back. The white lightning around him roared and surged like a reverse lightning tribulation. It soared into the 9 heavens and terrified all gods. Facing this move, Ning Chen did not dare to be careless. Snow fell from his sword, and his sword intent reached its peak. In the blink of an eye, the two figures passed by each other. There was no heaven-shaking explosion, and the noise was calm. It was a bit too quiet. Ning Chen walked in front of the mahogany box and put the sword in it. Then, he picked up the box and walked away. Ugh! Behind him, blood spurted out from Duke Qinghua's chest. The sword had pierced through his heart. Victory and defeat were clear at this moment. Duke Qinghua had lost, but it wasn't a shameful loss. The difference in foundation wasn't something that could be overcome. From a certain perspective, this battle was already unfair. Ning Chen's foundation from the life scroll was unparalleled, and with the protection of his phoenix blood, he wouldn't lose to anyone below the 3 calamities. Duke Qinghua was extraordinary, but he was still quite a distance away from the 3 calamities. After this battle, the 3 Xiantian experts of the Sudden Thunder dynasty were all heavily injured. Even if they didn't retreat, they wouldn't be able to advance further north. Time flew by in the Divine Continent. It was another 3 months, and a figure in purple appeared in the imperial city of the Grand Xia. His handsome face was cold, but there was a smile on his face that sent chills down people's spines. The Lord of the Second Shrine of Evernight had personally come to the imperial city. This time, he was much more low-key. He used an divergent to seal his aura as he looked at the princess residence. This was the first time Zhong Qianqiu had personally come for the 7 severing physique. Within the princess residence, Madame Luofei was sitting in the courtyard, calmly watching the changes in the world. She didn't care about what was happening in the imperial city. She was just a spectator, waiting to see what the Grand Xia's emperor would do. Zhong Qianqiu was afraid of the woman in the courtyard and didn't want to fight her head-on. He was thinking about how to avoid Madame Luofei and take away the 7 severing physique. The 7 severing physique was extremely important to Evernight's grand plan. He couldn't afford to lose it. The reason he had come personally was because he didn't want to miss another opportunity. He had to wait another 3 years. Inside and outside the mansion, there were different thoughts and different gazes. The two sides were not too far apart, but they did not interact with each other, nor did they want to interact with each other. At this critical moment, each of them was waiting for the outcome they wanted to see. Hall Master, the nobles of the Grand Xia, as well as some of the nobles of the Grand Xia, are already on their way. They'll probably reach the imperial city in a few days, reported Remnant Wind. What about the Confucian sect? Have they made any movements? Asked Zhong Qianqiu calmly. Other than continuing to spread rumors, we haven't seen anything strange, replied Remnant Wind. Oh! Zhong Qianqiu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, then help them fan the flames. Chapter 309. As Emperor Xia's wedding approached, all the nobles and nobles rushed to the imperial city. The gathering of nobles made the complicated situation in the imperial city even more confusing. The rumor that Xia Zi was the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell had caused the people's trust in the imperial family to drop to the lowest point. The Confucian sect used their influence to spread the rumor. Their ambitions were clear as day. As the rumor spread, it would become the truth in people's hearts. Some of the officials in the imperial court who did not know the truth began to believe the rumor after seeing the white-haired figure on the dragon throne change day by day. Many people in the imperial court believed that Emperor Xia was the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell. The imperial court was still the imperial court because no one dared to make the matter public. After all, it was a groundless accusation. No one dared to say such words in front of the emperor. Those who truly understood the truth could also see that this was a plot by the Confucian sect. They wanted to overthrow the imperial power, and they had been plotting for a long time. Kong Yu and the entire imperial court were still trying their best to investigate the crimes of the Confucian sect. Both sides had no evidence, and it was a matter of who could act first. No one knew if the Confucian sect would suppress the imperial power or if the emperor would suppress the rebellion. The current situation was so complicated that it was difficult to see clearly. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Xia Zi was still paying attention to the war between the two borders and the latest epidemic in Nanjiang. The four extremes were causing trouble in the east, and the Eternal Night sect was invading in the west. In addition to the terrible epidemic after the flood in Nanjiang, the people of the imperial court were suffering greatly and could not bear the burden. The emperor was merciful and could not bear to see the people suffer. He raised the matter of reducing taxes that the 7 representatives had raised in the imperial court. Unexpectedly, it caused a wave of fierce opposition. Without a doubt, once the tax reduction was implemented, the people who would lose the most benefits were the nobles of the imperial court. As such, during the imperial court meeting, the nobles who were good at playing dead immediately stood out to oppose it. The most righteous reason was that the great Xia had been fighting for years and the treasury was empty. If the taxes were reduced again, the imperial court would be in dire straits. Minister of Imperial Patronage, what do you think? Xia Zi asked as he looked at the Minister of Imperial Patronage. The other officials turned to the Minister of Imperial Relations. The conflict between the Confucian sect and the imperial authority was becoming more and more apparent. Although it had not yet erupted, many people had already guessed that the Confucian sect was behind the rumors. The Minister of Imperial Relations was the representative of the Confucian sect, and they wanted to see how he would respond. In any case, it was the Minister of Imperial Appointments who led the 7 elderly commoners into the Heavenly Mandate Palace on behalf of the commoners. Your Majesty, I think it's feasible. The Minister of Imperial Wealth stood up and said something shocking. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was in an uproar. Many of the officials' expressions changed. How could the Minister of Imperial Wealth do something that would harm their interests? The Minister of Imperial Affairs was not in a hurry. He waited for the ministers to calm down before saying indifferently, however, the reduction of taxes should be based on the region and time limit. Otherwise, the country will not be able to make ends meet. Hearing these words, the quick-witted official immediately reacted as he thought to himself, the older, the wiser. Minister, why don't you tell us how to base it on the region and time limit? Xia Zi's expression turned cold. For a rich place like Nanjiang, it's just an epidemic. It won't take long for it to recover, so there's no need to reduce taxes. On the contrary, for a poor place like Xinjiang, reducing taxes for 3 to 5 years is something that benefits the country and the people. The Minister of Imperial Affairs avoided the main point and focused on the trivial. As soon as these words were spoken, all of the officials understood, and they all agreed. Minister of Imperial Affairs is right. That's a good idea. The officials' agreement made Xia Zi's gaze turn even colder. It was true that Nanjiang was rich, but in the past half a year, there had been constant floods. Coupled with the spread of the epidemic, the people had no way of making a living. No matter how rich the commoners were, they could not withstand such an unforeseen event. As for the Xinjiang mentioned by the Minister of War, it had long become a barren land with few people because of the border between Great Xia and the Eternal Night cult. The reason was very obvious. Whether or not taxes were reduced in Xinjiang did not benefit these people much. On the other hand, Nanjiang had a large population. Every 10% reduction in taxes would result in heavy losses for the benefit chain along the way. According to what you're saying, the taxes of the Central Plains and the other 2 regions cannot be reduced? Xia Zi asked in a low voice. It's not that we can't reduce taxes, but we'll make a decision after seeing the results of the tax reduction in Xinjiang and other places, the Minister of Imperial Affairs replied. Xia Zi said with a cold glint in his eyes. This was obviously a delaying tactic. He didn't expect that a simple policy of reducing taxes would encounter such a huge resistance. According to the information that the Grand Preceptor had sent him, these officials were all filthy rich. 9 out of 10 officials were corrupt, and few of them were honest. They did not care about the lives of the commoners. Even in this chaotic world, they only cared about their own interests and only cared about fame and fortune. Court is dismissed. Xia Zi did not want to continue feigning civility with these people and coldly said. The officials knelt and looked at each other before retreating with heavy hearts. They could tell that His Majesty had already made up his mind to reduce taxes. It was definitely not just empty talk. The previous Xia emperors had all reduced taxes before, but most of them were limited to very few regions. This was the first time that His Majesty had reduced taxes on such a large scale. The expressions of the officials in court were very unsightly. Between them, from top to bottom, the chain of benefits was inseparable. This tax reduction would completely disrupt their operations over the years. How could they tolerate this? The officials who hurriedly left could not hide the worry in their hearts. Apart from a few magnanimous and honest officials, most of them did not have the leisure of the past. It was the first time they had left so quickly. In the Confucian School's Dragon Garden, the Minister of Imperial Affairs reported what had happened today to the 3 Confucian school sovereigns before respectfully retreating. It looks like the Xia dynasty's luck has run out. Sovereign Li revealed a faint smile. Xia Zi's benevolence would become the final blade that would cut off the Xia dynasty's luck. Offending the officials of the court for the ignorant commoners was the height of stupidity. It's still too early to say that. After all, the Grand Xia's military power is still in the hands of the imperial family and the various martial marquises. If we can't use this chance to completely topple the Grand Xia's imperial family, once Xia Zi takes action first or the various martial marquises return, there might be more variables, said Sovereign Li. The terror of the Grand Xia's martial marquises was not only due to their powerful martial prowess, but also due to the respect and trust of the Grand Xia's commoners. If any of the martial marquises could return to the court, they would be a considerable threat to them. The Grand Xia was a country that revered heroes. Although the Confucian school's influence was extraordinary and controlled half of the court, the martial marquises of the Grand Xia also had shocking influence. They were the greatest impediment to the Confucian school. With such a huge matter happening in the court, no matter how tense the war between the eastern and western borders was, there should be martial marquises taking advantage of the Xia emperor's wedding to rush back. Leave the matter of the martial marquises to me. I will make sure none of them return, said Head Commander Lo coldly. The head commander nodded and warned, be careful. Although the various martial marquises have all been blocked from reaching the Xiantian realm because of their heavy killing intent, it won't be that easy to kill them. The power of the Grand Xia's martial marquises could not be completely judged by their cultivation bases. For example, the Marquis of Blood-Robed and the Marquis of Wanchuan had both fought with experts on the level of the three calamities. Although they had both died in the end, in this world, just how many Xiantian experts were qualified to make the three calamities take action? Yes, I understand. Head Commander Lo nodded. If she took action, she could only succeed. Failure was not an option. No one could bear the crime of assassinating a martial marquis. Once it was exposed, the Confucian school's reputation would rapidly plummet. Within the imperial city, in a residence not far from the princess residence, Zhong Qianqiu was sitting in front of a chessboard, playing chess with himself. At this time, Remnant Wind brought an elder into the hall. He respectfully bowed and then calmly stood to the side. Old Bai, is that so? Please sit, said Zhong Qianqiu calmly. This commoner doesn't dare. May I ask who you are? Asked the elder fearfully. Zhong Qianqiu faintly smiled. I'm not some lord. I'm just an ordinary businessman. Old Bai, there's no need to be so restrained. Only then did the elder dare to raise his head and carefully look at the young man in front of him. Noble, handsome, and someone who had been in power for a long time. This was Old Bai's first impression of the person in front of him. After this glance, Old Bai quickly lowered his head again, not daring to look at him for a moment longer. This young man's identity was definitely not ordinary. He was most likely a noble of the imperial court. Zhong Qianqiu ignored the former's change and changed the topic. I heard that a few days ago, Old Bai had the honor of going to the palace to meet His Majesty. What do you think of the rumors that His Majesty is the reincarnation of the underworld king? Old Bai's expression changed, and he didn't dare to say anything. Such words could be secretly spread among commoners, but no one dared to mention it in front of an official. If they were caught because of this, it would be a serious crime of insulting the emperor. Even beheading would be a light punishment. He had no right to control what this young master in front of him said, but he didn't dare to say anything. He couldn't joke around with his head. Seeing that the elder didn't dare to say anything, Zhong Qianqiu didn't mind. He pushed back a cup of tea and said, "Please drink." Old Bai hesitated for a moment, but he still picked it up. With his identity, it shouldn't be worth it for this person to poison him. Seeing the elder drink the tea, Zhong Qianqiu's lips curved into a smile that was hard to understand. He casually asked a few more questions and then had Remnant Wind send him out of the palace. Remnant Wind returned not long after. He asked in confusion, "Palace Master, can such a lowly person be of any use?" The black pieces in Zhong Qianqiu's hand fell, and the white pieces on the tray all lost their vitality. Chess pieces don't depend on their status. As long as they find a suitable position, they will be able to play an unimaginable role. This person will be a crucial piece of soil that will bury the 1,000 years of prosperity of the Grand Xia Empire. Zhong Qianqiu glanced at the Grand Xia Empire in the distance. After so many years of war, this 1,000-year-old immortal behemoth was still standing strong, unshakable. However, if the plan of the divine sect succeeded this time around, Grand Xia would completely fall from glory to decline. Chapter 310. The situation in the imperial city changed so quickly. Nobles and nobles came from all over the place. Many manors that had been quiet for a long time were bustling again. After Xia Mingri ascended the throne, the princes who were crowned as kings in the past all had their own titles one after another. They no longer lived in the imperial court. Only King Shoshan, who was seriously ill, stayed in the imperial court. However, he lost his life in a conspiracy. After the kings arrived, they first paid their respects to their former brothers. As those who were not qualified to inherit the throne, they had a good relationship with each other. They had to pay their respects, whether it was for public or private reasons. Xia Yifei was a handsome name. His mother's lineage was not ordinary, and he was also a strong successor to the throne. However, he was seriously ill from a young age, and his hopes of inheriting the throne disappeared. The former Emperor Xia also had many regrets about this prince. Fortunately, Xia Yifei was open-minded. When he was sensible, he was depressed for a period of time, and gradually got over it. Xia Zi left the Heavenly Mandate Palace and followed the other kings to the Imperial Mausoleum to pay respects to King Shoshan. Brother, the situation in the Imperial City is not right. You have to be careful. The former 7th Prince, now King Tailing, looked at Xia Zi, who had changed a lot. He sighed in his heart and reminded him. This, brother, was not a form of address between a ruler and an official, but it made Xia Zi's eyes show a rare touch of gentleness. At this time, everyone was afraid of him. Only his brother would remind him out of concern. 7th brother, don't worry. I will be careful. Xia Zi replied softly. It was not a coincidence that the Xia kingdom could prosper for 1,000 years. Compared to other dynasties, the Xia kingdom's pride in their bloodline was far greater than anyone else's. The kings never believed in the words of the reincarnation of Yama. As a bystander, it was not too difficult to analyze the conspirators behind the scenes. On the side, the neighboring king who was once the 11th prince also reminded him, "Brother, you should deal with this matter as soon as possible." 4th sister was angry because of these rumors in the neighboring cities. The rumors cannot be stopped. The people are too easily fooled. If you do not think of a way to solve it, it will eventually become a disaster. Brother, you are from the Confucian sect. Why do you oppose the Confucian sect to such an extent? The silent 5th prince, who was now King Luo, asked. It's a long story. Xia Zi let out a deep sigh and continued, if I'm not wrong, what happened to Ming Tian and Yi Fei must be related to the Confucian sect. The Luo king's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, that's not right. 6th brother has been frail and sickly since he was young. He has never had any grudges with anyone. The Confucian sect doesn't seem to have any reason to attack him. I've never been able to figure it out, but based on the Confucian sect's reaction, it should be true, Xia Zi gravely replied. The eyes of the 7 kings all turned serious. In this matter, the imperial family of the great Xia was bound together for good or ill. If the Confucian sect wanted to change the heavens, they would be the first to disagree. In the princess mansion, the 4th princess Xia Luzhu asked with a sullen expression, Xinyu, where did the Jiming Marquis go? Why hasn't he returned at such a critical time? Even these former princes and princesses knew that the Jiming Marquis and their eldest brother were best friends. Now that such a huge matter had happened, they had not heard of the Jiming Marquis' whereabouts. It was as if he had completely disappeared. In order to deal with the matter of the reinforcements from the 4 extremes, Ning Chen went to the 4 extremes several months ago. He might not be able to return in a short amount of time. Xia Xinyu did not hide anything from her 4th sister, who she was the closest to amongst the princes and princesses. Xia Luzhu was startled and then helplessly sighed. This was the first time in 1,000 years that the great Xia had been forced into such a difficult situation. The 8 martial marquises were all fighting outside. The enormous imperial city did not have a single martial marquis overseeing it. Xinyu, you don't need to worry too much. I heard that the Bai Marquis and the Xiang Marquis are already on their way back. They should be able to reach the imperial city soon. The Confucian sect's scheme will not succeed, comforted Xia Luzhu. Yes. Xia Xinyu lightly nodded. Her beautiful face forced a smile as she replied. In the northern Meng royal court, outside the imperial palace, 2 figures stood quietly in front of a simple and peaceful tomb. They had been there for a long time. Not far away, Jiang Hua was patiently waiting without any impatience. On the other side, Zi Jing was quietly waiting as usual. Looking at the little girl standing in front of the tomb, Her beautiful eyes never left her for even a moment. Jiang Hua had a whole new level of respect for this unusually quiet girl. She was able to see through people and their hearts. It was rare to see a girl with such a calm heart. He had heard that this was a maid that Jiang Xian's master had specially left behind for the northern Meng emperor. If the maid was already like this, it could be seen how outstanding the girl called Fan Lingyue was. In front of the tomb, Ming Yu's expression carried a trace of sadness. An elder sister was like a mother. Unknowingly, Sister Lingyue had already passed away for nearly 4 years. Jiang Xian kowtowed in front of her master's tomb, once again performing the ceremony of becoming her disciple, fulfilling her final wish. The two of them stood in front of the tomb for a long time. Finally, it was time to leave. 100 steps away from the tomb was Northern Meng's full moon imperial army, waiting to escort the emperor back to the palace. Sister Jiang Xian, when you see Ningchen, tell him to come back quickly. The situation in Great Xia is about to change, Ming Yu instructed. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will pass on the message, Jiang Xian replied softly. Ming Yu looked at the tomb reluctantly, then turned and left. Zi Jing followed behind. Under the escort of 3,000 full moon imperial army, they returned to the northern Meng imperial palace. Let's go. It's time for us to go back, Jiang Hua walked forward and said. Yes. Jiang Xian replied softly. Taking one last look at the name on the tombstone, she also left with her brother. The wind was bleak, and the lonely tombstone was not buried in the imperial tomb. This was because Fan Lingyue had left behind her last words. She was guilty and could not enter the tomb. The failure to unify the world was the greatest crime. Fan Lingyue had never regretted going down south to conquer Great Xia. The sacrifice of millions of civilians and soldiers in the war was unavoidable. However, in the end, she failed. Then, the sacrifice of the war completely lost its value. For extreme realms. In the past half a month, the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor and Ningchen had almost turned the entire Longevity City upside down. Unfortunately, they still could not find any trace of Phoenix blood. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor's expression became worse and worse. Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly sensed an extremely weak aura of Phoenix blood in the distance. Let's go and take a look. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor called out in a deep voice, then immediately rushed forward. In the rugged forest of grotesque rocks, red fluorescent stars danced in the air like tiny fireflies. Seeing this red mist, the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor's eyes narrowed. The aura of Phoenix blood was actually coming from these little bugs. It was really strange. Senior Golden Staff Imperial Tutor, be careful. It seems a little strange, Ningchen kindly reminded from the side. It's fine. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor walked forward and reached out to touch it. However, he felt an invisible restriction blocking the red mist. With a bang, the restriction shattered. In front of the 3 disasters, it was completely useless. In the next moment, the red mist flew out and surged towards the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor frowned. He felt the true qi in his body constantly flowing out. He was shocked. What a strange red mist. In the blink of an eye, traces of blood appeared on the hand that touched the red mist. The red mist not only devoured true qi, but also flesh and blood. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor's eyes turned cold. His true qi surged around him, crushing all the little bugs that flew out into ashes. White mist bug tide. Ningchen seemed to have thought of something and revealed a strange expression. You know this thing? The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor turned his head and asked. Yes. Ningchen nodded and continued. A few days ago, something extremely similar to this appeared during the Thunder Emperor's wedding. However, I heard that the bug tide was white and not this red mist. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor thought for a moment and said, That's right. These bugs have been fed with Phoenix blood. It's not strange for them to change. After saying that, The golden staff imperial tutor turned his gaze and asked, "Do you know where the white mist bug tide is raised?" "I'm not too sure." Ning Chen shook his head slightly. "I only heard that the person who caused trouble at the Thunder Emperor's wedding was the Lihua dynasty's Duke Muyang. I have a bit of a friendship with the Lihua dynasty's earthly blacksmith, and he once mentioned that Duke Muyang seems to have some sort of connection with the Four Extreme Holy Lands. I presume this matter is related to the Four Extreme Holy Lands." "Four Extreme Holy Lands." The golden staff imperial tutor narrowed his eyes. If possible, he really didn't want to face the master of the Four Extreme Holy Land. "Let's go take a look around the Four Extreme Holy Land. Such a dangerous thing shouldn't be raised directly in the Four Extreme Holy Lands. Furthermore, since this white mist bug tide appeared at the Emperor's wedding, the Four Extreme Holy Lands wouldn't personally raise it," said the golden staff imperial tutor calmly. "Senior's words are reasonable." Ning Chen gave a timely compliment. The two of them then rushed in the direction of the Four Extreme Holy Lands. After searching for so long, the golden staff imperial tutor, who had been about to give up, once again felt hope. These bugs were truly strange. Someone was actually raising them with phoenix blood. In that case, the master of the Four Extreme Holy Lands and the Disaster King were very likely experimenting with something. There were very few bugs here. The place where the bugs were being raised was most likely under the control of the Four Extreme Holy Land. In that case, the Longevity Hall's phoenix blood should have been sent there. The golden staff imperial tutor believed in his own judgment. As long as he found the place where the bugs were being raised, he would be able to find the phoenix blood that the Longevity Hall had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. From start to finish, Ning Chen didn't say much. He only gave some guidance at the appropriate times. As for the rest, he let the golden staff imperial tutor guess on his own. People were always more willing to believe in themselves than in others. Moreover, the golden staff imperial tutor was a very suspicious person. Rather than wasting his breath to arouse the golden staff imperial tutor's suspicion, it was better to let the old man's imagination run wild. He had already prepared everything he needed to prepare. Now he just needed to completely destroy the Four Extreme Holy Lands transportation formation and cut off the possibility of the Four Extreme Holy Lands sending reinforcements to the Divine Continent. As for sealing the passage between the two realms, although he didn't have absolute confidence in succeeding, he still had to try. However, there was still no news from his senior and Wild. That made him very worried. Chapter 311. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor and Ning Chen had been searching for over 10 days in the Four Extreme Holy Land. They had searched all over the mountains and forests. Unfortunately, it was still the same. They couldn't find a place to feed the white mist insect tide. Although the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor didn't say anything, his expression was frighteningly gloomy. If they went any further, they would enter the direct domain of the Four Extreme Holy Lands. If they accidentally touched a formation, it was very likely they would attract the attention of the masters of the Four Extreme Holy Lands. No one was willing to face an unfathomable opponent, and the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor was the same. "Split up and search. If you find anything, immediately contact me," said the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and directly flew east. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor didn't think too much about it and flew west as well. The two of them continued their search. What the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor didn't know was that Ning Chen had returned not long after he left. He used the Chaos Scroll to conceal his aura and flew northwest. The place where the white mist insect tide was being fed was probably in the direction the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor had gone. However, it was a bit off. If they searched blindly, who knew how long it would take? Ning Chen appeared in front of Lingchuan Labyrinth. Looking at the valley shrouded in white mist, he flipped his right hand and a drop of blood flew out. It immediately turned into a bloody mist that spread through the valley. After doing that, his white clothes scattered and rapidly disappeared. In the distance, the golden staff imperial tutor sensed the extremely weak aura of the phoenix blood. His body shook and he immediately changed directions, heading north. The golden staff imperial tutor arrived in front of the labyrinth. When he saw the white mist up ahead, he stopped and smiled. His guess had been correct. The endless white mist didn't look much different from ordinary mist from a distance. However, when he got closer, he could see that it was actually formed from flying insects. The golden staff imperial tutor looked at the white mist and pondered for a moment before walking in. It was enough for him to obtain the phoenix blood. As long as it wasn't the 4 extreme holy lands overseen by the masters of the 4 extreme holy lands, he could go anywhere he wanted. He didn't need anyone's help. Half an hour after the golden staff imperial tutor went in, Ning Chun appeared with a cold smile on his face. He activated the scroll of earth with all his might. In an instant the entire ground shook. The rumbling of the earthquake was like a great earthquake. Rocks and boulders collapsed and rolled down. The huge commotion could be felt clearly by ordinary people hundreds of miles away. Ling Chuan. In the 4 extremities Holy Land, the expression of the Lord of the 4 extremities Holy Land changed. He suddenly looked in the direction of the Lingchuan maze. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. Someone had actually discovered the white fog insect swarm. In the next moment, the multicolored light shot out and rushed toward the Lingchuan labyrinth. Inside the canyon, the golden staff imperial advisor, who was surrounded by the white fog insect tide, also felt the ground tremble. His heart trembled. What was going on? Tens of thousands of insects had blocked all the paths. The golden staff imperial master knew that the earthquake had probably attracted the attention of the masters of the 4 extremes. He could not care about anything else. He unleashed his power and swept away all the insects around him. Time was of the essence. The golden staff imperial advisor did not dare to delay and hurriedly tried to escape. However, at this moment, Yuan Zun and the other innate ranker finally noticed the intruder in the valley. Their figures flashed and quickly blocked in front. Get lost. The golden staff imperial advisor was furious. He turned his palm and condensed chi. Vast chi gathered and the universe shook. Rays of light spread out and forced the two of them back a few steps. Stop him! Knowing that the realm master would arrive soon, Yuan Zun and the blue-robed old man were not afraid. They forcefully raised their chi and faced the unfamiliar 3 disasters ranker in front of them. The mutated martial body was extremely strange. His bronze hands welcomed the golden staff imperial advisor's power. The sound of metal clashing could be heard continuously. The intense battle was shocking. The white fog insect tide was swept away wave by wave and immediately gathered again. The strong vitality and endless numbers were terrifying. The golden staff imperial advisor's hand was controlled by the white fog insect tide. He could not fully unleash his power. His palm attack was 7 to attack and 3 to defend. He blocked the white fog insect tide and the attacks of the 2 innate rankers. In the distant 4 extremes sacred ground, the 5-colored light rapidly approached. Not long after, it swept into the insect tide and completely blocked the golden staff imperial advisor's escape route. The 2-3 disasters rankers of the divine great land and the 4 extremes sacred ground faced each other. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. When they looked at each other, one was furious and the other was gloomy and fearful. There was no exchange of words. Both palms condensed vast chi and crossed. Suddenly, a wild mist overflowed. The endless white fog could not withstand this terrifying power and instantly turned into ashes. Yuan Zun and the blue-robed old man saw that the realm master had arrived and quickly retreated. Outside the valley, the white-robed figure had already disappeared and was heading towards the 4 extremes sacred ground. The sacred ground was like spring all year round. Birds sang and flowers bloomed. It was like this from the beginning to the end of the year. At this moment, a white-robed figure appeared above the sacred ground. A strong aura surged and changed her appearance. She was no longer her original appearance. The 4 innate rankers who stayed behind saw her and were shocked. They immediately went forward to stop her. They had never seen an unfamiliar face before. The 4 of them were shocked and even more shocked. When did such a strong person appear in the 4 extremes sacred ground? Ning Chen knew that the opportunity was fleeting and did not dare to delay. He clenched his hand and the great green sparrow sword flew out from behind him. The bird's cry filled the heavens and a strong sword will surged out. The momentum was shocking and forced the 4 to retreat again and again. Quickly inform the realm master. Seeing that the opponent's strength was unshakable, one of them shouted anxiously. It's too late. Ning Chen snorted. His figure moved and his sword was like a reverse waterfall. It spiraled upwards and became a torrent. The terrifying power caused the sacred ground's sky to change immediately. The 4 of them responded with their sabers and swords and joined forces to receive the attack. With a bang, they were all sent flying. The completely different martial way made this battle an overwhelming invasion. With a sword in hand, Ning Chen directly broke through the 4's resistance and rushed to the front of the formation. The teleportation array glowed with a dim light. Rays of light overflowed and filled the entire array. At the center of the array, a divine jade in the shape of Tai Chi floated up and down. Black and white light sprinkled down, making people's hearts feel heavy. Yin-Yang Jade. Ning Chen recognized the identity of the divine jade at a glance. Previously, he had seen a description of this jade in the ancient books of 9 Clouds Mountain's scripture pavilion. This was the treasure of the immortal ascension realm. It could condense the spiritual chi of heaven and earth quickly and activate the formation. It was an extremely rare divine item. 9 Clouds Mountain, Cherishing Flower Palace, Immortal Ascension Realm, Longevity Hall, and 4 Extremes Sacred Ground. These were the 4 Extremes Sacred Ground's oldest sections. In terms of age, Longevity Hall was undeniably ranked first. The second was the Immortal Ascension Realm, which specialized in formations. Unfortunately, there was a traitor in the Immortal Ascension Realm. Under the alliance of Longevity Hall and 4 Extremes Sacred Ground, the sect was destroyed overnight. Even the treasure of the sect was taken away. Scroll of Earth. Ning Chen's sword changed direction and the tip of the sword pierced the ground. Immediately, thousands of rays of sword light shot up from the ground and broke through the formation. There was a loud explosion and heaven and earth trembled. The heavenly book technique clashed head-on with the 10,000-year-old treasure of the Immortal Ascension Realm. It was the ultimate head-on clash. Thousands of rays of sword light shot out from the ground and continuously collided with the Yin-Yang Jade. Ning Chen had come here to break the formation and had already staked everything. Today, no matter what, he had to destroy this formation. 4 Xiantian experts rushed forward and tried to stop him regardless of the cost. The edge of the sword and saber were dazzling and filled with killing intent. You don't know the difference between life and death. With a cold voice, Ning Chen clenched his left hand and the remembrance blade flew out and entered his hand. Immediately, the frost was cut open and the ink-black blade roared with ferocious might. The surrounding sky immediately darkened. The scroll of heaven revolved. Black and blue light intertwined and formed an ink-blue radiance that made people's hearts palpitate. Waves of killing intent surged and wild mist howled. The terrifying might of the blade instantly darkened the world. 4 people were sent flying. Their blood splattered all over the world and dyed the world red. Luring the tiger away from the mountain. 300 li away, the master of the 4 extremes sensed the change in the sacred ground. He could no longer care about the intruders in front of him and suddenly sent the golden staff imperial preceptor flying with a palm. Trap him. I will be back soon, said the master of the 4 extremes before leaving. The 5-colored light that was speeding away showed how anxious the former was. No matter what, nothing could happen to the teleportation formation. The 4 Xiantian experts guarding the sacred ground were heavily injured. Ning Chen opened a path with his sword and saber and forced his way into the formation. Looking at the black and white yin-yang jade in front of him, he slashed down with his saber. Violent shockwaves shook the powerful formation. Finally, a change occurred. The formation runes crumbled and quickly dimmed. The yin-yang jade was knocked away and flew out of the formation. Ning Chen quickly rushed out and grabbed the divine jade. Then, he turned around and slashed with his sword. His sword split the 9 heavens and shattered the formation. Retreat! Seeing that he had succeeded, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. His figure flickered and he quickly left. Impudent! Right at this moment, from afar, a vigorous palm energy with the power to destroy the heaven and earth struck towards Ning Chen. Ning Chen's mind was shaken, and he swung his saber to block the attack. However, with a loud bang, blood splashed out, and the figure used the remaining force to quickly escape. How could the master of the 4 extremes give up? He quickly chased after him, wanting to tear him to pieces. The 2 figures were like 2 shooting stars, one after the other. In the blink of an eye, they were nowhere to be seen. Su Yi appeared above the white mist in Lingchuan bewildering valley. She immediately charged in. With the insect tide blocking their line of sight, they quickly lost sight of their target. Ning Chen immediately used the Chaos Scroll to conceal his aura and entered the depths of the white mist. The master of the 4 extremes' expression was extremely ugly. He also entered the insect tide. His eyes were filled with killing intent and unprecedented fury. Yuan Hong, recall the insect tide, said the master of the 4 extremes furiously. In the distance, the bloodied original Venerate heard the master's order. Relying on his bronze body, he once again took a head-on clash and retreated 30 meters. He used a strange technique to recall the insect tide. In an instant, the white mist gathered and rushed toward a huge mountain range in the west. In the blink of an eye, the insect tide had already disappeared. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor saw an opportunity and could finally use his full cultivation. His staff flickered, sending the 2 people in front of him flying. The blue-robed elder was unable to bear the huge force and his body suddenly exploded. You want to leave? Do you think that's possible? The master of the 4 extremes instantly arrived. Borrowing the momentum of falling from the sky, he sent out a palm. Chapter 312. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor didn't have time to dodge, so he could only face it head-on with his palm. The ground beneath the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor's feet caved in, and cracks spread across the ground. Splashing blood instantly dyed the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor's mouth red. The difference between their cultivation bases was revealed at this moment. The Beimeng Imperial Tutor, who was at the peak of the first calamity, was at a disadvantage against the strongest of the 4 extreme realms. Ha! The master of the 4 extreme realms used another 30% of his strength, and the speed of his descent increased by several degrees. Around the 2 of them, the ground rumbled and collapsed continuously. This was a clash between 2 peerless powerhouses. From the very beginning, it was obvious that they were in completely different realms. The entire valley shook violently because of this ordinary move. Life law, first law defying the heavens. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor's staff spun rapidly, and the golden ring shook violently. Boundless golden light shone brightly as it smashed into the Lord of the 4 extreme realms. The Lord of the 4 extreme realms didn't fear this move at all. He didn't even take half a step back as he faced it head-on with his palm. It was a terrifying exchange. Each blow was heavier than the previous one. The close combat made the crisis of life and death even clearer. Brat, come quickly. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor didn't have time to activate the Golden Writ to summon him. On the other side of the mountain range, Ning Chen, who had been chasing after the white mist insect tide, heard the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor's furious voice. He knew that the latter was in a predicament, so he moved even faster. Someone else has entered the valley. Quickly go and find them. The master of the four extremes ordered in a deep voice. His fist shook the world as he forcefully suppressed his opponent. Yes. Ning Chen received the order and headed in the direction of the insect tide. Within the mountain range, the white fog insect tide had all returned. A gigantic white cocoon appeared in front of him. Countless flying insects gathered and attached themselves to it. Ning Chen was shaken when he saw the huge cocoon formed by the insect tide. The cocoon was bound by layers of webs, and its thumping heartbeat was bewitching. Before this strange life form even got close, Ning Chen already felt his heart tremble. It was like a peerless, vicious beast was about to be born, evil and powerful. Ning Chen didn't dare to delay any longer when he saw the terrifying power of this ominous thing. He condensed his qi into a long saber and slashed down. The long black stream was like a heaven-splitting waterfall. It drew out a black brilliance and crashed into the giant cocoon with a boom. The saber light, strengthened by the longevity qi, was infinitely close to the three disasters realm. The aura of destruction vibrated, and the white fog insect swarm that was attached to it was instantly drowned by this destructive force. More than half of them dissipated. However, at this moment, a strange red light shone from within the cocoon and swallowed the black saber light. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Ning Chen's eyes trembled. What was going on? Off in the distance, the lords of the four paramount realms, who were in the middle of a fierce battle, suddenly looked toward the mountain range. Then, with a single palm strike, he sent the golden staff Imperial Preceptor flying. The golden staff Imperial Master spat out a mouthful of blood as his body trembled. At this point in the battle, he still couldn't understand what had happened. Within the mountain range, the original body finally arrived. He wanted to stop the actions of the youngster in front of him. A bronze palm tore through the air, creating ear-splitting sounds. Ning Chen's mind was focused on the strange giant cocoon. When he saw the incoming palm, he felt irritated. His saber condensed into a black moon and slashed down. The saber light of the half-moon was extremely sharp. It was second only to the golden feather centipede in terms of sharpness. With the support of the longevity qi, it displayed a terrifying might that could destroy anything. The moment the saber and palm collided, blood spurted out and a severed arm flew out. Just as Ning Chen was about to eliminate the root of the problem, a five-colored light rushed over from the distance. It was already close. Knowing how terrifying the lords of the four paramount realms were, Ning Chen didn't dare to stay any longer. His figure flashed and disappeared. The next moment, the lords of the four paramount realms appeared. They only saw the original body covered in wounds and lying in a pool of blood. They scanned with their spiritual sense but found nothing. In the valley, Ning Chen rushed over and quickly left with the heavily injured golden staff Imperial Preceptor. How despicable! Sensing that the golden staff Imperial Preceptor was also rescued, the lords of the four paramount realms' face became extremely gloomy. Who was this person? How could he hide his aura so perfectly? Brat Yu, the golden staff Imperial Preceptor, who had been kept in the dark this entire time, coughed up another mouthful of blood. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such a miserable defeat. The lords of the four paramount realms were shockingly powerful. Their absolute suppression had caused the Beimeng Imperial Preceptor, who had reached the peak of the first calamity, to personally taste the pain of defeat. Senior Golden Staff Imperial Preceptor, there's no need to say anything else. Hurry up and stabilize your injuries, Ning Chen said. Soon after, he increased his speed and tried his best to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. The two of them landed on a mountain 1,000 miles away. The Golden Staff Imperial Preceptor staggered and quickly sat down to heal. Ning Chen raised his hand and pointed. The life scroll circulated, and a vast amount of true yuan poured into the Imperial Preceptor's body, helping him heal. An hour later, the Golden Staff Imperial Preceptor's heavy injuries were barely suppressed. Ning Chen withdrew his hand and calmly waited on the side. Many thanks, brat. The golden staff imperial preceptor opened his eyes. Senior is too courteous. Fortunately, Senior called out, or Junior might not have been able to rush over in time, said Ning Chen tiredly. This phoenix blood should be in the valley just now. It's just that it drew the attention of the 4 paramount realms. I probably won't be able to get it. The golden staff imperial preceptor's expression was ugly. That earthquake just now had come too strangely. It was very likely that he had been discovered as soon as he had entered the insect tide, or he had accidentally triggered some mechanism. His luck was truly terrible. The golden staff imperial preceptor had never imagined that he had been schemed against, and the person who had schemed against him was right beside him. After these days of being together, the golden staff imperial preceptor's guard against Ning Chen had grown lower and lower. Adding on the fact that he had saved him several times, his guard had gradually weakened. He was the one who had discovered the Longevity Hall's insect tide. He was the one who had come up with the idea of searching around the sacred land. He was even the one who had suggested splitting up to search. No matter how suspicious he was, it was impossible for him to suspect the person beside him. The golden staff imperial preceptor continued to heal. Ning Chen looked in the direction of the valley, a trace of worry flashing through his eyes. Just what was that white cocoon? The golden staff imperial preceptor beside him had been seriously injured again. He did not know how long it would take for him to recover. It was impossible to use him against the master of the 4 extreme realms. Now that the teleportation array had been broken, the difficulty of traveling between the 2 realms had increased. They had to pass through the spatial turbulence. However, this could not completely prevent the master of the 4 extreme realms and other innate masters from traveling between the 2 realms. The most important thing was to find a way to seal the passage between the 2 realms. In the heavenly stellar general family, Jiang Xin had been bedridden ever since she had returned from the divine continent. The news of the general family's daughter suffering from a strange illness and the reward for a famous doctor spread quickly. With the full support of the general family, it had spread throughout most of the Sudden Thunder dynasty in a few days. The rumors became more and more outrageous. All kinds of strange illnesses were spread. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. Even the commoners of the other 3 dynasties knew about it. Not long after, Ning Chen also heard the news. He was shocked and immediately set off. Half a day later, Ning Chen appeared in Heavenly Stellar City. Without any hesitation, he rushed directly to the general family. In the backyard of the general family, Jiang Xin was pacing back and forth anxiously. However, her expression was normal and did not seem to be sick at all. Her illness was just an act. She had spread the news to attract her master. In the courtyard, Bai Yi materialized. When she saw Jiang Xin, she could not help but frown. What happened? Ning Chen asked in a deep voice. Master! Jiang Xin was delighted when she saw him, but the smile on her face disappeared. After a simple explanation, she quickly told him about her trip to the divine continent with her brother. Master, Mingyue said that something might happen in the Great Xia. She wants you to go back as soon as possible, Jiang Xin said. She and her elder brother had also heard the rumors and slanders in the Great Xia dynasty. It gave people the feeling that this 1,000-year-old dynasty had reached the end of its days. Ning Chen clenched his fist. With a move of his feet, he disappeared. In a mountain 1,000 miles away from the 4 extremities Holy Land, Ning Chen hurried back. Looking at the old man who was still recuperating, he said, Senior Golden Staff, I have to return to the Grand Xia for some matters. Would you like to return with me? The state teacher Golden Staff slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, You go back first. When I recover, I will go back by myself. Ning Chen did not say anything else. He nodded and quickly left. 100 miles away from the 9 Firmaments Mountain, at the peak of the 9 Firmaments Mountain, spatial turbulence blocked the path ahead. It became the greatest obstacle between the two realms. Ning Chen did not dare to tarry. He took a step forward and stepped into the turbulence. At this moment, a dazzling pillar of light soared into the sky from the eastern horizon. It was peaceful and clean. It was so familiar that he immediately paused. Wild! Ning Chen's heart trembled. His worry had finally been resolved. On one side was news about Wild. On the other side was the matter of his good friend. At this moment, Ning Chen had no choice but to make a choice. In the end, he still stepped into the turbulence. Wild had a senior by her side to protect her, so she would be fine. In comparison, Z might have a big problem soon. He could not delay any longer. Bai quickly disappeared in the turbulence. Soon, she could no longer be seen clearly. In the great Xia dynasty, the day of the Xia emperor's wedding was close at hand. Within the heavenly mandate palace, Xia Zi was sitting on the dragon throne. He was personally writing an imperial edict about reducing the world's taxes. An emperor's ascension to the throne or his wedding was a joyous occasion. Many emperors would choose to pardon the world to show their benevolence. Xia Zi knew that it would be difficult to pass down the tax reduction policy. However, many commoners of the Great Xia were already suffering because of natural disasters, epidemics, and years of war. If they had to pay such a heavy tax, it would be even more difficult for them to support themselves. The emperor was benevolent. He wanted to use the wedding as an opportunity to pass down the policy and reduce the burden on the commoners. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager invites you to Weiyang Palace. A young eunuch walked over and respectfully knelt down to pass down the order. Understood. You can leave first. I will go immediately. Xia Zi replied. He finished the last few strokes of the imperial edict and placed it on the dragon table. He then got up and walked to the back of the palace. A gratified expression appeared on the emperor's tired face. In a few more days, the imperial edict would finally be passed down. At this time, even the officials of the court would not oppose it too fiercely. A light breeze blew into the palace. The imperial edict trembled on the dragon table. Traces of wet ink could be seen. This was the great Xia Emperor's benevolence toward the commoners. Chapter 313. In the royal capital of Grand Xia, the winds and clouds were constantly changing. An indescribable dark cloud shrouded the entire city. The weather that was supposed to be sunny had now been overcast for several days. The date of Emperor Xia's wedding had been set, and it could not be delayed. One figure after another was busy in the palace, making the final preparations. The granddaughter of Nguoho, Anrongrua, would officially become the new empress of the Xia kingdom in a day's time. Marquis Nguoho and Marquis Qinghe were both old officials of the Great Xia dynasty and were extremely loyal to the Great Xia dynasty. Now that his granddaughter had entered the palace, it could be considered as fulfilling one of the old Marquis' wishes. Zhang Sun had already summoned Anrongrua to the palace. Ning Shi and Xia Xinyu had also seen this woman. Their impression of her was not bad. She was natural and unrestrained, making people like her. The festive atmosphere spread from the imperial palace to the imperial city. The Marquis mansion and the Princess mansion were decorated with lanterns and colored banners, celebrating together. Madame Luofei still quietly watched all of this, witnessing this historical moment as a bystander. Suddenly, Madame Luofei looked to the west, her eyes flashing with surprise. What was going on? In the next moment, the beautiful figure in the courtyard disappeared and rushed toward the west. There were no words of farewell, nor were there any words of farewell. Xia Xinyu didn't understand what was going on and was slightly startled. Surprised? Leaving the Eternal Night Cult's sect daughter in your mansion. I have to say, your courage has made me look at you in a new light. As he spoke, a figure in a light purple robe appeared. There was a cold sneer on his handsome face as he walked forward step by step. Xia Xinyu was shocked. She wanted to say something, but it was already too late. Soul Catcher. A brilliant light rose from Zhong Qianqiu's right hand, illuminating the heavens and earth with a faint blue light, instantly blinding those who saw it. Xia Sinyu's eyes gradually lost their light and became empty. Not a single trace of consciousness remained. Zhong Qianqiu's lips curled into a cold smile. He waved his hand and disappeared with the former. At the same time, in the west of the Grand Xia royal city, the Bai Marquis and the Purple Sun Marquis led their 800 guards back. They were returning to stabilize the situation in the royal city for the emperor's wedding. 4 notes of awakening, bright moon in the sky. At this moment, a woman's voice rang out. The lute gently moved, and the bright moon shone in the sky. In an instant, an extremely mysterious sound poured out like water ripples, and the moonlight filled the eyes. The Marquis of Cloth Robe and Marquis of Purple Sun shuddered and retreated. They flipped their palms and condensed their yuan energy, shaking the profound sound together. With a loud bang, the two of them retreated several steps back. The blood and qi in their bodies surged violently. Behind them, the 800 personal guards were unable to withstand the power of Xianin. The bodies of those who were slightly weaker immediately exploded, turning into blood and bones that filled the sky. The Confucian sect sovereign blocked their path. The Bai Marquis and Purple Sun Marquis hearts sank. It seemed that the situation in the imperial city was even worse than they had imagined. Ziyang, I'll bring up the rear. Quickly return to the imperial city, said the Bai Marquis. Come back alive. Without any hesitation, Marquis Ziyang instructed and rushed towards the royal city. You want to leave? Do you think it's that simple? Exalted Li's eyes turned cold. His pipa's strings moved, wanting to stop the former. Your opponent is me. The Bai Marquis took a step forward and slapped down with a flip of his palm. They were both half-step Xiantian, but they had completely different abilities. The moment the great Xia martial Marquis attacked, he shocked the Confucian sect music sovereign. The pipa flipped and blocked Wu Ho's palm power. With a loud explosion, the sky darkened. The blood that dripped from Pobo's body was a sign that he was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation level. His clothes were stained with blood, but it could not stop his unyielding fighting spirit. Protect the martial Marquis. The remaining personal guards moved forward, wanting to protect the martial Marquis. Reckless. Exalted Li's expression turned cold. His strings moved and a mysterious sound spread out. His body exploded and dyed the surrounding ground red. Both of you back down. The Bai Marquis stood up and said. Martial Marquis. The 2 personal guard leaders said anxiously. Back down. The Bai Marquis said in a deep voice. Back down. The 2 of them ordered with a heavy pain in their hearts. The remaining 100 personal guards quickly retreated. In just 2 moves, the most elite personal guards of the martial Marquis were almost wiped out. The terror of a 4th tribulation Xiantian expert was undeniable. I only know how to die for the country on the battlefield. Why do I need to die on the battlefield? The last words were the portrayal of the great Xia martial Marquis's life of perseverance. The Bai Marquis took a step forward and a bloody mist surged around him. Exalted Li looked at the blood-stained figure in front of her. For some reason, a heavy feeling rose in her heart. An opponent who was just a half-step Xiantian expert, an ant that she could destroy with a wave of her hand in the past, gave her an indescribable sense of unease at this moment. In the distance, the martial Marquis of Ziyang also seemed to have sensed something. He looked back and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He knew that from today onwards, another companion had left them. On the road ahead, the Confucian experts who had been lying in ambush for a long time appeared and blocked the martial Marquis of Ziyang's path. An endless stream of figures blocked all the paths ahead. The martial Marquis of Ziyang's figure did not stop and charged into the sea of people. The Bai Marquis had risked his life to fight for a chance of survival for him. How could he stop here? The spurting of blood was the last color that the Confucian experts could see. the Martial Marquis of Ziyang was extremely murderous and solemn, turning the encirclement into a massacre. A brave opponent. How admirable! Suddenly, a powerful palm came without any warning. The Martial Marquis of Ziyang could not react in time. His hair flew off and he vomited blood. The three heads of the current generation appeared at the same time and surrounded the Martial Marquis of Ziyang, blocking his last hope. The two marquises were trapped, their bodies dyed in blood. They had planned this for a long time and had no way out. They were determined to kill the two martial marquises of Grand Xia. A bloody mist fell and the Bai Marquis' body moved along with it. In an instant, a blood figure appeared and struck out with a palm. Its power was dozens of times stronger than before. The short burst of cultivation that he had obtained by burning his life force was no longer restricted by the karma of killing. He had completely stepped into the Xiantian realm. The terrifying power caused the heavens and earth to lose their color. Sovereign Lu blocked with a palm. With a boom, he was also forced back a step by this powerful palm. His blood and chi surged. The Martial Marquis' mouth turned red again, but he did not retreat half a step. His fists were heavy and his palms were strong, each strike stronger than the one before. Damn it! Sovereign Lu kept blocking. He did not have enough time to play the pipa in his hand. For a moment, he was actually at a disadvantage. His life force flowed away and his blood scattered. His confused eyes could no longer see the path ahead. The Martial Marquis' body was dyed red with blood. There was not a single part of him that was unharmed. His fists and palms scattered the last glory of his life. In the distance, the three heads and the experts of the Confucian sect had set up a formation to trap and kill the Martial Marquis. The battle had also entered its most intense stage. The Martial Marquis held the flowing spring spear in his hand. Purple light whistled, piercing the heart and soul. The bravest figure refused to give up in the face of death. His dazzling martial soul was the unyielding belief of the Martial Marquis of the Grand Xia. The experts of the Confucian sect became more and more shocked and fearful as they fought. The figure in front of them did not seem to know pain or exhaustion. No matter how serious his injuries were, he never fell. At the peak of the 9 heavens, Ning Chen was trapped in the chaotic flow of space. His expression became more and more anxious as he rushed forward step by step. Spear shadows and saber light constantly clashed. The saber shattered and he was sent flying. The encirclement could not stop the Martial Marquis' heart from returning. Only by fighting could he carve out a bloody path. Sovereign Li's fury grew. Facing 2 half-step Xiantian experts, he had been delayed for so long. It was unforgivable. Taking a palm head-on, Sovereign Lu retreated 30 meters. His right hand pulled, and the 4 strings of the pipa moved together. A terrifying sound shook the heavens and earth. 4 world-awakening sounds, heaven and earth burial. Sand churned and the earth sank. The unavoidable and unstoppable sound spread out, causing the heavens and earth to let out a mournful cry. Was this the end? The Martial Marquis' lifeless eyes glanced at the land of the Grand Xia that he had protected for his entire life. He had no regrets in this life. Life is fated, death is a wheel. Life and death are reincarnated, the yellow springs open the path. Blood spurted out, opening the path of no return. The Martial Marquis' bloody light illuminated the world. With a loud bang, sand filled the sky, and the ground collapsed. Yu Zhongling was hit by the terrifying shockwaves and staggered back a few steps. Ugh! Blood dripped onto the ground. Sovereign Lu pressed his right hand to his chest. His eyes filled with unprecedented shock. Was this the Martial Marquis of the Grand Xia? In the dust, a bloody figure appeared. The blood on his body had already dried up. His consciousness was fading, but he was still unwilling to fall. His unyielding spirit would forever remain in the land of the Grand Xia that he had protected for his entire life. Bye! In the distance, Marquis Ziyang felt a sharp pain in his heart when he sensed the departure of his comrades. Some experts of the Confucian sect were sent flying, their blood staining 100 feet. On the other side, the retreating Marquis' personal guards were also ambushed by the Confucian expert. They fell one by one, their souls returning to the battlefield. Seeing that there was no way out, Marquis Ziyang had an epiphany. He plunged the dripping spring into the ground and unleashed his qi. Instantly, a purple light shot up into the sky. The blinding light gathered together, and after a few moments, a purple sun appeared, enveloping everything within 1,000 feet radius. Sovereign Lu was startled. He could feel how terrifying a martial Marquis was when he went all out. He rushed forward, wanting to stop him. "You have to leave alive and tell His Majesty about what happened today. Remember, you have to survive." His calm words reached the ears of the remaining guards. This was the final will of the Grand Xia's martial Marquis. In the next moment, the violet sun exploded. Under its powerful pressure, the entire world turned purple. Countless Confucian experts were instantly blinded. Those with weaker bodies exploded, their blood spilling everywhere. Sovereign Lu couldn't stop it in time, but because he was too close, he bore the brunt of the violet sun's power. His injuries worsened and his mouth turned red. After the aftershock, a vast expanse of sand and dust filled the air, covering the sky and the sun. In the distant battlefield, the encirclement was broken into pieces. The eyes of the martial Marquis' personal guards were moist. After stabilizing their bodies, they no longer hesitated and fled in different directions. Sovereign Lu spat out another mouthful of blood. Looking at the fleeing people, his heart sank. He ordered chase. Yes. The surviving Confucian experts accepted the order and chased after them. On the battlefield, Sovereign Lu turned his palm and condensed his qi, suppressing the surging blood qi in his body. This battle was far more difficult than she had imagined. Just 2 half-step Xiantian martial marquises had actually injured her to such an extent. It was hard to imagine how powerful the martial marquises would be if they weren't controlled by their killing intent. The Grand Xia Imperial Palace was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The 7 kings had arrived, and the officials had entered the palace. The day of the emperor's wedding had finally arrived. Chapter 314. The Luo King, King Pinglu, King Tailing, 4th Princess Xia Luzhu, and other members of the royal bloodline came to the hall. The Confucian officials also came. Due to the various wars, the few remaining old generals in the court were also present. Unfortunately, Zhang Sun fell ill and could not come. Qing Ning was taking care of him in the palace, and could only miss this important moment. The palace had been preparing for several days, and did not add too many things. Just as the dynasty was in trouble, Xia Zi had already spoken to simplify the coronation ceremony as much as possible. Just a bow in the hall, and there was no need for a lavish ceremony. The coronation of the current empress was probably the simplest in 1,000 years. Dukan knew that His Majesty empathized with the suffering of the people and did not wish to be extravagant and wasteful on such matters. Therefore, he deliberately advised his granddaughter not to be dissatisfied. If Enrong was a reasonable person, she would have agreed with a light smile and assured her grandfather. The 7th king was in the hall, quietly drinking his wine. Although he did not say much, he was happy for his brother. In the past, when the throne was contested, each prince had a choice. The first prince was benevolent and had always taken care of his brothers as they were young. There was not much affection left in the royal family. Now they naturally knew how to cherish it. "King Luo, Elder Gu wishes to see you on an urgent matter," a servant hurried over and reported. The Luo king narrowed his eyes and said, "Let him wait outside the hall. I will be there soon." "Fifth brother, what's the matter?" King Tailing asked with concern. "I got Elder Gu to investigate something. He should have discovered something." "I'll go take a look," the Luo king replied. King Pinglu and 4th princess frowned. They did not want any more trouble at this time. The Luo king got up and left the hall. His expression gradually turned solemn. The matter he had gotten Elder Gu to investigate was not trivial. He hoped that he was just being paranoid. At the same time, in the imperial city, the two sovereigns of Bing and Li arrived. Confucians appeared one after another. The people gathered and walked towards the palace in batches. In the palace's heavenly mandate hall, Xia Zi appeared. The auspicious time was approaching. In the distance, ceremonial music sounded. At the end of the red carpet, a beautiful figure dressed in splendid attire slowly walked over. The coronation hall and wedding ceremony were rare in ancient times. However, this was a special period. The emperor and the future empress did not say anything, and no one else would say anything. Outside the hall, Elder Gu stood there waiting anxiously. His aged eyes flashed with panic from time to time as he was afraid that he would report too late. The Luo king walked over, and could not help but frown when he saw Elder Gu, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Luo king. Elder Gu immediately walked forward and said anxiously. "What's the outcome?" asked the Luo king. "Luo king, your blood also contains the poison of the Hualuo flower," said Elder Gu with a look of panic. The Luo king's pupils constricted as he suppressed his uneasiness. He said in a deep voice, "Don't make a fuss. Take your leave." "Yes." Elder Gu bowed and quickly left. The Luo king returned from the rear palace and glanced at Xia Zi. Just as he was about to go forward to inform him, he suddenly staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. The black blood instantly stained the red carpet. The sudden change shocked everyone present. Fifth brother. At the banquet, King Adjacent, King Tailing, and the others were shocked and anxious. Xia Zi turned around, but before he could change his gaze, he saw the figure in front of him slowly collapse. His slightly opened lips were saying something that could not be heard clearly. The next moment, King Adjacent, King Tailing, and the other kings' bodies shook violently as they vomited a mouthful of black blood and collapsed. The 7 kings fell together. It was an unbelievable scene. It happened so suddenly and without warning that no one could react. Xia Zi was stunned and subconsciously reached out to grab them, but he could not grab a single one. Black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The pain was soundless, and he could not even feel it. "Escort the emperor!" An old general came back to his senses and roared angrily. The dragon guards obeyed the order, and quickly surrounded the entire heavenly mandate palace, leaving no exit. "Your Majesty, the Confucian sect is rebelling." 2 marquises were ambushed and died. At this moment, a soldier holding a golden token fell under the steps in front of the heavenly mandate palace covered in blood. He exhausted his last bit of strength and finally brought back the news. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere instantly froze. The figure in the heavenly mandate palace was dressed in a black robe with gold inlays. His white hair fluttered gently, and there was no trace of black in it. His unusually calm face made everyone present feel an indescribable pressure. Drop after drop of black blood dripped down and dyed the robe. Xia Zi's eyes were filled with endless depth. He was in so much pain that he lost his voice and his mind sank. "Lord Ming, your conspiracy can't be hidden anymore." As he spoke, 3 figures appeared in the sky. The overwhelming righteousness surged and swept away everyone in front of them. In the distance, under the escort of the cultivators of the Confucian sect, a large number of people rushed into the palace. Soon, they came to the heavenly mandate palace. "Your Majesty, you plotted to murder the kings and set a trap to kill 2 marquises. Do you want to give the people an explanation?" Commander Li said with a smile. "He is the reincarnation of Lord Ming. There is nothing he can't do. What is there to say?" Commander Li snorted coldly. "Your Majesty, please abdicate," Commander Li said lightly. 7 respected elders stepped forward, and thousands of people watched from below. In the heavenly mandate palace not far away, the white-haired emperor of Xia Kingdom looked like a demon, and the pressure he gave off was getting heavier and heavier. "Your Majesty, please abdicate." The 7 elders knelt down and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, please abdicate." Thousands of people knelt down with anger and fear in their eyes. They used the greatest strength in their lives to release the pressure in their hearts. The demon was the emperor. No wonder the world wanted to attack Xia. They were really blind before. A deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire palace. With a loud rumble, thunder rumbled in the sky, illuminating the dim sky. Among the 7 kneeling elders, Elder Bai, who had been invited by Zhong Qianqiu, opened the red box in his hand. On the blood-soaked yellow silk, there was a phoenix feather. The blood hadn't completely dried yet, making it exceptionally dazzling. The phoenix feather that Xia Xinyu always carried with her had never left her body. Now that it was stained with blood, it had lost all its vitality. "Your Majesty, please abdicate." Elder Bai's voice was trembling. "Ha!" Xia Zi's pitch-black eyes trembled slightly. A moment later, a low laugh came out. It became louder and louder, heavier and heavier. It was so crazy and so sad. The heart-wrenching words and the heart-wrenching scene caused the ruler's final perseverance to crumble. Terrifying demonic aura soared into the sky, and there was no longer any obstruction. The crown on his head shattered, and his white hair stood on end and danced wildly in the sky. He had painstakingly hidden and suppressed it. He had wholeheartedly protected the people of Xia, but this was the result. At this moment it was laughable. The emperor lost his heart due to grief. He had fallen to the demonic path, and would forever be an Azura. See, Zhang Sun, who had dragged his sick body over, saw this scene. His pupils shrank, and he anxiously called out. However, the emperor couldn't hear him anymore. Demonic patterns appeared, and a drop of demonic mark appeared between the emperor's eyebrows. It was as red as blood. Step by step, the emperor's footsteps were as heavy as mountains. The heavens shook and the earth shook. It was as if the king of hell had descended. Several officials in the hall couldn't bear the terrifying demonic aura. Their bodies exploded, and blood spilled all over the hall. Fear, fear, and still fear. Countless pairs of eyes were filled with fear. The kneeling people no longer cared about Emperor Xia or King of Hell. They got up and ran. However, under the surging demonic aura, any struggle was too late. Step by step, the Emperor's footsteps were as heavy as Mount Tai. With every step, hundreds of people exploded. Flesh and blood scattered everywhere. The smell of blood filled the air. The heavens couldn't bear it and used rain to cover the tears of blood in the Emperor's eyes. The heavy rain covered everything in front of him. In the heavy rain, the 1,000-year-old heavenly mandate palace collapsed. It symbolized the glory of this 1,000-year-old dynasty. At this moment it had completely fallen into the dust. The imperial edict that was crushed under the ruins could no longer be issued. Along with the collapsed heavenly mandate palace, it was forever buried in the darkness. Countless bones and blood flowed along with the rain, constantly washing the ground of the imperial palace. In front of the emperor, it had become a complete hell. Step by step, he stepped over the bones. Outside the imperial palace, Luofei, who was rushing back, saw the terrifying demonic aura in the imperial palace. Her expression changed, and her speed suddenly increased. On the other side, Ning Chun finally rushed back from the 4 extremes. His figure flashed, as fast as the light of water, disappearing in the blink of an eye. His anxious heart became more and more uneasy, and his figure sped up. In the imperial palace, the imperial army of Great Xia didn't dare to stop the emperor, the people didn't dare to stop him, and the 3 Confucians didn't dare to stop him. The demonic emperor of Great Xia had an extremely terrifying aura. In an instant, he surpassed the limits of the 4th and 5th tribulations, breaking through several barriers. Luofei arrived first. Seeing the emperor's white hair stained with blood and completely demonic, she couldn't help but sigh. In the end, he had still come to this step. Ning Chun arrived later. Seeing the figure and the bloody bones, his pupils shrank. He stepped forward, wanting to wake his good friend, but was blocked by a beautiful figure. Since Great Xia failed him, he belongs to the Eternal Night sect from now on. He has nothing to do with Great Xia, Luofei said lightly. Ning Chen was furious. He slashed out with his sword, and the sword will surged, shaking the heavens and the earth. Scroll of the moon, silent moonfall. Luofei flipped her delicate hand, and the moonlight bloomed to the extreme. A bright moon rose, illuminating the world. The scroll of the moon technique reappeared in the world. In an instant, where the moonlight shone, everything was silent and still. Her sword will was temporarily restrained. Luofei flipped her palm and pushed the person in front of her back. Immediately, she urged the curse with both hands. A faint light shone, and she disappeared with Xia Zi in an instant. Ning Chen steadied himself, but it was too late to stop the two of them from leaving. His monstrous anger continued to shake, and the rumbling of thunder resounded through the 9 heavens. At this moment there was also fear. Looking back at the heavenly mandate palace, he saw that it had been reduced to ruins. On the flowing blood, a dark red feather drifted with it, gradually drifting into the distance. Ning Chen walked up the stone steps step by step. Looking at the ruins in front of him, he clenched his right hand, and in the rumbling of the earthquake, a sword with dim autumn light flew out and stuck in front of him. It no longer had the noble spirit of the past. The silence of the autumn water was completely silent. The famous sword of Confucianism was stained with dust today, and its sharpness was lost.